Amidst the barren land, slaves toiled silently, pouring mud and dragging sand under the scorching sun, their overseer's shouts echoing everywhere. A heavy wooden bucket full of water was pulled up, drops splashing, reflecting the relentless toil. The men hastily threw straw into the mud pit, the work continuing under cruel urging. Whips cracked, the overseer roared, "Hurry up, you slaves!" as emaciated figures burdened with heavy loads walked in despair. The brown-haired young man gritted his teeth, enduring the whip marks on his back, blood and sweat mixing. This slave life was truly too cruel. Suddenly, a stream of memories flashed by. The sparkling championship belt, the prestigious golden trophy, symbols of the strongest man in the world. He remembered the peak battles, where a white towel was thrown to signal victory. A record of 23 undefeated matches. Choi Hyun-sok, the heavyweight champion of the world's largest MMA league, retired undefeated at the pinnacle of glory. He, the once famous Choi Hyun-sok, was now this miserable slave. But fate was ironic. Right after retiring, he was confronted by an oncoming truck. Died in a truck accident? A lifetime of savings vanished? Resentment surged. How could it end like this? All efforts, all glory vanished. Choi Hyun-sok was dead, alone and tragic. 30 minutes later, in his new body, he knelt, a strange sense of relief creeping in. No more training, no more matches. He comforted himself that he had no family or friends, so no one would grieve his death. In the void, a mysterious light suddenly flared, drawing his attention. From within that glow, a pale hand reached out, as if to pull him into a completely different world. In the void, a radiant angel with pure white wings suddenly appeared, apologizing for being late and calling him an SSS rank hero. The blonde woman introduced herself as Rachel, flashing a mischievous smile, her red eyes seemingly piercing his soul. Rachel revealed her identity as a headhunter, specializing in recruiting departed souls. Choi Hyun-sok was stunned, muttering scout with suspicion. He asked for a clearer explanation. The angel leaned closer, beginning to present the two fateful choices awaiting him. The first choice: accept death, then reincarnate as a pitiful single old man. Rachel left it hanging, awaiting his reaction. She tried hard to persuade him, asking if he wanted to miss a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. She promised wealth, fame, beautiful women, and privileges for heroes. Rachel rattled on about game status windows and all sorts of benefits. But he just smirked, thinking, "I'd rather just die and reincarnate for peace." Seeing his indifference, Rachel became annoyed, determined to explain it properly at all costs. She painted a heroic vision. The village chief would provide food, and quests would be easy. A goblin chief appeared in her imagination. Next, the village chief was moved to tears, offering his daughter, the most beautiful woman in the village, to the hero. The chief, depicted as a doll, still earnestly pleaded, hoping he would accept his daughter. "This old man will have nothing left to ask for," the chief said. He still sat there, lost in thought. Rachel was annoyed, muttering to herself, "Tisk." Still no reaction? She worried about her headhunter bonus. "Then it's plan B," Rachel declared. She pretended to leave, making him panic and cry out, "Wait!" She continued her act, telling him to accept his single fate and reincarnate. But then she smirked, adding, "And it's not even certain you'll reincarnate as a human." Hearing that, his eyes widened, an expression of extreme horror on his face. Rachel's plan had succeeded perfectly. In extreme panic, he struggled, shouting, I'll do it. I'll become a hero." The angel smirked, her red eyes gleaming triumphantly, pretending to ask again, "Excuse me? I didn't quite hear that." Immediately, Choi Hyun-sok roared, putting all his strength into it. "I said I'll do it. I'll become a hero." Rachel chuckled, a mystical blue light surrounding her. The plan had succeeded perfectly. She reached out, her tone full of teasing. "Oh, so shall we start right now?" He looked bewildered. "What?" Choi Hyun-sok's eyes widened in panic. Right now? Immediately?" Angel Rachel shrugged, her face nonchalant. "Of course. What's there to wait for?" he frantically screamed. Wait! Rachel coldly replied. "A wonderful world awaits you, hero." The little angel flew off, leaving Choi Hyun-sok being sucked into the magic circle. "Well then, I wish you a wonderful adventure. Ho ho." Rachel walked away casually, muttering about potential hero number 137,421 Choi Hyun-sok having completed his transmigration and demanding her bonus. In the deep night, a voice echoed, "Open your eyes. Wake up." Choi Hyun-sok lay on a crude bed, feeling the call. He opened his eyes slightly, his thoughts wandering. Is this the village chief the angel mentioned? This development was too obvious from the start. Suddenly, a powerful kick landed through the blanket, and he shot up in pain. Ugh! The voice roared.
Eel! Gouge your eyes out! Wake up, huh?
Choi Hyun-seok sprang up, his clothes tattered, growling angrily. What kind of demon are you, wanting to die so badly? His face changed color, his eyes widening in horror as he saw the one who had just kicked him. A giant, red-skinned, dragon-headed monster bared its fangs and roared. Who are you to dare sleep in the slave dormitory? He thought to himself, is this the village chief with the most beautiful daughter? Everyone knows he's a monster I have to kill, right? In a daze, Choi Hyun-seok mumbled that he was a hero. The giant overseer smirked. A hero? What the hell are you? The monster growled. Are heroes nowadays so foolish? But Choi Hyun-seok secretly marveled. This physique. It's truly formidable. He wondered, something's wrong? That beautiful angel couldn't have tricked me. His hand clenched, a thought flashing. Choi Hyun-seok knelt, realizing the bull-headed monster was his first tutorial quest. Just as I thought, light flared around his body, his eyes burning. That's right. What needs to be done now is action. The monster flinched. What did you just say? A thunderous punch. Choi Hyun-seok lunged, striking the monster's stomach. Got him, he roared. The monster was injured and coughed up blood, but still held his arm tightly. You just called yourself a hero? The giant hand squeezed, crushing Choi Hyun-seok's arm. I'm sick of these lunatics. His teeth gnashed. He was in extreme pain. My leg! The monster delivered a devastating punch. You'll sober up after a good sleep. Oh, self-proclaimed hero! Choi Hyun-seok's face changed color, his eyes wide with horror. The dungeon! Choi Hyun-seok pounded on the wooden door, shouting for the bull-headed guy to come back so he could fight another round. The prison door creaked open, a sliver of light entering. A stranger kicked open the door, shouting, Who dares make noise? Choi Hyun-seok fell backward, astonished at the real sword. The blood-stained blade pointed directly at him. Shut up, or I'll boil you into soup. Choi Hyun-seok immediately fell silent. The goblin-like guard warned Choi Hyun-seok to take care of himself. He quickly replied, obediently, like a new recruit. Having just escaped danger, Choi Hyun-seok collapsed again, clutching his head and groaning. Where did this so-called wonderful adventure in another world go wrong after all? With tears in his eyes, he wondered if he would die a virgin for the second time, let alone conquer the village chief's daughter. A pathetic and tragic prospect. In his despair, a voice came from the adjacent cell. Hey, rookie? Choi Hyun-seok flinched, stammering to ask the other's identity. The prisoner introduced himself as a senior who was about to become a hero. The prisoner smirked, revealing the harsh truth. They were imprisoned in the Demon Lord's Legion fortress, where humans were turned into slaves. Choi Hyun-seok was astonished to recognize a fellow countryman. Senior, what's going on? Why were we thrown into this godforsaken place in the first place? Choi Hyun-seok frantically questioned. The senior looked at him with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, the senior raised his head, shouting loudly throughout the prison. Hey, you self-proclaimed heroes! Are you still alive? A real hero has come to save us! Immediately, a series of desperate cries for help echoed from other cells. Save me! I'm a hero! I'm a hero too! Really! A chaotic, tragicomic scene. Choi Hyun-seok's jaw dropped in astonishment at the sight. The senior calmly replied, As you can see, there are hundreds of heroes who have been thrown into this demon lord's fortress. The senior continued to explain. The red bull-headed guy you saw is Rydran, the leader here, and the jailer you met earlier is Jark, known for his brutality. Be careful. Then he added that the reason they were all in this situation was because of the wicked demon named Rachel. Choi Hyun-seok was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. The senior gritted his teeth, taking a drag from his cigarette. If that damn demon hadn't thrown us to the wrong place. Choi Hyun-seok was stunned. Thrown to the wrong place? Choi Hyun-seok gripped the bars tightly, shouting, Senior, what do you mean? Are we not supposed to start in this damned place? The senior nodded decisively. Absolutely. The heroes captured in other places told me. He said that heroes were supposed to start in cities or villages, living like ordinary people, without powers. No one was ever thrown directly into the heart of the Demon Lord's Legion like them. So, Choi Hyun-seok realized that everything he had endured, his fall into this hell, was all a disastrous mistake. His face hardened, a spark of anger flaring. A fleeting image, like a distant dream. The angel Rachel, with her pure white wings and mysterious smile, reappeared in his mind. Was this a reminder of a forgotten promise? A privilege? But harsh reality pulled him back. This was the 2nd Slave Unit, under the 3rd Battalion of the Demon Lord's Legion, an earthly hell, where the wretched were forced to toil relentlessly. He strained under the heavy log, drenched in sweat. The goblin shouts echoed. Crush the humans! Devour the humans! Another day of forced labor had begun. Suddenly, the sharp clang of an axe rang out. A goblin swung his axe at the log, signaling, "Work's done. Quitting time for today." That sound, though brutal, was a signal of liberation.
Time to go, slaves!
The fat goblin ordered. Choi Hyun-suk sighed in relief, but a silent vow simmered within him.
This damn fat dwarf! One day, I'll...
The heavy iron prison door slammed shut, trapping him in the cold darkness. The clang of metal echoed, like the reverberation of a cruel fate. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor, exhausted. Though it was a prison compared to the forced labor outside, this place felt like a respite. Prison is even better, he thought to himself. Suddenly, the angel Rachel's words appeared. If you choose to be a hero, you will be granted the privilege of a status window. He had completely forgotten this after days of toiling like an ox. A status window? A glimmer of hope sparked. He stared at his hands, wondering if it was true. He reached out, and then a mystical blue screen appeared before his eyes, brightly displaying Game Start. A door to a new world? Or just an illusion? Name, Choi Hyun-suk. Level 1. Strength, 28. Agility, 29. Stamina, 31. Mana, 10. Skill, pickaxe. D. Are these my stats? He muttered, skeptical. You already have stamina? The muscular prisoner's voice rang out from the window. He flinched, surprised the man had heard him. Yeah, I guess so. My strength is 28. The prisoner grinned, his eyes full of surprise. You said you were once a champion. Truly extraordinary. Level 1 and already stats over 30. Still, I'm just a slave, Choi Hyun-suk replied, his voice heavy. No matter how high his stats, reality remained shackled. No, if it's you, you'll definitely escape this place and become a true hero, the prisoner asserted, his eyes burning with conviction. Choi Hyun-suk could only sigh. Ordinary people only have the pickaxe skill. Your case is very rare. Good night to the prisoner said. Choi Hyun-suk lay down, his heart heavy. How can I escape at level 1? Night fell, the silver moonlight hanging precariously in the cloudy sky, carrying a sense of melancholy. In the dark cell, Choi Hyun-suk secretly opened his status window, thinking to himself, he's finally asleep. Good, let's double check. His sharp gaze swept across the virtual screen, pointing out 2 seemingly promising key points. They were the mana stat, a source of supernatural power, and the mysterious hero points he had never heard of. Even the fake heroes he had met knew nothing about these hero points. He recalled the prisoner's words. Senior, have you ever earned hero points? No, kid. No one has ever had those points. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light flared up, frighteningly familiar. This light. Could it be? Choi Hyun-suk was thrown back, falling to the floor. Amidst the light, a familiar figure appeared, speaking, "Oh my, to long time no see, Sir Hero." The blonde girl, Rachel, floated in midair, explaining, "Hero points are an important feature for heroes to be more convenient." She continued to babble on about how to earn points through quests, but Hyun-suk had lost his patience. A thunderous punch. "Hey!" He grabbed her, his eyes blazing with anger. "I don't care about hero points or anything else. Or how about you try taking a punch first?" A moment later, tiny Rachel, pinched between Hyun-suk's 2 fingers, stammered an apology. I'm sorry. I didn't know spilling coffee while snacking would damage the magic circuit." A soundproofing spell was activated. Choi Hyun-suk looked at her, questioning. "So, your punishment is to become my manager?" Rachel, with a sulky expression, corrected him. "More precisely, your designated fairy. I will help you until you defeat the Demon Lord." Hyun-suk brushed her aside, coldly declaring, "Sorry, but I'm sick of this hero business." Rachel was astonished. "What? What do you mean?" He turned his back, resolute. "I have no intention of defeating the Demon Lord. Can't I just live a normal life here?" Rachel rushed. "There are aspiring heroes who think that. But you have SSS level potential." Choi Hyun-suk lay down, ignoring her words. "That doesn't mean I have to do anything. I've never had what you call a sense of responsibility." The angel Rachel was stunned, trying to hold on, but Choi Hyun-suk had turned his back, resolutely refusing the path of a hero, only wanting eternal rest. She watched him in bewilderment, wondering, was he always like this? I thought he was just an idiot who only knew how to fight and chase women, but then another scene appeared. Rachel knelt in despair, screaming as she realized she had been demoted to Choi Hyun-suk's guardian fairy, a punishment too severe. A majestic voice echoed, "There will be no reconsideration, Rachel." She bowed low, helpless before fate. Guardian fairy. An entity bound to the hero, actively cooperating and sharing life and death with the hero. This definition was like a sentence. The cold voice continued. Go, Rachel. I will take you to the Demon Lord's fortress, where Choi Hyunsok Island. She was horrified. What? Until the mission is complete, you are not allowed to return. The final verdict seemed to slam shut the door of hope. No, Rachel screamed in despair as she was expelled from the divine world, banished to the unclean mortal realm. A dazzling light flared up, engulfing her, taking her to a completely different world. Back in the present, Rachel sighed in resignation. Now Choi Hyunsok's guardian fairy. He ordered, Anyway, you're my guardian fairy. You have to listen to me, right? So, cooperate with my escape plan. She reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, a sharp spear pierced through the rotten wooden door, narrowly missing Choi Hyunsok. He flinched and dodged. A short goblin burst in, yelling, Get up, you coward! A swarm of other goblins also rushed in. Choi Hyunsok quickly used basic stealth magic. But another guard appeared, announcing, Leader Rydrun summons you, human. In Rydrun's office, a heavy atmosphere hung. The overseer spoke in a deep, muffled voice. I heard. Rydrun looked at Choi Hyunsok, continuing, You've been working very hard lately. A goblin sitting on Choi Hyunsok's shoulder added, Jark said you did great. Choi Hyunsok smirked, thinking to himself, This stinky short goblin is praising me? The overseer Rydrun, with a profound expression, continued, At first I thought you were just a madman, but I admit you work hard. Therefore, I have a proposal. The earth-shattering proposal rang out. Why not try becoming a slave master? Choi Hyunsok smirked, while Rachel and the goblin behind him gaped, as if struck by lightning. The angel Rachel was extremely worried, silently pleading. Productivity has been declining recently. You won't do that, right, hero? You'll refuse immediately, right? Hero, answer me. Rachel flew over, yelling in indignation. Hey, stop it! What kind of hero becomes a minion for the Demon Lord? The goblin and the overseer Rydrun immediately spun around, their eyes sharp and cold. What did you just say? Rydrun's voice was deep and threatening. Despite Rachel's horror, Choi Hyunsok flashed a radiant smile, bowing in gratitude. Thank you. Leave it to me. I'll make these humans work as hard as possible. Very good. You are more interesting than I thought. Rydrun was pleased. If you do well, I will consider letting you officially join the Demon Lord's Legion. Choi Hyunsok gritted his teeth. Damn it. The overseer left. Choi Hyunsok watched him go, screaming internally. Damn it. My dream of escaping is shattered. A few days later, under the scorching sun, Choi Hyunsok had become a full-fledged slave master. He yelled and urged on the other slaves, while the Demon Lord's Legion's oath echoed in his mind. With a cruel smirk whip in hand, Choi Hyunsok growled. Even she runs faster than that. Are you going to meet today's quota? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. After a long period of leading a large group, your hidden skill, prestige, has increased. He smirked. Oh, nice. The other slaves worked and chattered amongst themselves. This slave master is truly the best. He's really gone mad. I heard he used to be a hero. Is that true? Him? A hero? Rachel panicked. Hero? Are you crazy? This is getting more and more dangerous. Choi Hyunsok sneered. Ha! This is part of the path to becoming a true hero. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a phoenix? He continued to push the slaves. Hey, you! Skipping lunch? Why are you crawling around like that? At the same time, the system reported, Rydrun's favorability has increased. Goal almost reached. Choi Hyunsok looked up at the tower, a sinister smile on his face. Thank you, Leader Rydrun. Loyalty. Rachel flew over, yelling in despair. Hero, you said you wanted adventure. You said you wanted to escape. Is this the kind of adventure and escape you wanted? Choi Hyunsok, with a nonchalant expression, declared he was just following the system. He retorted, Wasn't it a hero's duty to follow the hero system? Rachel, the blonde angel, flew around in a rage, unable to believe it. Receiving favors from a minion of the Demon Lord? What kind of monstrous hero quest is this? Choi Hyunsok calmly replied, asserting it was true and inviting her to check again. He also pointed out that even the system's wording was strange, not as formal as usual. Rachel still couldn't accept it. Even though Choi Hyunsok reasoned that SSS rank heroes might have a special system, she continued to scream in despair. Last night, everything had begun. Rachel flew around, screaming, questioning if Choi Hyunsok was insane for accepting the offer to become a slave master. Choi Hyunsok coldly looked at the system screen, telling himself he wasn't crazy, just that his style was too insane. He also wondered whose fault it was that things had come to this. The screen displayed Hero Quest. Due to a fool's mistake, you have wandered into the Demon Lord's fortress, but do not despair. An opportunity has arrived. Gain the favor of Demon Lord official Rydrun. Choi Hyunsok stared at the quest, his face bewildered, wondering what on earth was happening. Back in the present, Choi Hyun-sok was ordering the slaves to sing the Demon Lord's Legion anthem. Rachel stood beside him, her face utterly bewildered, wondering if this was truly Hero Choi Hyun-sok's mission. The blonde angel was confused, wondering why the system had changed the quest this way, and why they were doing this to Choi Hyun-sok. Suddenly, a goblin appeared, calling Choi Hyun-sok out and asking him to follow. The goblin, with a sinister smile, announced, "Follow me. Lord Rydran has summoned you." The door to Rydran's office appeared, signaling an important meeting was about to take place. Inside, Rydran, the large overseer, was seated. He spoke, praising that the slaves' work efficiency had significantly improved. Choi Hyun-sok immediately flattered him, denying his own credit and attributing everything to Lord Rydran's wise management. Rachel sighed, unable to believe this cheap flattery. Rydran remained silent, his large hands clasped together, his eyes sharp as if evaluating everything. In the silent space, the system suddenly announced, "Heroic quest complete. 100 hero points collected. Basic hero shop unlocked." Rydran frowned slightly, his eyes full of thought. Choi Hyun-sok was stunned, and Rachel was in deep shock. Did it really work? A question echoed, as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. Choi Hyun-sok's eyes flashed with determination. "All right, that's enough. Now it's time for the next step." He turned to Rydran and said, "Excuse me, Lord Rydran." In the middle of the room, Choi Hyun-sok greeted solemnly. "If you don't mind, may I train the slaves?" he asked, his gaze fixed on the overseer sitting before a table full of weapons. Rydran looked up, his crimson eyes wide. "Train slaves?" His voice was deep, as if he was considering a crazy idea. Choi Hyun-sok smirked, a cunning smile evident. "Please, sir, just imagine," he said, his tone full of confidence, as if victory was already assured. He painted a grand vision. Elite slaves, working in harmony, each bearing the strength of 3, without a hint of laziness. "They will expand the fortress in just 1 week," Rydran pondered. Choi Hyun-sok continued, his tone calculating. "But combining training and work would be too much for the weak human body." Perhaps even the commander would exclaim, "Rydran, I commend you." After some deliberation, Rydran finally nodded. "All right." Choi Hyun-sok rejoiced, bowing in thanks, a radiant smile on his lips. The scene shifted, and prison bars appeared, signaling an impending change. Rachel was tied up, her red-rimmed eyes full of despair. Our hero must have gone mad. Being a minion for the Demon King wasn't enough. Now he's training slaves. Rachel can't take it anymore. Choi Hyun-sok frowned, turning to the groaning woman. "Oh, you're too noisy," he sighed, his face annoyed. "Listen, I have a plan," he said. Rachel pouted. Are you going to trick me again with that glib tongue of yours?" "I'm not like you," Choi Hyun-sok retorted. He sat down next to Rachel, his eyes serious. "I'm going to use the slaves to start a rebellion." Rachel was horrified. "What? A rebellion?" He pointed at the map, explaining. "This fortress has 3,000 slaves, while the Demon King's army numbers only 500. Not far from here, there's also a human alliance outpost. That's why they're rushing to expand. When the rebellion erupts, we'll use the chaos to call for aid from the alliance," Choi Hyun-sok said. Rachel was astonished. "Hero, aren't you just a muscle-bound brute who only knows how to fight?" She was truly moved. After the dramatic unveiling of the plot, Choi Hyun-sok focused on the only thing left, the hero points from the quest. Rachel was astonished, not believing the quest was real. He affirmed that not only were there hero points, but also the mysterious hero shop had been unlocked. With a faint glimmer of hope, Choi Hyun-sok decided to open the shop. "Please, let there be something useful," he silently prayed, staking his life on it. His eyes lit up, a surge of excitement rising. Finally, a skill worthy of the title of hero had appeared. But then, a bucket of cold water was thrown directly in his face. F-rank skills, hold breath and hold nature's call? He widened his eyes, skeptical of this so-called hero shop. His eyes were bloodshot, murderous, intent, erupting. "Cooking, cleaning, laundry. Are these hero skills?" he roared, his disappointment turning into rage. Rachel quickly soothed him, explaining that this was only a level 1 shop. "Just accumulate more points, upgrade the shop, and there will definitely be useful things," she reassured. "Shut up, you fraudulent fairy," he roared, swinging his hand to mercilessly smack her. Rachel shrieked, crying desperately for help in midair. The sky was clear blue, but on the ground, a different scene was unfolding. "Attention, everyone! Welcome the Demon King!" The resounding cry echoed, and tens of thousands of soldiers bowed in unison. Choi Hyun-sok, now in the role of leader, stood amidst the army. "Next, we will sing the anthem of the 3rd Legion. Begin," he commanded, his voice full of authority. "We are the great army of the Demon King. Defeat humanity. Devour humanity." The song echoed, full of fanaticism and bloodlust, praising the Demon King's unparalleled devotion. In the cell, Rydrun smirked. Allowing the training was indeed a wise decision. He was satisfied, completely unaware of the brewing conspiracy. The cell door remained tightly shut, but inside, a grand plan was slowly taking shape, silently awaiting its moment to erupt. Suddenly, a goblin rushed in, panting. "Leader Rydrun! Urgent news!" He was startled, sensing something ominous. The goblin tremblingly reported, "The human army is advancing this way." Tension filled the room. The 8th Division has been ambushed and defeated. The final report was like a thunderclap, and Rydrun frowned, his face full of worry. The overseer Rydrun looked at the map, realizing the strongest division had failed. The newly built fortress would probably have to be abandoned, and the enemy would soon close in. Worry enveloped him, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The messenger Jark rushed in, his face panicked, urging everyone to flee. But Rydrun, with a resolute gaze, stopped the soldier, signaling for calm. From the window, Rydrun watched the soldiers gathering, lost in thought. He knew that war was not just about strength, but also a battle of wits concerning logistics and reinforcements. Rydrun turned his back, his eyes flashing with determination. Rule number 1 of war: never lose a good supply officer. He ordered Jark to retreat first, while he would go find Hyunsok. Meanwhile, Choi Hyunsok was leaning against the wall, dejectedly watching the soldiers train. Are these guys even synchronized? He muttered, annoyed that the combat training session had been canceled due to the officer's negligence. He checked his stats. They had increased, but still weren't enough to stage a coup and escape his current status. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. If only there was some explosive growth event, Hyunsok secretly wished. Suddenly, a colossal shadow enveloped him, and Rydrun appeared behind him, his eyes blazing. "Hyunsok!" Rydrun called his name, his muscular hand gripping the young man's shoulder. Hyunsok flinched, looking at the leader in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Rydrun leaned close, his crimson eyes full of urgency. "There's no more time! Come with me immediately!" Hyunsok was confused, not understanding why everything was so sudden. Outside, the human army was rapidly advancing. Battle cries echoed through the sky, and the soldiers were full of morale, believing victory was within reach. Cold, sharp spearheads tore through the wind, plunging straight into the demon army's formation. Shouts and the chaotic clash of weapons. The fierce battle had begun. Blood spilled, bodies piled up. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Rydrun and Hyunsok suddenly appeared. The enemy immediately recognized the overseer, shouting, "There he is, the Red Nightmare, Rydrun!" Thousands of human soldiers flooded the battlefield. Knights charged forward, pushing back the regular troops, determined to end the battle. Rydrun was astonished. Why is the human army here? Hyunsok suddenly realized. This could be a golden opportunity for him to escape his slave status. If he could destroy the Demon King's army, he would return to the human world. A silver-armored knight charged forward, his gleaming sword slashing down. He struck decisively, without hesitation, aiming straight at the enemy. The knight delivered a fatal blow, aimed at Rydrun. "Die, Red Nightmare!" A furious roar echoed. The sword pierced through, blood splattering. The sword pierced through, blood splattering. Choi Hyunsok stood stunned, witnessing the horrifying scene right before his eyes. The fatal blow had landed. The knight's sword plunged deep into Rydrun's massive body, a tragic sight. But the Red Nightmare did not fall easily. His blood-soaked fist slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying crack. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Rydrun's destructive power swept everything away, crushing the human soldiers into dust. Rydrun turned back, his body covered in wounds, but his gaze remained resolute as he looked at Choi Hyunsok. "Hyunsok, are you all right?" The brown-haired young man flashed a wild smile, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, I'll go right away." The chance to escape had arrived. Meanwhile, the war continued. Ancient towers stood tall amidst the desolate land, witnessing countless battles. At a human encampment, soldiers hastily sorted prisoners, guiding civilians from the Kingdom of Marriott and the Drasen Empire. An armored soldier asked the group of prisoners, "Are you heroes?" The burly prisoner replied, "Ah yes, we are heroes." The soldier continued, "Then please come this way. In Drasen, we separate heroes from regular prisoners." The group of prisoners beamed, footsteps hurried, and soldiers welcomed the self-proclaimed heroes. They thought they were being honored. A majestic commander appeared, introducing himself. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Olivin Grimier." He offered a smile full of hidden meaning. A soldier reported, "Commander, the transfer of civilian prisoners is complete." Olivin casually replied, "Ah, thank you for your efforts." The soldier continued, "We have also gathered all those who claim to be heroes." Olivin smirked. "Then, let's begin." He commanded decisively, "Soldiers, to your positions." The silver-armored soldiers immediately took up their combat stances. Olivin Grimir's eyes were cold as he declared the ultimate goal: The objective is to eliminate the heroes before us. The carriage rumbled silently along the deserted forest road, carrying a destiny that believed it had lost everything. He hung his head, despairingly uttering farewell to the other world, to the adventure, and to his second chance at life. The overseer had swept away all pursuers. Not a single squad dared to approach. Rydrun calmly looked at the trembling Choi Hyunsuk. The little angel Rachel tried to lift his spirits. "Hero, wake up! Danger is also an opportunity!" But in his head, he just wanted to scold her. "Shut up, you fraud!" Rydrun suddenly woke up, his crimson eyes looking at him suspiciously. I just dozed off for a bit. Did you say something, Hyunsuk?" He flinched, quickly waving his hand, a crooked smile on his face. "Oh, nothing. I was just muttering that it's an honor to be by Leader Rydrun's side." The overseer smiled contentedly. "Good. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. Keep this spirit up when we arrive at the 3rd Legion's headquarters." Rydrun continued, announcing that he would officially recruit him into the Demon King's Legion. Choi Hyunsuk froze, while Rachel hovered in astonishment. In his mind, he knelt, trying to conjure a grateful expression. Such an honor beyond words. Outside, a majestic castle appeared. A resounding cry echoed, "Leader Rydrun has returned! Open the gates!" Rydrun led the way, entering with the carriage and Choi Hyunsuk. "Follow me," he said. "I will take you to meet the Legion commander directly." Choi Hyunsuk subtly glanced at Rydrun, a hint of worry rising in his heart. It's truly an honor to meet the esteemed Legion commander so soon. Rydrun turned, his eyes stern. "It is indeed an honor, but remember to maintain your best demeanor in front of the Legion commander." A cold warning echoed. "Unless you want to die." Choi Hyunsuk's eyes widened, cold sweat breaking out. He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "That's right," they say. "Even if you enter a tiger's den, as long as you keep a cool head, you will survive." Before the splendid gold-plated door, Rydrun announced, "Legion Commander Himis, Leader Rydrun has arrived." The magnificent gold-plated door slowly opened, revealing a luxurious and mysterious space. Stepping inside, Choi Hyunsuk was secretly astonished. A woman's voice? Could the Legion commander be a woman? A shimmering golden high heel stepped out, exuding elegance and power. On the throne, a blindfolded female elf with purple lips smiled mysteriously, speaking, "Oh, who is this?" Legion Commander Himis greeted Rydrun, praising him for becoming more majestic. Rydrun replied, flattering Himis that she was becoming more beautiful. Choi Hyunsuk, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. Himis chuckled, looking pleased. "Thank you, that's pleasant to hear." Rydrun bowed in apology. "And I apologize for failing to protect the fortress." Himis replied indifferently, "That was the fault of that idiotic commander of the 8th Division. How could it be your fault?" Her eyes suddenly turned cold, murderous intent erupting. "I should have flayed that idiot and made a handbag out of him long ago." Choi Hyunsuk felt suffocated, pressure weighing heavily on every muscle. "I can't breathe." Himis's murderous aura surged like a tsunami, making him tremble. "This pressure is completely different from anyone I've ever faced." Himis turned her sharp, cold gaze to Choi Hyunsuk. "Anyway, that's enough. Who is this human beside you?" Rydrun quickly introduced. "This is Choi Hyunsuk, the talent I reported earlier. I brought him here to officially join the Demon King's army." Himis smiled, using her finger to lift Choi Hyunsuk's chin. "He's cute. Rydrun chose him, so I should have high expectations, shouldn't I?" Choi Hyunsuk quickly flattered. "I'll do my best." Himis's smile suddenly turned sinister. "But with that weak body, he'll be devoured as soon as he joins the Demon King's army." Rydrun nodded in agreement. Choi Hyunsuk froze. "What?" Rydrun offered to personally train Choi Hyunsuk, as humans joining the Demon King's army was not unprecedented. But a cold NO rang out, cutting off the demon's words. Himis smirked, her eyes, hidden by the blindfold, still exuding a chilling, murderous aura. Our Rydrun shouldn't waste time on a mere human. Her words were sharp as knives, completely rejecting the Overseer's proposal. Magical power erupted around Himis, a brilliant purple light spreading, engulfing the space in an overwhelming surge of energy. She stood there, majestic and terrifying, like a goddess of darkness. A colossal, hideous creature with sharp fangs and blood-red eyes appeared, opening its mouth wide as if to swallow everything. The rampant magical power emanating from it made the air thick. The creature's foot slammed down right in front of Choi Hyunsuk, terrifying him to the core. His eyes wide, mouth agape, the young man nearly fainted from fear. Himis embraced the monster, smiling sinisterly. "From now on, you will be tasked with taking care of my pet," she declared, her eyes full of amusement as she watched Choi Hyunsuk's reaction. Himis stroked the creature, introducing, "Its name is Bobo. Isn't it cute?" But Bobo was not cute at all. It bared its jagged teeth, its eyes glowing red. Choi Hyun-seok thought to himself, is this a pet or a demon from hell? Ridran quickly chimed in. Even when it was young, one could feel its power. It has a noble aura. Hemis was pleased. Exactly. Ridran always understands me. Hemis tilted her head, murderous intent rising again. Oh, what's with that reaction? Could it be? You don't like it? Her voice was sweet but contained a deadly threat, sending shivers down Choi Hyun-seok's spine. Choi Hyun-seok immediately changed his attitude, saluting in a military fashion, smiling obsequiously. Applicant to the Demon King's army, Choi Hyun-seok. It is an honor for a mere human like me to serve Lord Bobo. Bobo turned its head and gently bit Choi Hyun-seok's hand with its fangs, as if in approval. Hemis smiled with satisfaction. Good. You should speak like that. Hemis chuckled, instructing. My pet is still growing, so be careful not to miss its meals. It gets grumpy. It keeps eating its caretakers, so it's a hassle to reappoint them. Choi Hyun-seok trembled in response. Yes, I'll remember that. Afterwards, Choi Hyun-seok stood before an old wooden door, on which hung a sign depicting Bobo and the words Bobo's house. He froze. What? Suddenly, a new hero quest appeared. Rachel, the blonde girl with angel wings, also appeared, exclaiming in surprise. A new hero quest appearing within the Demon King's army? Choi Hyun-seok quickly gestured for silence. Shh, keep your voice down. You'll wake that monster. A quest notification appeared. Hero quest. Assigned as Bobo's caretaker. It seems grim, but persevere. Gain Bobo's favor to survive and await your chance. Reward, 200 hero points. Choi Hyun-seok frowned. This time, it's a 200-point quest. But the content, he sighed, his face helpless. First, the Legion commander. Now I have to win the trust of the commander's pet dog? The ironic fate of the former world MMA champion seemed to stretch on. A heavy wooden door opened, revealing a dark corridor, as if opening the way to a new, arduous destiny. Urgent knocking sounded. A rude, green-skinned goblin called out loudly. Hey, human! Choi Hyun-seok, maintaining his polite demeanor, bowed. Nice to meet you. I'm Choi Hyun-seok. But inwardly he screamed, a goblin as a caretaker? They treat me like dog food. Trying to stay calm, he asked about other senior caretakers, but only received a cold reply. There aren't any. They're all dead. The goblin caretaker declared, from today, you and I will prepare meals for Lord Bobo. Choi Hyun-seok was stunned. Is that all? Yes, that's all. The goblin ordered Choi Hyun-seok to go into the kitchen, but his gaze suddenly stopped on a small creature sound asleep at his feet. Suddenly, the little demon Bobo woke up, its blood-red eyes sparking with fire, sharp fangs exposed, drool dripping, signaling an impending disaster. The goblin caretaker prostrated himself, offering Choi Hyun-seok as a sacrifice. Lord Bobo is awake. Here is fresh, delicious food for you. Choi Hyun-seok struggled in horror, roaring. You crazy goblin! What the hell are you doing? The traitor retorted. Shut up, human, he sneered, saying with cruelty. Either way, one of us is going to die. Choi Hyun-seok gritted his teeth. If that's the case, without hesitation, the former champion unleashed a devastating punch. Then you'll be the one to die, you bastard. The traitor was sent flying, blood splattering. Bobo looked at Choi Hyun-seok, its glowing yellow eyes suddenly turning into heart shapes, drool flowing freely. Bobo, eat, he commanded. Horrifying chewing sounds echoed. A blurry human figure was swallowed. Choi Hyun-seok commented coldly. It's eating heartily. It really ate. The quest board reappeared, but a piercing scream tore through the air. No! Rachel, the blonde angel, appeared in extreme panic, being fiercely chased by Bobo. This is too much, isn't it? She screamed. Rachel desperately cried for help. Rachel, save me. Choi Hyun-seok calmly watched the chaotic scene, indifferently saying, Hey, stand still for a bit, or it'll get hungry again. Amidst the chaos, Choi Hyun-seok's eyes suddenly gleamed, a bold idea having just sparked in his mind. A special item appeared on the system interface. Giant bone, capable of enchanting dogs. Could it be this is the solution? Bobo still growled angrily, its glowing yellow eyes seemingly wanting to swallow everything around it, its roars echoing throughout the space. Grinning widely, Choi Hyun-seok held up the pristine white bone, his tone teasing. You want it, don't you? He threw the bone hard, shouting, Then go fetch it. Bobo immediately lunged after it, a black blur streaking across the stone floor. The agile beast snatched the bone mid-air, its eyes still a bit fierce. Rachel, exhausted, stumbled against the wall, grumbling, You found this. Why not a little sooner? Choi Hyun-seok boasted smugly. All thanks to my genius mind, noticing every tiny detail. At this rate, The quest will be completed without any problems. But his joy was short-lived. Bobo suddenly growled, its blood-red eyes fixed on him. No problems, huh? The large bone was now just a small piece in Bobo's mouth, the beast still baring its fangs and growling. It seems the bone wasn't enough to fill it up. Choi Hyun-suk thought to himself. Do I really have to go find fresh meat? Rachel asked, worriedly. Are you really going to take it outside? Choi Hyun-suk's eyes narrowed, a clear determination showing. He had to figure out a way. Think, Choi Hyun-suk. If you don't want to be eaten, think. Bobo's growls seemed to urge him on. In the critical moment, a light flashed. He gritted his teeth, trying to recall, then growled, Go! Strangely, the beast suddenly transformed into an adorable fluff ball, its round eyes bewildered. Woof! Choi Hyun-suk sighed in relief, coaxing and leading Bobo to find the kitchen, even though he didn't know the way himself. Come on, there's good food this way. Go! Rachel suddenly had an idea, watching a goblin dart past. Maybe we should ask that goblin. Choi Hyun-suk quickly called the goblin back, politely asking for directions. The green-skinned goblin turned back in surprise, stammering, Who are you? Why is a human here? But before he could finish, a terrifying growl echoed. Bobo appeared, its eyes blazing red like fire, bearing sharp, menacing fangs. The goblin was utterly terrified, falling to the floor, trembling. Choi Hyun-suk quickly explained, Oh, it's nothing. Just time to take Bobo for a walk. Bobo aggressively lunged forward, licking the poor goblin. Choi Hyun-suk frantically intervened. Oh no, Bobo. You can't just eat indiscriminately like that. Choi Hyun-suk tried to calm the situation, explaining that from now on, he would be Bobo's caretaker. He didn't forget to ask again. By the way, do you know where the kitchen is? The goblin was still terrified, only managing to stammer, The kitchen. You just need to go to the left. Then ran off at full speed. Choi Hyun-suk watched the goblin's retreating figure, thinking to himself, Anyway, just getting meat from the kitchen will complete the quest, right? He smiled confidently. Suddenly, Rachel's voice rang out, full of sarcasm. How ridiculous. You're not planning to spend your whole life cleaning up after this stray dog, are you? Choi Hyun-suk flinched. He turned around, an image of a beautiful blonde lady appearing in his mind, dreaming of a bright future. I have a dream of meeting a blonde lady and marrying her, as if it were destiny. But harsh reality struck. Choi Hyun-suk was stunned, his eyes wide. Rachel appeared, her pristine white wings spread high, her face full of annoyance, shouting loudly, Hey, you little dog, where did you disappear to? Rachel's voice continued to echo, full of sarcasm. How ridiculous, you're not planning to spend your whole life cleaning up after this stray dog, are you? Choi Hyun-suk still dreamed of the blonde lady in his dreams, her image lingering in his mind. But then, he was pulled back to harsh reality, his eyes wide with astonishment and panic. Rachel still stood there, her angelic wings prominent against the blue sky, continuing to scold. You little dog, where did you disappear to? Rachel continued to scold, her sharp voice echoing. The brown-haired young man could only cover his face and cry, a feeling of helplessness overwhelming him as the angel girl blamed him for everything. Then, the blonde girl suddenly pointed in another direction, her sharp eyes commanding him. An urgent signal, as if something dangerous was approaching. Before he could understand what was happening, a black shadow darted past. It was Bobo, the black-furred pet, shooting off like an arrow, leaving faint trails of dust behind. Seeing Bobo, Choi Hyun-suk's face immediately changed. His worry vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. He was overjoyed, as if his own child had just returned. But when Bobo lifted its head, a horrifying sight met his eyes. Fresh blood splattered around its mouth. A voice rang out, calling it, Your Majesty, leaving Choi Hyun-suk stunned. Bad news spread like wildfire. Captain Regis is dead. Who was the culprit? Vows of revenge echoed, while Choi Hyun-suk remained bewildered, unable to believe his ears. Rachel leaned close to his ear and whispered something that made him shiver. The culprit. It must be Bobo, right? Her words were like a knife piercing his innocence. Panicked, he ran like mad, Rachel still urging him from behind. Hero, are we going to die? Really die? Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Just run. Running to the end of the road, a towering stone wall appeared. Wait, a dead end? He exclaimed in despair, realizing he had been cornered. A swarm of hideous goblins appeared, surrounding him. A human killed the captain, huh? They whispered, their gruesome smiles evident. I'll eat your arm like a chicken wing. Other goblins also clamored, their eyes full of craving. Hope the captain hasn't been fully digested yet. I'll tear apart both the human and the dog, then share them, they said, preparing for their disgusting feast. In that life-or-death moment, Choi Hyun-suk calmed himself. Calm down, Hyun-suk. A man must keep his composure. He gritted his teeth, preparing to face them. Fury erupted in his eyes. "Have you ever seen such wretched creatures?" he roared, his indignation turning into strength. Before him was a sea of goblins, hundreds of them brandishing weapons. They were overwhelmingly numerous, but his gaze remained firm, not backing down. Suddenly, Bobo nestled in his arms, its glowing yellow eyes staring directly at the goblins. A voice rang out, full of pride. "Who do you think this brave one beside me is?" Amidst the goblin encirclement, a trembling soldier blurted out, disbelieving his ears. "Isn't that just a monster?" Those disrespectful words were like adding fuel to the fire, causing Choi Hyun-suk to explode. He growled, his eyes sparking with fury. "Oh my God! How dare you speak so disrespectfully!" He hugged Bobo tightly, his eyes full of pride. "This is the only one." Bobo in his arms snorted, full of disdain. The goblins began to murmur, panicking as they recognized the name Bobo, Legion Commander Himis's pet. "No way! It must be a human trick." Bobo spoke, its tone sarcastic. "You can't believe Bobo is Bobo. How pathetic." The goblins looked bewildered, not understanding its meaning. A cunning smile spread across Choi Hyun-suk's lips. He whispered, "Demon mode, activate." Bobo's eyes suddenly glowed red, full of killing intent. Without hesitation, Bobo shot off like a black arrow, its sharp fangs sinking into the nearest goblin. Growls echoed, mixed with screams. The goblin shrieked miserably as it was torn apart. Choi Hyun-suk watched, calmly remarking, "An unleashed dog is truly terrifying." In a flash, Bobo had taken down a series of goblins, standing atop a pile of white bones. The remaining ones prostrated themselves, trembling and apologizing. "We're sorry, Bobo. We didn't recognize you." The system appeared, announcing that his charm stat had skyrocketed thanks to subduing countless demon legions. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised. "Oh, this counts as my achievement too? Sweet." From above, a familiar figure appeared. Legion Commander Himis, with a mysterious smile, spoke. "Oh? I was wondering why it was so noisy." She looked down at Choi Hyun-suk, her blindfolded eyes holding a mischievous glint. "So it turns out the new recruit is causing a ruckus?" The scene shifted to a luxurious, splendid room. Legion Commander Himis's office. Himis sat on her chair, a meaningful smile on her face, questioning Choi Hyun-suk. "So, you survived by selling out me and Bobo, huh?" Choi Hyun-suk knelt on the ground, bowing his head in confession. "I have committed a grave sin," Himis teased, making Choi Hyun-suk look up with a puzzled expression. "Oh my, why the long face? That was a compliment, you know." Her voice was sweet, but held a sharp edge. She leaned in, her slender finger lifting his chin. "You act quite human, don't you? It's good to see you're intelligent, unlike the fools around here." Her words were light, but full of contempt. He frowned, a sense of unease rising. "And you have guts, too, unlike a normal human," Himis continued, leaving Choi Hyun-suk only able to stammer in response. She returned to her throne, her gaze distant. "Our Demon King's army usually solves everything with brute force. Because of that, we have quite a few headaches." A harsh truth was revealed. Choi Hyun-suk looked up, trying to understand her meaning. "When you say headaches?" he asked, but Himis only smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough." Himis's smile grew more enchanting. "So I wonder, what about you? Do you want to become a high-ranking official?" A surprising, tempting offer. He was stunned, as if struck by lightning. "Me? A high-ranking official? Me? Just like that?" A flurry of big questions swirled in his mind. Himis looked around the splendid room. "Of course, it's too soon now. But I can't keep using Bobo and my name to protect you forever, can I?" A glowing red magic circle appeared, imbued with ancient power. In the Demon King's army, there's a system called a decisive match that allows you to seize another's rank. She calmly laid out the conditions. "For now, I will officially protect you for 1 month. In return, you must fight a decisive match against someone I choose within that month and win. Each time you win, I will extend your protection by another month." Her eyes flashed with cunning. "If you gradually climb the ranks until you become a battalion commander, you might be somewhat useful." Choi Hyun-suk swallowed, his anxiety evident. What if I lose?" he asked, his voice trembling. She sneered, her face contorting in the glowing red light. "Don't think you'll die peacefully. You'll regret not dying immediately in the match." A spine-chilling threat. He walked away, his mind heavy. Accepted to avoid being killed, but I didn't expect her to choose an opponent for me to fight immediately. "It seems I'll have to say goodbye to the hero in another month." He turned to Rachel, his face frustrated. "Hey, didn't you say my potential was SSS rank?" She replied, her tone indifferent. "So, the farewell has been confirmed? Don't you know what potential means?" The angel Rachel coldly retorted, asserting that potential was merely ability, not guaranteed power. Choi Hyun-suk thought to himself, even a dedicated angel like her couldn't be bothered to cheer him on. Suddenly, a horrifying sight met his eyes. The kitchen door was covered in fresh blood. "Don't tell me this is the kitchen!" he exclaimed in panic. He pushed the door open slightly, his eyes full of unease, trying to ask in fear, "Excuse me, is there any chance that—" A red-skinned orc with sharp fangs turned to look at him. "Ah, so you're the human the commander mentioned." The brute introduced himself as Kulkin, the Legion's chef, then asked Choi Hyunsuk what he was doing there. Choi Hyunsuk nervously said he wanted to find snacks for Bobo, preferably fresh meat. Kulkin sneered, asking if Bobo's caretaker had changed again. But then, the chef unexpectedly refused outright, leaving Choi Hyunsuk bewildered. Huh? Kulkin explained that Legion Commander Hemis's order was only to leave Choi Hyunsuk alone, not to require him to help. Choi Hyunsuk tried to plead, using Bobo as an excuse. Kulkin pondered, appearing to consider it. Chef Kulkin's eyes glinted with cunning, and he looked at Choi Hyunsuk meaningfully. "If you really need meat," a gruesome sight appeared. Kulkin's hand swung a knife, chopping down onto a block of fresh red meat, followed by a chilling sneer. Kulkin spoke coldly. "Then you should go hunt for yourself, like those guys." He saw the goblins devouring, discussing the delicious belly meat of the caretaker who died yesterday. Choi Hyunsuk was aghast, horrified by the scene before him. "Are those guys really chefs? No matter how you look at it, they're just butchers, aren't they?" He lowered his head, his eyes full of confusion as he looked at the towering Kulkin. "Hunt for ingredients myself? What does that mean?" Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Choi Hyunsuk charged at the giant wild boar monster, its growls echoing. "Butcher it! It'll be our dinner tonight." He wondered, why was he dragged into this mess? The boar attacked frantically, blood splattering as an unfortunate soul was tossed aside. "That bastard killed Morgan!" Furious shouts erupted, signaling a bloody revenge. The so-called hunt turned out to be nothing but reckless attacks. A goblin fell in a pool of blood. In this situation, it was hard to tell who would be whose meal. "What should we do, hero? Just run away?" the fairy Rachel asked. He scoffed. "You want me to weave through this crowd like a miracle?" He looked down at the bloodstains pooling at his feet. If he just stood still, he would be in danger too. Perhaps it was time to act. "Hey, human!" He suddenly heard a call. "Yes, I'll charge in," Choi Hyunsuk replied, preparing to rush into battle. But a deep voice boomed. "No need." The massive red-skinned Kulkin appeared from behind, his muscles bulging. "The first hunt is over," he declared. The giant wild boar lay slumped in the bloody battlefield, surrounded by countless corpses. Choi Hyunsuk was stunned. How did he catch it after being so heavily injured? A goblin reported. 12 dead, many injured. Kulkin merely replied, "The losses are still too great." He looked at the scene, a sense of unease rising within him. "Good, excellent. Take a short break, then we'll find the next target." Kulkin gave a thumbs up, a satisfied look on his face. Choi Hyunsuk secretly wondered, does this guy care about any lives at all? Amidst the pile of corpses and pools of blood, Choi Hyunsuk turned to Rachel. "I've thought it through. Let's cancel the escape plan." She was surprised. "What? Are you seriously thinking of hunting monsters fairly among that crowd, hero? With those meager stats?" Rachel questioned. "No. Why would I do that?" he replied. He explained. "Stats usually increase when leveling up, right? That means you just need experience to level up." Rachel was confused. "Yes, but how would you get experience in this situation?" "So what I mean, Island," he looked at her, his eyes full of calculation. "Do you gain experience even if you only land the finishing blow?" Rachel's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yes, that's right, but," Rachel stammered, "that's a rather cowardly way." The fairy seemed to disapprove of the idea. "Thanks for the info." Choi Hyunsuk turned, his gaze resolute. "All right, let's go back." A new plan had taken shape. In this precarious situation, Choi Hyunsuk knew he couldn't be picky. If the Legion commander was truly serious, he had to find every way to get stronger before the end of the month. In the green forest, Choi Hyunsuk smiled as he called out to Kulkin, the large chef, looking surprised. "Oh, human. I thought you had run away, but I didn't expect you to be here." Choi Hyunsuk forced a smile, secretly thinking this guy was truly sharp. He had to put on a good act. Ha. Actually, Choi Hyunsuk lied. "I've decided to join Demon King Wu Wei's army in this battle." His words stunned Kulkin, whose eyes glowed red as he stared at Choi Hyunsuk. Choi Hyunsuk secretly thought, am I overdoing it? Officers usually like it when I say things like this, right? Unexpectedly, Kulkin burst into loud laughter, his face beaming. A human who dares to speak such bold words is truly adorable. Choi Hyunsuk continued to flatter, bowing his head. "It's all thanks to the influence of the great chef." Kulkin nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Very good. I'll let you lead the next hunt." Choi Hyunsuk was astonished. The chef further explained that the leading position was the most honorable, and normally wouldn't be given to a newcomer, but he would make an exception for Choi Hyunsuk. Choi Hyunsuk feigned refusal. saying he wasn't worthy and worried others would complain. He didn't want to be pushed to the front lines this early. Suddenly, a small goblin ran over frantically, calling out to Kulkan non-stop. Kulkan frowned, asking, "What's wrong?" The goblin panted, reporting, "Monsters are attacking." Choi Hyun-suk heard the familiar howl, recognizing it as a pack of urine. He secretly thought, of all times, a pack of urine appears. His eyes filled with worry. He hastily asked, "Is the situation dangerous?" Kulkan, the massive chef, scoffed in response to Choi Hyun-suk. "Not really, but Urun meat is terrible." He seemed nonchalant, as if the pack of monsters wasn't worth bothering about. Choi Hyun-suk gripped his axe tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. "No other choice," he muttered to himself, ready to face the danger. Kulkan waved his hand, giving an order that echoed through the forest. "Everyone, grab your weapons. Come on. Let's add Urun stew to tonight's menu." The slaves all charged forward, their morale high. Choi Hyun-suk plunged into the midst of battle, his eyes sharp. "Excellent. Now I just need to land the finishing blow here." He aimed for the Urin's weak point, ready to deliver a fatal punch. Suddenly, Rachel, the blonde girl with angel wings, rushed forward shouting, "Hero, take this too!" She unleashed a stream of blue energy towards Choi Hyun-suk. The energy enveloped Choi Hyun-suk. A system panel appeared. Health and strength slightly increased. Duration, 3 minutes. He exclaimed in surprise, "This island?" Rachel smoothed her hair smugly, chuckling. "Hey, don't be too moved." She seemed proud of her timely assistant. "Quick!" Rachel cried out in pain as Choi Hyun-suk immediately turned back and delivered a devastating punch to her head. He snapped, "If you had something like this, you should have given it to me sooner." He spun around, charging towards the urine, his fist ready. "All right, here I come. The finishing blow is mine." Rachel was still screaming behind him, having been knocked away. In the decisive moment, Choi Hyun-suk focused intensely, his burning desires clear in his mind. "Blonde lady, children like rabbits, exactly 5 of them, no more, no less." His punch tore through the air, creating a dazzling streak of light that ripped through the night. The urine couldn't react to that terrifying speed. He charged like a whirlwind. Other urine around him were knocked back, blood splattering. "My retirement fund," he roared, determined to protect his future. Choi Hyun-suk delivered the final punch, piercing the urine's heart. Fresh blood splattered. "I'll protect it myself," he shouted, his eyes blazing. Without hesitation, a series of system panels appeared. "Urun destroyed. Level up. Level up. Level up." Choi Hyun-suk stared, a little disappointed. Only 4 levels from one finishing blow? He flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with greed. "At this rate, I can reach level 20 by the end of the day." Finally, he saw the path to becoming stronger. Around him, other Yurun were still struggling with the slaves, blood staining the ground red. Choi Hyun-suk was ready for the next sweep. The enemy trembled, a blood-stained axe swinging in desperation. But that was just an excuse. With a decisive strike, he charged in, feigning a slip to deliver a fatal blow. A sinister smile spread across his lips, his eyes gleaming with delight. Blood and power, that's what he craved. Finishing blows. "All the finishing blows in this world are mine," he roared, delivering a final punch, claiming ownership of every victory. Amidst the battlefield strewn with bones and blood, he stood tall, alone among the monster corpses. The sun still shone indifferently. Rachel asked blankly if the battle was over. He calmly replied, praising his buff charm, his expression strangely serene. He scanned the battlefield, confirming all monsters had been eliminated. Cleaned up, time to head back. Suddenly, savage laughter echoed. Chef Kulkan and the goblins were feasting on monster meat, bones scattered everywhere. The red-skinned chef growled, waving a massive piece of meat. "Bring me something even bigger." He was still not satisfied. He froze, eyes wide. What the hell was happening? A rough hand rested on his shoulder. "Hey, Choi Hyun-suk!" A deep voice rumbled from behind him. Chef Kulkan stood towering behind him, still chewing on a mouthful of meat. "What are you looking at?" he asked, his eyes annoyed. "Chef!" he exclaimed in shock. "Is it okay to eat military rations like that?" Kulkan smirked. "That's a chef's privilege. Monster meat loses its flavor if left too long." He continued to chew ravenously. How could ordinary soldiers taste fresh meat like this? "Delicious meat is the meaning of life," he declared, a smug look on his face. He was dumbfounded. "This is a privilege? Are your lives worth so little? Is there no union or something?" A question full of indignation and shock. Kulkan threw a large piece of meat towards him. "Eat up, Hyun-seok. You fought bravely too. You deserve this piece of meat." Holding the rewarded piece of meat, Choi Hyun-suk was still in shock. "This is a privilege? Are your lives worth so little? Is there no union or something?" But then, he wondered, do all these cooks Risk their lives just for a piece of raw meat? He took a bite, trying to taste it. Although the meat had a rich aroma, it was still raw. The meat isn't bad. It has a rich, meaty smell. A look of displeasure appeared on his face as he chewed. But it's too bland and tough. Honestly, if this were in Korea, it would be bombed with bad reviews and shut down immediately. He looked at the goblins happily gnawing, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Are they risking their lives for this rotten meat? Suddenly, an idea flashed in the young man's mind. What if he could make food better than this? Rachel stood behind him, confused, asking, "Hero, what did you just say?" A sinister smile spread across his lips, his eyes full of determination. "If I can conquer these guys, even control them as I wish, I will become the god of cooking." Rachel still worried. "Hero, are you listening to me?" Without waiting for Rachel's reaction, he raised his hand, decisively ordering, "Open the hero shop!" The blonde girl exclaimed in shock. "What?" A virtual interface appeared before his eyes. He looked at his remaining points, his gaze resolute. Only 70 points left after buying Bobo's toy bone. I'll use all my last points on this skill. And not just a skill, he wanted something else. A radiant, confident smile. And this item, a dazzling blue light erupted from his palm, spreading throughout the space, signaling that something had just been activated. Rachel was completely shocked. She screamed in utter bewilderment, "Hero, what the hell did you just buy?" The screen clearly displayed an F-rank cooking skill and a jar of seasoned salt. "Let me show you, you stupid demons. Cooking skill F-rank. The more you cook, the better you get. Item, seasoned salt. Contains a large amount of MSG. The pinnacle of Korean cuisine." Rachel still couldn't believe her eyes. "Just salt? Do you really have that many points left?" He scoffed, full of self-satisfaction. "Oh, little bird, do you still not understand the intentions of this phoenix?" He looked at the steaming meat, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. Seeing is believing. Watch this. Holding the jar of seasoned salt, he began to sprinkle it onto the meat. Each sparkling grain fell, promising a miraculous transformation. This, with its primal umami, will conquer your taste buds. With a sinister smile, he sprinkled a little more, declaring proudly, "Matzo gum." After the divine seasoning, the thigh meat was complete. The gravy glistened. The aroma was intoxicating. The Maillard reaction perfect. All converging to create a culinary masterpiece. A dish that made one salivate just by looking at it. The brown-haired young man excitedly held up the inviting piece of meat. "Chef, please try this." He looked at Kulkan, the large red-skinned chef, with expectant eyes. Kulkan seemed a little annoyed, but also curious. Kulkan politely refused. "I appreciate it, but I'm full." He tried to push the meat away, but the brown-haired young man was persistent. "Please accept my gratitude." He wouldn't give up. Choi Hyun-suk's eyes suddenly blazed with terrifying determination. "This meat was grilled with all my heart. If Great Kulkan tastes it, I'll have no regrets." His words were like an undeniable vow. Faced with such stubborn persistence, Kulkan finally gave in. All right. Just this once." He took a large bite, his eyes widening in surprise, his taste buds exploding. A jolt ran down his spine. "Wait, this taste!" Kulkan was stunned. All his senses awakened by the irresistible deliciousness. He had never tasted anything so wonderful. Memories flooded back, taking Kulkan to his shy childhood. The image of his caring mother asking, "My little Kulkan, shall I grill some meat for you? But first, let's visit the village chief. A timid, adorable boy. This is your share when you grow up." His mother's warm words echoed. Kulkan's tears fell, and he choked out, "Mom." The taste of the meat had touched the depths of his soul, evoking sacred maternal love. After the emotional moment, Kulkan generously gave Choi Hyun-suk a large bag of meat. "Thank you, chef." The brown-haired young man happily accepted it. "The meat is fresh for 2 days. Just drop by if you need more," Kulkan said, his eyes full of goodwill. With the heavy bag of meat, Choi Hyun-suk walked down the paved road. He headed towards Bobo's house, where his pet was waiting. His steps were light, full of anticipation. He opened the door, a radiant smile on his lips. "Bobo, Dad's hoe." Before he could finish, an unexpected sight greeted him. A dark shadow lunged. Bobo, the cat divided by Dog Demon, attacked ferociously, sharp fangs ready to tear. Choi Hyun-suk was startled and terrified. "Home already!" He reacted like lightning. With the reflexes of a champion, he raised his arm to block the attack. "Ahaya!" rang out, his powerful arm stopping Bobo's lunge, preventing any harm. But then, Bobo suddenly became docile. It licked the meat stuck to his arm, its big round eyes innocent. "Woof?" A small bark, as if it just wanted to eat. He chuckled, stroking his pet's head. "That's right. Eat up, my dear." Bobo devoured the meat. "You're a good house sitter, aren't you? If it's not enough, Dad will hunt more tomorrow," he said, doting. Bobo continued to eat, its eyes sparkling. Woof! A system notification appeared. Bobo's affection increased. Goal achieved. Hero quest completed. Received hero points 200. He smiled with satisfaction. Perfect plan! He laughed heartily, clenching his fist. Just as expected. Finally done. A sweet victory. A big step forward for the former champion. The angel girl Rachel appeared, her eyes curious. Oh, you completed the quest? He smirked, feeling as satisfied as eating a hot bowl of gookbap. Just save the points, you might need them later. The status screen appeared, clearly showing 22 bonus points, 200 hero points. He frowned, wondering why he had accumulated so many points. Rachel was surprised, explaining that bonus points were used to increase stats. Why haven't you used them? That's 22 points, such a waste. She looked annoyed. He shrugged, blaming the lack of guidance. Someone didn't bother to give any basic instructions. Rachel nodded vigorously. Oh, right. Well, let's start now. All right, this is a lesson from Coach Rachel. She flew around explaining, bonus points can be allocated to 4 main attributes: strength, stamina, agility, and magic. Strength is power, stamina is endurance, agility is speed. As for magic, that's what you're imagining. He asked about charm, and she replied that it was a hidden stat, only increasing through training. It's best to increase all 4 attributes evenly, Rachel advised. But he, with his combat experience, believed that focusing entirely on strength was the most effective. You don't understand, Rachel vehemently disagreed. Later on, magic will be extremely valuable. A body enhanced by magic is much stronger than pure muscle, he pondered thoughtfully. He began allocating points. Strength, agility, stamina, and magic were all enhanced. After confirming, he nodded. Not bad at all. Now go to the shop and learn basic magic control, Rachel ordered. He was bewildered. Magic control? What's that? It's a skill that helps you use basic magic, costing 100 hero points, she explained. He bent down to the screen, muttering as he searched. Basic magic control. But then, his eyes widened in surprise. It's not there? The most basic skill was nowhere to be found in the shop. Rachel panicked, her face drained of color. No way! This is a common item in the hero shop, she exclaimed. He sighed heavily, looking at Rachel with disappointment. I thought you'd be useful. Utterly useless from start to finish, Rachel retorted angrily. No, I'm telling the truth. It's really unfair. 3 weeks later, the world continued to turn, and new challenges awaited. After 3 weeks of nonstop grinding, Choi Hyun-suk finally reached level 100, collapsing from exhaustion next to Bobo, muttering that it took longer than he thought. He opened his status board, looked at the soaring numbers and the title Apprentice Hero, then sighed. Damn it. Is there any hero as miserable as me? Rachel, the little angel girl, flew around him, innocently asking, isn't your job the best? A lucrative job? Choi Hyun-suk roared, an image of Rachel being stomped flat appearing. Do you know how many times I almost died today? It usually takes half a year to reach level 100. He sat up, annoyed, looking at the sparkling Rachel. I just wanted to get closer. She still tried to make excuses, but he just replied, always causing trouble. Just then, a simple wooden door appeared, as if signaling something was about to happen. A crude goblin stepped out of the door, aggressively calling, Hey, Choi Hyun-suk, the monster tamer, the Legion commander has summoned you, get ready! And so, he was summoned to Himis's office, where the black-haired elf woman sat on a throne, smiling mysteriously. Welcome, Choi Hyun-suk. You look much better than before. She continued to observe, her blindfolded eyes still exuding sharpness. You've become much stronger. Your magic power seems to have doubled, Choi Hyun-suk proudly replied. It's all thanks to feeding Bobo fresh meat every day. Himis nodded. Even so, your growth rate is still too fast. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze deeply probing. Is it because of the hero's leveling system? Choi Hyun-suk flinched, cold sweat breaking out. Wait, she knows I'm a hero? When did she realize? Himis chuckled, looking at him as if she saw right through him. Oh, relax. I knew you were a hero the first time we met. He stammered, How did you? She replied, I know a madman who understands everything about heroes. Himis leaned back, her tone becoming serious. So, think about why I called you here. Choi Hyun-suk began to speculate, his face worried. Could it be training Bobo? A final match? Or, he stood up straight, his eyes firm, whispering. A match with me? Himis nodded, a mysterious smile. Exactly. Do you remember our agreement? He smirked, his eyes sharp, confidently replying to Himis. Of course. Legion Commander Himis sneered, her thin purple lips parting. Really? You still remember? Her smile vanished, replaced by a terrifying expression. Fiery red energy erupted, engulfing the space. Then why are you so complacent? Her voice echoed, full of menace. I know you're a hero, don't I? Do you think I wouldn't anticipate your unusual growth? If you don't want to die, try a little harder. For my entertainment. Understood, Choi Hyun-sok? Her sharp claws were like a warning, making him grit his teeth. When are audiences most excited? A spectacular performance? An overwhelming victory? Number. It's the moment of an unexpected comeback. He sat there, deep in thought. The psychology of that monster with the lips was no different, an unbeatable opponent, hoping for a spectacular upset. Her warning means that if things continue like this, I'm sure to lose. Rachel flew over in a panic. So what now? Are we going to die like this? He calmly replied, gesturing with his hand. I have a plan. Just relax. Before the match, it was crucial to understand the opponent. I need to know how strong she is, what skills she has. He looked at the virtual screen, his eyes sharp. Rachel was confused. But we only know her name. The final match is coming soon. How will you know? He looked down. A glowing object appeared.
There's an item I plan to buy from the hero shop.
Introducing Power Level Tester. A high-tech device appeared, capable of measuring an opponent's strength, stamina, agility, and magic. Rachel's eyes widened. Oh, a power tester? That's right. I'll use it to check her level, then train with a chef of a similar level. He smirked. A perfect, simulated battle. Rachel scoffed, calling Choi Hyun-sok a master of petty tactics. He retorted, sarcastically calling her a musclehead who couldn't think, the atmosphere between them full of tension and antagonism. The power testing device began to work, scanning Hemis. The number 375 appeared, making Rachel exclaim in surprise, 375? Is that high or low? Let me test you too, okay? Choi Hyun-sok confidently handed the device back, challenging Rachel to test his strength. Go ahead and test it, he said, his eyes full of anticipation. But when Rachel looked at the screen, her expression froze. Seeing this, Choi Hyun-sok asked, What's wrong? Can't you see it? Rachel was stunned, her eyes wide. She stammered, No, it's just. Hero, I think this thing is broken. The number 1,560 clearly appeared on the screen when Choi Hyun-sok was scanned. Rachel couldn't believe it, asserting that there was no way he could be stronger than her. He just smirked. Oh, I see, he scoffed. Or perhaps you're just too weak? Rachel flew up in a huff. He continued. A few months ago, even Rachel should have had at least 10,000 points. To prove the device wasn't broken, Choi Hyun-sok decided to test their house dog. Bobo was scanned, and a colossal number appeared. 47422. Both Rachel and Choi Hyun-sok were utterly shocked. We're both weaker than a dog? 47,422? He muttered, unable to believe his eyes. He tried to justify it. It must be a species advantage. Then decided, all right, then let's check the levels of others. Choi Hyun-sok put on his goggles, his eyes sharp as he looked forward. The easiest ones to test are goblins. He began scanning the surrounding creatures. The goblins' power numbers appeared one by one. 960, 1620, 1000, 350, 200, and 31. He concluded, the rest are about the same level as me. A shout rang out. Commander Volk is here. Greetings, everyone. A large, red-skinned creature appeared with a power level of 14300. He concluded, so anyone with a combat power over 10,000 is considered commander level. He asked, I have to fight the captain, right? A voice replied, that's right. His name is Kirkin, a pig-headed orc. Choi Hyun-sok calculated. The captain seems to have a combat power of around 3,000, so I can manage by leveling up. He looked towards the large, pig-headed orc, muttering its name, ready for the upcoming challenge. A devastating punch. Power erupted, but the number that appeared made him freeze. 6,671. What the hell is this? 6,671? He muttered, his eyes wide. This was an impossible challenge. They just wanted him dead. In the midst of despair, an unexpected heroic quest appeared. Defeating that muscular guy was unthinkable, but there was a chance. Achieve 3,000 combat power in 1 week. He was dumbfounded. This quest appeared suspiciously on time, as if someone was watching him. A voice rang out, Are you listening? All right, there's only one path. Live or die. His face hardened, determination blazing. Whether it's the Watcher or Hemis, he'll show them. He will survive at all costs. The next morning, in the kitchen area, a dried bloodstain on the door, signaling a new, not-so-peaceful day. He burst in, greeting loudly and clearly. Chef Kulkin, with his massive physique, turned to welcome him. Oh, welcome, Hyunsuk. Kulkan was curious about his unusual goggles. Where did you get those? Choi Hyunsuk grinned.
Ah, I saw a senior use them, so I got a pair for myself too.
Are those things popular among the youth? Kulkan mumbled, then ordered. Never mind. Prepare for the hunt, he replied assertively. Yes, sir. A data stream scanned through, revealing Kulkan's combat power. 35230. He was stunned. What? How is it so high? This isn't the power of a regular squad commander. It wasn't just the head chef who was unusual. A thought flashed through his mind. The other kitchen soldiers also possessed astonishing power. 1,969, 2,620, 2,350. He realized this kitchen squad was stronger than regular soldiers because they frequently faced monsters. If so, he could test himself against someone with power equivalent to Kirkin to gauge himself. He declared, Commander Kulkan, I want a sparring match with one of the kitchen soldiers. Kulkan was surprised. Kulkan frowned, seemingly annoyed. Hyunsuk, you're already strong enough for a human. There's no need to rush. If you refuse, I'll eat all the grilled meat today by myself, he teased. Immediately, Kulkan's expression changed, his eyes gleaming. I've been waiting for someone like you. Who do you want to fight? Time passed, and the goblins buzzed with chatter. The hunt was about to begin, yet what was happening? The commotion erupted. Hyunsuk is fighting Golbakum. Is he going to die today? No. Who will grill meat for me then? Golbakum's power was evident. 2,620 points, a formidable number. Two orcs sneered, uttering arrogant words. Well then, kill Golbakum first. Kulkan roared in anger. Shut up, you fools. Kulkan turned to Golbakum, his gaze sharp. You understand, Golbakum? Don't kill Hyunsuk. Just go easy, all right? Golbakum hesitated, his expression puzzled. Gah, Golbakum understands, he replied, but his eyes were still full of doubt. Kulkan merely watched in silence. Kulkan declared, Then let the sparring match begin. Choi Hyunsuk and Golbakum took their positions, ready to fight. He mumbled, Ready. Choi Hyunsuk's eyes gleamed with intense focus. A resounding shout tore through the air. Begin! The battle officially commenced. Without hesitation, Golbakum threw the first punch, as fast as lightning. Horrifying power was hidden within that fist. Golbakum was astonished, mumbling unconsciously, Hyunsuk won't kill. An obvious truth? Or a reminder to himself? Choi Hyunsuk charged like an arrow, unleashing a devastating punch. Take this, he roared, putting all his strength into the attack. Choi Hyunsuk's punch landed squarely on Golbakum, making the giant stumble. A punch purely based on instinct. A voice echoed, full of surprise. Golbakum counterattacked, but Choi Hyunsuk quickly dodged. His movements were agile, like a gust of wind passing by. He moved continuously, twisting to evade the opponent's relentless attacks. Each step was calculated, creating a graceful whirlwind. Suddenly, Choi Hyunsuk unleashed an extremely powerful hook, landing directly on Golbakum's face. The strike was precise, without mercy. Golbakum collapsed, motionless on the arena floor. And always victorious. Resounding shouts. Hyunsuk wins! Golbakum lost? What just happened? It was too fast to see. The entire crowd was stunned. The crowd was still in shock. An astonished exclamation echoed. A single kick knocked him out? Amidst the majestic northern black forest, Choi Hyunsuk walked leisurely, seemingly enjoying his recent victory. He had defeated an orc with double his combat power with a single blow. A remarkable feat. He smirked, thinking to himself, that proves combat power is just a number, not an absolute measure. If I keep getting stronger, I can easily win battles. Suddenly, a small goblin frantically reported to Kulkan, Commander, many Talus cubs have appeared ahead. Kulkan frowned. Really? Is this area a Talus habitat? This is trouble. Choi Hyunsuk wondered, What's wrong? Isn't Talus meat good? Kulkan replied, No, Talus meat is quite good, especially the bone marrow. That's a premium delicacy. But Kulkan looked worried. Talus live in packs. They have strong maternal instincts, so attacking their young can be very dangerous. Choi Hyunsuk asked again, Oh, so we're giving up the hunt today? Kulkan was firm, but because Talus meat is delicious, we can't pass them up. The decision was made. Kulkan raised his cleaver high, shouting assertively, Everyone, charge! Today we'll have Talus stew! The battle cry echoed. Hurrah! Talus stew! Don't let any escape! Kill them all! Don't let the fluids spill out! The giant Talus roared fiercely, its green eyes glowing with rage. Amidst the chaotic battle, Choi Hyunsuk charged forward, but another Talus blocked his path. He was annoyed. Hey, why are you blocking the way? A cunning smile appeared on Choi Hyunsuk's face. He thought to himself, Today's experience points are here. The finishing blow is mine. Among countless fallen talus skulls, Choi Hyun-sok delivered the final blow, the system's voice echoing, "All right, here's the final blow. Level up, level up." A teasing voice rang out. "What a delicious kill steal, hero." Choi Hyun-sok replied gleefully. "Isn't it? This is why I like working in the kitchen." Choi Hyun-sok, laughing gleefully, suddenly flinched, looking up at the clear blue sky. A tiny speck of light darted across his vision. His smile vanished. Choi Hyun-sok's face changed. A surge of fiery red energy erupted, signaling something ominous. What the hell is this? Amidst the forest of fallen talus skulls, a colossal figure rose. The Talus Queen. A terrifying scream echoed. Her golden eyes, as cold and sharp as death, gleamed in the darkness. That gaze was enough to make all things tremble, signaling a new nightmare. The massive form of the Talus Queen became clear, surrounded by countless smaller skulls. Her overwhelming power made space itself seem to shatter. A horrifying growl escaped from her sharp fangs. Bloodlust and brutality emanated from every breath. Choi Hyun-suk frowned, his eyes full of worry. Just how strong is it for everyone to be this panicked, he wondered. The system displayed unmeasurable, leaving Choi Hyun-suk speechless. An enemy beyond all limits, a true nightmare. His feet took a step back, his shoes scraping on the dry ground. Survival instinct told him to retreat, but would there be enough time? A panicked goblin shouted, "Chef, what should we do?" Choi Hyun-suk clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. Kulkan, the chef, fled in disarray, shouting, "Everyone, survive and see you again!" Choi Hyun-suk was furious. This irresponsible guy? A painful scream tore through the air. Choi Hyun-suk was hit. Fresh blood splattering, his face contorted in pain. The Talus Queen unleashed a destructive blow, flattening everything. "Everyone, scatter!" Choi Hyun-suk yelled in despair. A bloody goblin hand reached out, trembling. "Where's the chef?" A lost cry amidst the chaotic battlefield. The Talus Queen growled, her golden eyes staring at the survivors. Her hunt had only just begun. The terrifying roar of the Talus Queen tore through the air, a gruesome sound echoing across the devastated battlefield. Her golden eyes stared at the survivors. The hunt had only just begun. Choi Hyun-suk flinched in horror, a chilling sensation running down his spine as he realized the threat. He exclaimed, "Ugh! What kind of monstrous spider has such a terrifying roar?" A desperate scream rang out, piercing the chaos. "Hero, look behind you!" The warning came too late, but was enough to sow ultimate fear. "Behind me?" Choi Hyun-suk spun around, his eyes wide with horror at the sight before him. The colossal Talus Queen and countless Talus cubs had surrounded them. Death was imminent. There was no other choice but to run. No other way. Just run. Choi Hyun-suk roared, charging madly, leaving behind the pack of Talus cubs in hot pursuit. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. "Run! Save me!" The other survivors were also fleeing in panic, but the Talus cubs were too numerous, too fast. Blood had been shed. He knew if he stopped for even a second, death would come. "If I stop for even a moment, I'll die." Choi Hyun-suk gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed, trying to accelerate. He had to escape this hell by himself. "I have to escape on my own." The angry growls of the Talus and the desperate screams of those captured echoed. "No, I don't want to die." Choi Hyun-suk panted, exhausted after the terrifying escape. Before him was a dark cave, an unexpected exit in the deep forest. "There's a cave here? Is it safe?" he wondered, recalling Rachel's words. "It's empty inside." Rachel checked it earlier, though not entirely trusting. He knew this was the only option. "Honestly, I don't quite believe it, but at least it's safer than an open forest." He stepped deeper inside. The cave was vast and towering. "It's quite deep. Is this a natural cave?" he wondered, sensing the mystery of the place. A thought suddenly flashed, making him shiver. Even the Talus Queen could fit in here. Then he suddenly realized something horrifying. The Talus Queen! He froze, his eyes wide with horror, staring at the grotesque green slime clinging to the rock wall. "Wait, don't tell me." "No way!" Choi Hyun-suk roared in despair. "Didn't the chef say there were no Talus nearby? I've been wondering for a while, but is this spider silk?" If that's true, if this green slime is Talus spider silk, then perhaps a tragedy awaits. Choi Hyun-suk, with horrified eyes, wondered if this place was truly the Talus's nest. Chef Kulkan's words suddenly became a haunting thought. Spider silk was strung everywhere, clinging to the rock walls like a deadly trap. He realized, this isn't good. This isn't good at all. A brilliant green energy burst, signaling the appearance of an adult Talus. "We have to leave immediately!" Choi Hyun-suk roared. A colossal Talus with a terrifying skull-like head charged to attack. "An adult Talus just appeared. I see it clearly." Choi Hyun-suk dodged and retaliated. He frantically fled, a voice ringing out.
Hero, is this the right way?
Choi Hyun-suk replied in despair.
How would I know? This is my first time too.
While fleeing, his foot unexpectedly stepped on something. What's that? He exclaimed in surprise, a feeling of disgust welling up. A giant talus queen emerged from the ground, growling furiously. Why now? Choi Hyun-suk fumed, the situation growing more dangerous. With no other choice, he bent down and grabbed the sticky, round object he had just stepped on. Whatever it is, find something to use as a weapon. He swung hard, throwing the object towards the monster. Get out of the way! An angry shout rang out, accompanied by his attack. The talus queen let out a piercing shriek, as if injured or extremely enraged. The sound tore through the air. The giant talus queen stopped attacking, her glowing yellow eyes fixed on the object he had just thrown, cradling it with a soft growl. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised. What? The attack stopped. He speculated. Was it distracted because it wanted to grab that thing? A voice rang out. It seems to like what the hero threw. Round, sticky, slimy. Choi Hyun-suk stared at the object in the queen's hand, a horrifying truth dawning on him. It looks like a talus egg. He smirked, a cold glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. I see, the talus queen roared, clutching the egg tightly. Enough, you crazy monsters! A piercing shriek tore through the air as the second egg was thrown. Oh, it worked! It really worked! All right, let's begin. He delivered a powerful kick, swirling the air. The kick sliced through the wind, creating a whirlwind. Wow, Talus shows impressive catching skills. Rachel's silhouette suddenly appeared, her sharp eyes assessing. It must be due to its monster physique. All right, Choi Hyun-suk, what's your next move? He sneered, his eyes blazing. Is there anything to choose? The man looked insane, licking his lips. If it's eggs, I have over 100 more, the Talus Queen growled, the eggs in her hands already cracked.
Oh no, they're all broken! Are you guys tired? Even Rachel does better than that!
Rachel, bring the next egg, he ordered, but Rachel's silhouette replied with surprise. Huh? The next egg? That was the last one. What? Shock hit him, his face changing color. A terrifying roar echoed, tearing through the night. Hero, it's charging at us! A panic scream rang out as the giant Talus monster charged. Quick, power up! The Talus Queen furiously delivered a devastating blow, shaking the ground. A voice rang out, providing strength. It's weakened from catching eggs! Focus, Choi Hyun-suk. You can win. The Talus Queen let out a mournful wail as Choi Hyun-suk's fatal attack tore through the air, piercing straight into her. Choi Hyun-suk's face showed a look of madness, his eyes gleaming with determination as he poured all his strength into the ultimate punch. A burst of energy erupted, the Hyun-suk slash striking like lightning, crushing everything in its path. The Talus Queen was violently knocked back, her body writhing in pain, her screams echoing throughout the cave. Choi Hyun-suk stood still, panting amidst the rubble. Level up, notifications appearing consecutively. He wondered, did I win? A butterfly-shaped light spirit appeared, fluttering around Choi Hyun-suk, asking worriedly, Hero, are you all right? Choi Hyun-suk sighed, complaining, No, I feel like I'm going to die from stress. The light spirit urged, Let's quickly go somewhere else. The light spirit began to use healing magic. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised. Oh, you're using healing spells now too? Investing points in magic was worth it. She replied, It's not much. It only stops bleeding, so use it carefully. Choi Hyun-suk nodded, beginning to allocate his stats. He said, All right. Just allocate the stats, and let's quickly head back. He smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, Finally, the balance between magic and other stats is stable. I don't fully understand how to use it yet, but this is an investment for the future. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Choi Hyun-suk was startled, wondering, That voice, is it Choi Hyun-suk? A giant silhouette gradually became clear. Kulkan appeared, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! I can't believe you're still alive! Choi Hyun-suk replied.
Well, what about you, Kulkan? Why are you here?
Kulkan scratched his head, explaining. I was running away and found this cave. I guess we're both lucky. However, Kulkan's smile faded, and he said with a serious expression, But this is a Talus lair. Choi Hyun-suk was horrified when he realized the sticky things on the ground were Talus eggs. Kulkan confirmed, This is their hatchery. You'd better run quickly. Choi Hyun-suk was stunned. Oh my God. Kulkan, despite just warning of danger, gleefully held a Talus egg. He drooled. Talus eggs. A delicacy even high-ranking officers dream of. Now right before me? Choi Hyun-suk frantically pulled Kulkan, shouting, Chef, snap out of it. We have to escape. But the chef still couldn't take his eyes off the tempting prey. Kulkan casually took a large bite of the Talus egg, explaining, My pursuers must have entered the nest by now. Besides, you'd need at least a legion commander to take down the Talus Queen. Just let me enjoy this last meal. After a while of running, Choi Hyun-sok and Kulkan rushed into a dark room. The young man sighed in relief. A room! A room! Phew! Did we finally escape? But their joy was short-lived as they encountered a group of goblins. One goblin was surprised. Oh, even the chef is here! Choi Hyun-sok replied sarcastically. You're the ones who almost died, huh? How lucky there's food, too. Clutching the talus egg tightly, Choi Hyun-sok pondered. Is this really my last meal? His eyes flashed with determination. No! He couldn't accept such a meaningless end. Choi Hyun-sok gritted his teeth. No, I can't let that happen. I haven't even had a proper feast prepared by my future wife yet. Clenching his fists, Choi Hyun-sok's will to survive blazed. He swore, I won't let it end meaninglessly like this. I will escape again, no matter the cost. At the same time, in a luxurious office, Rydrun bowed to Legion Commander Hemis. Another world, another story was unfolding. Hemis, with an elegant demeanor, asked Rydrun, You're always so stiff, aren't you? Have you completed the task I assigned you? Rydrun replied decisively, Yes. We successfully captured the next saint of the Holy Empire, exactly as you instructed. Hemis stroked Rydrun's head with satisfaction, praising, As expected of Rydrun, you are truly impressive, breaking through that fanatical group in just 3 weeks. Truly remarkable. Rydrun was slightly embarrassed, softly saying, Thank you for the compliment. The ruler's dignity seemed to vanish before the praise. As Hemis was about to touch Rydrun's face, an unexpected knock on the door rang out, interrupting their private moment. A goblin rushed in, annoying Hemis. He stammered, Commander, urgent news. The hurried voice signaled a new incident. Hemis frowned, her voice cold. Kitchen staff went to get ingredients. Another incident? Isn't that a daily occurrence? Why is it suddenly urgent? The goblin replied tremblingly, Hemis's eyes suddenly widening. This time, it's on a larger scale. The Talus Queen suddenly appeared. A soft, oh my God, escaped her lips. Rydrun, with a tense expression, continued, What about Choi Hyun-sok? The goblin shrieked, his face panicked. Choi Hyun-sok's caretaker is also missing! Choi Hyun-se. Missing? Rydrun repeated, his voice heavy. The entire room fell into an eerie silence, signaling an unforeseen disaster. In the dark cave, a goblin and Kulkan were raising their cups cheering, To our death and glory! Kulkan laughed loudly. Yes, yes, a toast to them, Kulkan drunkenly slurred. See you in Valhalla, brave kitchen comrades. Ugh! Suddenly, a book slammed straight into his head. Snap out of it! Choi Hyun-sok growled. Kulkan clutched his head, dazed. What's going on? The bright red book was still imprinted on his face, like a violent wake-up call. Choi Hyun-sok coldly explained. You were affected by evil magic, so I used a secret weapon to wake you up. A monster encyclopedia appeared, clearly displaying information and required hero points. The book opened, the first page clearly showing information about Talus. Spider-like monsters living in colonies, extremely hard legs. Ancient script surrounded it, creating a mysterious aura. The page continued to instruct. To defeat Talus, aim for the relatively weaker body parts, especially the head. The image of a spider-like creature with a skull head appeared gruesomely. Important information continued. Talus body fluid is highly flammable, and its eggs contain flammable liquid like bombs. Talus layers are also highly flammable, so avoid using fire. Kulkan gleefully raised a Talus egg. If we escape, I'll treat everyone to an unlimited luxurious monster steak feast to celebrate our survival. 2 other goblins also cheered. Whoa! Let's go! Kulkan and the goblins were excited. Choi Hyun-sok clenched his fists, telling himself, That's right, Hyun-sok. If you want a buffet, you have to survive first. Kulkan and 2 goblins surrounded Choi Hyun-sok, asking, So, what's the plan? Choi Hyun-sok smiled confidently. I've got it. Choi Hyun-sok roared, clutching the Talus egg. Remember the plan. Absolutely do not stop under any circumstances. His eyes blazed with determination. Choi Hyun-sok roared, his cold eyes commanding his team. Run non-stop until we get out. The whole group responded in unison, their morale high. Then, charge! He shouted, leading the formation as they shot forward like an arrow, leaving the dark cave behind. But before they could celebrate, a gruesome swarm of Talus with skeletal skull heads blocked their path, growling menacingly. Kulkan, prepare! Choi Hyun-sok ordered. The red-skinned chef replied, All right, his hands beginning to gather a blazing fireball. Kulkan roared, Here I am! Then threw the fireball towards the Talus, creating a terrifying explosion of light and dust. The powerful explosion shook the entire cave, sending the Talus flying and opening a temporary escape route in the chaotic moment. A giant talus with a human-like upper body suddenly appeared, growling. Rachel appeared like a phantom, questioning. "They're crowding the walls. How did you do this?" Choi Hyun-sok explained while running. "If the cave collapses from fire, the remaining eggs will be destroyed. So I intentionally left some eggs deep inside." He continued to shout, his eyes sweeping over the formation. "Escape while they're distracted. Keep running." The talus swarm still pursued them frantically. He ran like mad, throwing talus eggs behind him one by one to distract the monsters, telling himself, "Just run. Don't look back. Don't stop. Throw eggs to distract. Focus on surviving." Looking at the last egg in his hand, he gritted his teeth. "Only one egg left. I have to find an exit before I use it." Rachel appeared again, pointing forward. "Hero! Over there! There's light!" Choi Hyun-suk saw a glimmer of hope and shouted, "Everyone! This way! That's the exit!" He poured all his strength, running for his life towards the light, his hand clutching the blood-stained egg. "Just a little further! Just a little further!" The entire exhausted group rushed towards the light at the end of the tunnel, escaping the dark, suffocating cave. Choi Hyun-suk collapsed onto the ground, panting, looking up at the dazzling sunlight. "That's the light. We're actually alive." The shock hit. Choi Hyun-suk's eyes widened in horror. The light at the end of the tunnel was not an escape, but the beginning of a new nightmare. Before him, the colossal monster, Talus, appeared, a bloodthirsty spider body with a hollow skull. He clutched the egg, facing death. Both looked up, Kulkin uttering in horror. The Talus Queen, an entity even more terrifying than Talus, had just appeared. Smoke and dust filled the air, thick with the smell of death. Heavy footsteps echoed, signaling the presence of the ruler. His hand gripped the Talus egg, his only weapon, and also his heaviest burden. One small mistake, and everything would be shattered. In Choi Hyun-suk's mind, the image of a cloaked shadow appeared, its eyes blazing as if to tear apart all hope. "The queen is back. It's really over," Kulkan despaired. But Choi Hyun-suk growled, "No, not yet. The queen isn't attacking even though she's seen us." He analyzed quickly, his eyes sharp. "There must be a reason." He suddenly yelled, raising the Talus egg high. A crazy idea had just come to him, but it might be the only way to survive. "Chef Kulkin, burn this!" Choi Hyun-suk commanded. Kulkin was stunned, then quickly prepared his magic. He faced the queen, holding the egg high. "Look, these are your last eggs. If they explode, everything ends. The cave collapses, and your offspring die too." Flames erupted around his hand. "Get out of the way while I'm still being nice. Otherwise, we all die." The reckless threat echoed. The Talus Queen roared in horror, her eyes blazing with fury. Choi Hyun-suk's plan had hit her vital spot. "Get out!" he screamed, pouring all his strength and despair into his words, challenging a monster queen. The egg was thrown, carrying destructive flames, hurtling straight to the ground. An all-in gamble. The only hope for survival. The Talus Queen roared in horror, opening her mouth wide to attack. In the distance, Hyun-suk and the other survivors were mere specks, facing the colossal monster's wrath. Ear-splitting screams echoed, signaling a tragic end. The Talus egg blazed fiercely, flames engulfing everything. From somewhere, a desperate voice cried out, "Hero, what do we do now?" An unanswered question amidst a sea of fire and chaos. "Damn it!" Hyun-suk gritted his teeth, dodging Talus's attack. A flaming blade slashed through the air, but he knew. "I'm out of ideas too." Desperate, but still he had to fight. The explosion from the egg spread, tearing open the ground. The terrifying destructive power created deep cracks, pulling everything into a vortex of destruction. An all-in gamble with no escape. The ground shook, cracking into large pieces. The flames still smoldered, consuming the remnants of the cave. The sound of collapse echoed, signaling the inevitable downfall. A colossal leg of the Talus Queen stomped down, making the entire cave shake violently. The terrifying sound was like thunder, signaling the approaching end. Two small goblins frantically looked up at the cave ceiling. The continuous shaking made them tremble. This sound. Could it be? Fear was evident in their eyes. Hyun-suk looked up, his eyes wide, watching the collapsing cave ceiling. Giant rocks fell like rain. "The whole cave is collapsing," he yelled, despair mixed with determination. Dodging a fatal attack from the Talus Queen, Hyun-suk shouted, "Everyone, run! Get out of Alria now!" He couldn't let anyone die in vain. While dodging, a sudden system notification appeared before Hyun-suk's eyes. "Level up!" He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. In the midst of life and death, what was happening? Rachel, in her spiritual form, appeared, urging, "Why are you still standing there? If you don't run, everything will collapse." Her voice was full of worry and anger. An unlucky goblin was crushed by a large rock, crying out miserably. Its screams were drowned out by the collapsing sounds of the cave. Death was imminent, No one could escape. Another level up notification appeared. A small winged creature flying around asked in surprise, "What?" Amidst the chaos, the system continued to operate. A series of level up notifications appeared consecutively, like a shower of bonus points. Hyunsuk stood amidst the rubble, surrounded by the corpses of Talus cubs. He had survived and was stronger. Hyunsuk smirked, full of surprise and a touch of madness. He couldn't believe the sequence of events that had just occurred. Death was imminent, but it was also a new beginning. Amidst the rubble, Choi Hyunsuk was stunned to realize that all the Talus who died in the cave-in had turned into his experience points. He wondered if it was because he was the one who caused the collapse. So all the experience went to him. Rachel urged him to escape, and Hyunsuk immediately ordered her to cast buffs, determined to flee this deadly place. Both had escaped, but the Talus Queen stood tall, blocking their path, making escape incredibly difficult. Hyunsuk gritted his teeth, deciding he had to find a way to distract the Queen, even if only for a brief moment. Meanwhile, Kulkan desperately pleaded with the Talus Queen, even promising to offer the eggs he had kept for so long. Kulkan knelt, tears streaming down his face, begging the Talus Queen to clear the way, ready to offer his entire fortune of eggs. Just then, Hyunsuk shot forward like an arrow, seizing the moment Kulkan created a distraction to act. A giant black shadow lunged. The Talus Queen attacked, but Hyunsuk narrowly dodged the blow. He gathered his strength, swung his fist in a fierce counterattack and roared, "I will survive no matter what." An elf-like creature with long black hair and blindfolded eyes spat a green liquid towards him. Hyunsuk's hand was covered in green slime, and he was startled to realize it was a spiderweb, a deadly trap. Despair surged, and Hyunsuk wondered, is this truly my end? Just as danger loomed, a giant, fiery red hand suddenly appeared, gripping the spiderweb tightly. Rydran, the mighty ruler, appeared just in time, grabbing the spiderweb and asking Choi Hyunsuk if he was all right. Hyunsuk fell to the ground, looking up with astonished eyes, unable to believe his eyes as he recognized Rydran. Rydran, the mighty ruler, gripped the spiderweb tightly, his fiery eyes fixed on the enemy, his words echoing like thunder. "I knew you were still alive." With fiery red eyes and a determined expression, Rydran declared, "I'll take over from here." No one could stop him. A heaven-shattering punch. Rydran unleashed a fatal blow, piercing the Talus Queen's defenses, creating a terrifying explosion that tore through space. The Talus Queen shrieked in pain, her massive body torn apart by the terrifying power, blood splattering and dyeing the entire cave red. Kak! Choi Hyunsuk lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood. Looking up, Rydran stood tall, like a god of war, protecting him from danger. Despite his aching body, Hyunsuk couldn't help but smile. He exclaimed, "Wow, that's really F times King cool." His eyes were filled with admiration. The scene changed. Now it was Bobo's room, the black giant. Bobo licked Hyunsuk, the dark-haired young man who had just escaped death, to reunite with his baby. Bobo still clung to Hyunsuk. He recounted his escape from death thanks to the ox-headed brute Rydran. Rachel appeared, reminding him, "Enjoy it. You might die soon." Bobo asked in surprise, "So soon?" Hyunsuk smirked, replying that the final battle was imminent. The atmosphere grew tense. Rachel, with angelic wings, smiled and asked, "But hasn't the hero grown a lot?" Her eyes were full of hidden meaning. Hyunsuk looked at his status window. He confirmed that the cave-in had helped him gain 75 levels, reaching level 200. His power had increased significantly. Rachel mused, feeling there was still something lacking. She pointed out that the opponent's combat power was over 6,000, while Hyunsuk's was only around 3,500. The gap was still wide. Rachel posed a riddle. Will reaching 6,000 combat power grant the monstrous strength of an orc? Hyunsuk pondered, realizing that simply leveling up wasn't enough. Exactly, Rachel affirmed. That overwhelming power came not only from physical strength, but also from magic. The hero also needs to use magic. Hyunsuk was skeptical, thinking it was easier said than done. Rachel reminded him that he had used magic in the Talus hatching cave, though calling it magic control was a bit of an exaggeration. A light flashed in Hyunsuk's mind. He suddenly realized, that moment of power surge, was it magic? The big question remained unanswered. The wooden door opened, revealing a vast blue sky. A crack sound echoed, as if signaling an unexpected event about to unfold. From behind the door, Rydran, the massive monster, suddenly appeared. "Hyunsuk, are you in there?" he asked, startling Choi Hyunsuk and Rachel. "Are Rydran?" he exclaimed. Hyunsuk quickly bowed, showing respect. "Oh, Rydran, what brings you to this humble place?" He forced a smile, trying to hide his confusion. Rydran didn't beat around the bush. "Come with me, we're gonna see the Legion commander." His voice was deep and authoritative, allowing no refusal. The scene shifted to a luxurious, regal room. This was Legion Commander Himis's office, where the most important decisions were made. Legion Commander Himis, the elf with blindfolded eyes, sat on her throne. "What is it, Reedrun? A personal request for an audience? That's not like you at all," she asked, her tone full of curiosity. Reedrun declared decisively. "Legion Commander, I wish to personally train Choi Hyun-seok in combat." Hyun-seok stood beside him, his eyes wide with astonishment.
What?
He screamed in his head. Himis tilted her head, her eyes obscured, but still exuding sharpness. Why?" she asked, wanting to know the motive behind this unexpected proposal. Reedrun explained. "Or Kirkin might be the captain, but yesterday I confirmed that he has the ability equivalent to a vice captain." He looked at Hyun-seok, his tone thoughtful. "If things continue like this, Hyun-seok will surely lose. But he has infinite potential," Reedrun affirmed, his eyes burning. "I want to see how far he can go, Legion Commander." Hyun-seok stood beside him, screaming internally. It's like a confession. There's no way the Legion Commander will agree to this request, right?" He was completely shocked by Reedrun's bluntness. Surprisingly, Himis smiled. "All right, I'm in a good mood." "Granted." She waved her hand, giving permission. Reedrun bowed. "Thank you very much." Himis continued. "If that's all, you may leave now." She gestured to them. "I just thought of something I need to do." Hyun-seok bowed deeply, his face radiant. "Your boundless generosity. I am truly, immensely grateful, Legion Commander." He hurried away, as happy as if he'd struck gold. After the two left, Himis remained seated, her eyes deep. "Choi Hyun-seok, you are twice as strong as you were 2 days ago," she whispered, her voice full of contemplation. "It's interesting to see someone mature so quickly, but it's also concerning that you've exceeded my expectations so much." A mysterious smile appeared on her lips. Himis, with sharp eyes, pondered deeply. If Reedrun kept clinging to Choi Hyun-seok, Kirkin would have a hard time winning. She subtly smirked, making a decision. Then, perhaps I should give Kirkin a little gift? A hideous creature with a gaping maw appeared in her mind. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-seok and Reedrun had arrived at a vast open field. The ruler declared that this was his private training ground. The brown-haired young man was astonished, his mouth agape. "What? A training ground this big is just for one person? You must be incredibly favored to have this privilege." Reedrun turned his head, his fiery red eyes fixed on Choi Hyun-seok, saying nothing but full of hidden meaning. He thought to himself, a significant amount of mana had accumulated in Choi Hyun-seok's body. But strangely, he couldn't use any of it. Reedrun continued to deduce. Perhaps Choi Hyun-seok's rapid development had occurred too quickly, preventing his body from fully adapting. The correct way was to teach Choi Hyun-seok to control mana from scratch. But with the battle just 4 days away, time was the greatest luxury. "Then, there's only one option," Reedrun roared, unleashing a heaven-shattering punch at Choi Hyun-seok's face. "Growth always comes with pain. Grit your teeth, Hyun-seok." The punch was so powerful that it sent Choi Hyun-seok flying, fresh blood splattering. A painful groan tore through the air. Choi Hyun-seok scrambled to his feet, his face swollen, blood streaming from his nose. "What the hell? Are you crazy? You said training, but you're hitting me like this." Reedrun said little, continuing his assault. "Focus. If you don't block with mana, you'll really die." Choi Hyun-seok panicked. "Wait!" Blows like a hammer rained down continuously. Choi Hyun-seok could only let out a painful erg as he was hit. In a flash, the two figures clashed, creating dazzling streaks of light. Reedrun attacked relentlessly, while Choi Hyun-seok tried to dodge and defend. Reedrun suddenly retreated, observing his opponent. Strange, he silently assessed. His physical abilities aren't outstanding, but his reaction speed and gaze are as sharp as a seasoned knight's, Reedrun thought, his eyes full of calculation. Despite his battered body, the fighting spirit in Choi Hyun-seok's eyes still burned brightly, astonishing his opponent. Reedrun unleashed brutal blows, but in his mind, he continuously analyzed. Choi Hyun-seok's fighting instinct, even without mana, was unusually sharp. The Red Nightmare Reedrun didn't allow Choi Hyun-seok a single second of rest. He decided to exert all his strength, relying on his most brutal instincts to crush his opponent. A heaven-shattering punch sent Choi Hyun-seok flying. Reedrun roared, reminding him of their life-or-death pact. No mana, no winning against Kulkin, and now him. Another blow. Choi Hyun-seok was thrown into the air, his body like a tattered puppet. Reedrun coldly declared that death was more honorable than shameful defeat. Lying in a pool of blood, Choi Hyun-seok realized death was imminent. His final thoughts flashed about a future he hadn't yet reached, about his family, about his children. Reedrun roared, unleashing a finishing blow. A brilliant blue light enveloped him, signaling the end for the former champion. In that moment of life and death, a flash of light appeared. Choi Hyun-seok, by pure instinct, slipped past the scythe of death. Life or death, all in the blink of an eye. A fist suddenly glowed brightly. It was no longer mere physical strength, but a miracle, an urgent prayer sent to the heavens. Power exploded. Choi Hyun-sok's fist struck down, tearing through the ground, creating a violent shockwave that dyed the entire battlefield green. Amidst the rubble, Choi Hyun-sok lay motionless, his body bare and exhausted. Small golden lights twinkled around him, like a whisper of hero. Raidrun approached, his eyes fixed on Choi Hyun-sok's motionless body, unable to believe the sight before him. Raidrun bent down, his eyes full of astonishment. He uttered an unbelievable truth. Choi Hyun-sok, a manaless slave, had activated a mystical power. Choi Hyun-sok's hand trembled, his fingers twitching slightly. It was a sign of extreme exhaustion, but also proof of a miracle that had just occurred. A radiant smile appeared on Choi Hyun-sok's lips, accompanied by a confident thumbs up. "The heavens have answered me," he whispered, an affirmation of the coming victory. Raidrun, with his fiery red energy, tried to heal Choi Hyun-sok, whispering reassuringly, "Hold on, I'll heal you right away." But a painful scream tore through the air. Fresh blood gushed from the corner of Choi Hyun-sok's mouth. His body convulsed violently under the strange blue energy. The young man collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling, choked groans echoing, every breath a torment. The ruler Raidrun suddenly awoke, realizing a fatal mistake. "Oh no! Demonic energy is nothing but poison to humans. I forgot Choi Hyun-sok is human." In a moment of panic, Raidrun hugged Choi Hyun-sok tightly, a choked apology. "I'm sorry, Hyun-sok. Just try to endure a little longer." This world operates under a harsh energy order. Demonic energy overwhelms mana, and mana surpasses divine power. And divine power, the ultimate, in turn, subjugates demonic energy, forming an eternal cycle. Mana, the spiritual essence of life, belongs to humans, granting them the power to fight and create. Demonic energy, the primordial darkness, is the essence of demons, bringing destruction and chaos. Divine power, the sacred light, belongs to those who worship the gods, bestowed with blessings and authority. The Deuces Church waged a holy war, subjugating other religions, creating the Holy Gartiran Empire. In Gartiran, chosen individuals capable of hearing the voices of the gods are revered as saintesses. It is rumored that the girl imprisoned in this room is the next saintess. She, with hair as white as snow and azure eyes, is the next saintess of the Holy Empire, captured by the Demon King's army. Two soldiers whispered, wondering about her silence. "She's a saintess, but she hasn't prayed for days. Is she a fake?" But there's no way Lord Raidrun would make a mistake. In the prison cell, the white-haired saintess subtly curled her lips, wondering, pray? What good is praying to the gods? Her gaze was distant, a thought suddenly flashing. Perhaps this is better. Instead of being bound by that command, I'd rather... Right in the middle of the dark lair, Raidrun roared, clutching Choi Hyun-sok's tattered body. "Wake up, saintess." The white-haired saintess, who was standing there, suddenly frowned, her voice full of indignation. "Disrespectful. What the hell are you doing?" Blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Choi Hyun-sok lay motionless. The ruler, Raidrun, hastily explained. "There's a human who needs healing." In a daze, Choi Hyun-sok felt his head spinning. "My head hurts so much. What kind of trick is that horned lunatic pulling now?" He sank into darkness, his last memory flashing by. Who would have thought the last hand I held belonged to a man? If I had known, I would have at least held Rachel's hand once. Opening his eyes, he was stunned by a beautiful, silver-haired figure. What is this, silver hair and a beauty? Did I die again, only to be dragged into some multi-level marketing scam in the afterlife? Life is truly cruel. In his dream, he cried miserably, complaining to the angel beside him. "Angel, I'm tired of being a hero. I should have become a grand mage at 30. This is crazy." The saintess subtly frowned. He continued to babble in his dream. "And Rachel? Lock her away in the deepest hell. That demon disguised as an angel. Wicked, cruel," he continued, his voice hesitant. "And one last request before I reincarnate. If you're going to make me a hero again..." The saintess looked on in surprise. He blurted out a bold proposal. "This time, could you marry me first, angel?" "Huh!" Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his face filled with extreme horror. "This is truly the worst." Choi Hyun-sok shot up, his face drained of all color. Raidrun cheered. "Hyun-sok, you're awake!" He was hugged tightly by Raidrun, his face pale, thinking to himself, "Ugh, seriously, I might actually die." Choi Hyun-sok was still in a panic, unable to believe it. "What? I'm not dead?" He turned to look at the white-haired saintess standing there, realizing in shock. Wait, so that's the person who just acted like that in front of a human? Raidrun hugged Choi Hyun-sok tightly, anxiously asking the white-haired saintess about his condition. But the only reply was a slight shake of her head, along with a cryptic explanation. The saintess revealed a horrifying truth. Demonic energy was still surging within Choi Hyun-suk's body. This young man's future, now, became more uncertain than ever. Raidrun growled, his red eyes revealing helplessness. He questioned the saintess, asking if her divine power couldn't completely purify that deadly evil energy. The saintess bowed her head, her voice somber. Even a small mistake could cost Choi Hyun-suk his life. She decided she could only monitor him, hoping the evil energy would dissipate on its own over time. Raidrun gripped the saintess's hand, vowing to compensate Choi Hyun-suk with rigorous training. He decided to take him back to the training ground immediately, while the saintess secretly mused about this excessive enthusiasm. Raidrun dragged Choi Hyun-suk away, ignoring his panicked cries. The white-haired saintess watched, wondering about the mysterious identity of the human hero being trained by a high-ranking demon officer. In a hidden corner, the small, familiar Rachel thanked Bobo, who had caused chaos throughout the house, and freed her. It seemed Bobo had made quite a mess. Choi Hyun-suk lay sprawled out, exhausted. He secretly thanked Bobo for its separation anxiety. Otherwise, he would have had to endure more brutal training sessions. A day full of incidents, Choi Hyun-suk mused to himself. But what worried him most was still the demonic energy hidden within his body. The young man sat up, asking Rachel with a worried expression, "Was the demonic energy a big problem? He wouldn't die, would he?" The small, familiar Rachel flinched, her eyes wide with surprise when Choi Hyun-suk called her name. Rachel suddenly revealed her true form, collapsing to the floor, tears streaming down. She cried out in pain. Her hero had been defiled, tainted by evil energy. With a face full of guilt, Rachel blamed herself. She took all the blame, for letting her hero be infected with evil energy, for letting him almost lose his life. Choi Hyun-suk looked away, Rachel's self-reproaching voice echoing in his head. She called herself a demon in angel's clothing, a madwoman destined to fall into the deepest hell. The young man gently patted Rachel's head, trying to soothe her with a jest. But Rachel, still immersed in pain, brushed away those insincere words of comfort. "Rachel is on strike!" Choi Hyun-suk's inner voice screamed. "Oh my God! When will she calm down?" Frustration surged. The young man was about to go crazy because of her. 3 days later, time passed in exhaustion. The young man was worn out after training, but his eyes still followed the white-haired saintess. "I will heal you after training," she said. "Yes," he replied, secretly thinking she looked beautiful today too. The saintess's eyes subtly flickered, a hint of embarrassment passing through. As for the young man, with a remorseful expression, he could only utter an apology. A golden light flashed as his hand gently touched hers. "I have a favor to ask before the match," the young man said, his eyes full of anticipation. His face flushed. The young man continued, "Could you pray for me to survive and not die tomorrow?" The request sounded absurd, yet it was strangely sincere. "And if possible," the young man added, "would you like to come watch my match tomorrow?" The white-haired saintess's eyes widened as she looked at him, a clear look of surprise on her face. The arena blazed, cheers echoing. Zach, the host, appeared, stirring up the atmosphere. "Welcome, demons," he shouted. The audience whispered. "A human daring to challenge? How foolish." In the stands, Legion Commander Hemis quietly asked Raidrun, "What a great atmosphere. Who do you think will win, Raidrun?" The red monster replied confidently, "Choi Hyun-suk. He's given his all and has outstanding talent." Hemis smiled mysteriously. "How about we make a small bet?" She laid out the condition. "If Choi Hyun-suk wins, you can continue to train him." Raidrun frowned. "And if he loses?" Hemis smirked. "Oh, but you said he would win, didn't you?" Hemis's gaze turned sharp. "In that case, you will personally kill Choi Hyun-suk." She declared, "That is the price for your words." A chilling threat, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Raidrun pondered for a moment, then clenched his massive hand. "All right," he replied, his voice resolute. "Excellent," Hemis exclaimed. "It's been years since I've been this excited." Amidst the cheers, Choi Hyun-suk stepped out, ready for the fated battle. Zach introduced. "Now, allow me to introduce today's contestants," he emphasized. "A human daring to participate in a commander selection match?" Choi Hyun-suk appeared, his expression calm, without a hint of tension. Choi Hyun-suk's status window appeared, proving his power had significantly increased. "My abilities and skills have improved," the young man confidently declared. "I'm much stronger than before." A new skill appeared. Raidrun-style fighting techniques, an improved traditional martial art comprising 10 moves with 8% mastery. Choi Hyun-suk told himself that even if the mastery level was low, he would manage. He was determined to win at all costs, not just to survive, but also to date the silver-haired saintess. Rachel, his small familiar, exclaimed in surprise, "Hero, what the hell are you thinking?" The host's voice echoed, and the one who will defeat the human Choi Hyun-suk. It is Culkin. A large, gray-skinned, pig-headed monster with glowing red eyes and numerous stitches appeared menacingly. Rachel was terrified. What the hell is this? Choi Hyun-suk frowned, realizing he looks different from last time. Rydran observed from a distance, his eyes full of contemplation. Could it be? Hema smiled mysteriously, turning to Rydran.
Rydran, don't back out of the bet, okay?
Kulkan roared, his combat power exploding. The number 10573. Clearly visible. Enveloped in blazing red energy, Choi Hyun-suk was utterly surprised. In just a few days, his combat power has exceeded 10,000. Is this the work of that lip monster? Bobo and Rachel also stood beside him, their faces full of shock. Choi Hyun-suk gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, annoyed, wondering, why isn't anything going smoothly? The match had begun. There was no choice but to fight. Without hesitation, Choi Hyun-suk charged straight towards Kulkan, beginning the tense commander selection match. Kulkan swung his massive mace down. Choi Hyun-suk knew well. One hit from that mace, and it's over. He swiftly dodged, analyzing his opponent. But his attacks are large and straightforward. Just stay calm, dodge, and deal damage while waiting for an opening. Choi Hyun-suk landed a powerful punch on Kulkan. A direct hit. Even for Kulkan, this could be dangerous. He gathered all his strength, preparing for the finishing blow. Just one more hit. Choi Hyun-suk unleashed his final punch. A burst of blue energy exploding, piercing straight into his opponent. The fatal punch went through, but Kulkan still stood firm, his red eyes growling, astonishing Choi Hyun-suk. He took a direct hit and is still standing? A roar echoed. Kulkan counterattacked fiercely, delivering a powerful blow that sent Choi Hyun-suk flying, fresh blood splattering. A second blow followed, like a hammer, giving Choi Hyun-suk no time to react. He could only endure. His body flew through the air, then collapsed onto the arena floor. His left arm was numb, broken clean off after just one hit. Meanwhile, his opponent, Kulkan, stood there, seemingly unharmed, the bloodstains on his body, not his own. Choi Hyun-suk struggled to his feet, looking at Kulkan. Although his opponent remained invulnerable, he realized its movements were still predictable. I've endured worse hits than this, he told himself. Don't be afraid. Remember the lesson from that day. He recalled the teachings on fighting spirit. Pure strength could shatter rock, but that wasn't everything. You lack killing intent, Hyun-suk. An attack without that will is only half effective, Rydran echoed in his mind. Choi Hyun-suk gritted his teeth, realizing the bitter truth. An attack without killing intent is only half effective. That's right. I remember now. A flash of insight sparked by Kulkan. He realized the important thing was to face the opponent before him. Choi Hyun-suk's eyes blazed with determination. Mana surged around his fist, preparing for a decisive blow. Die! He roared, charging straight at Kulkan, unleashing a lightning-fast punch that tore through the air. Choi Hyun-suk's punch pierced through Kulkan's massive body, creating a powerful swirling energy current. The skill Raid-Run-style fighting techniques. First form. Instant devastation was activated. An instant destructive blow that finished off the opponent. Dust shrouded the arena. A white-haired saintess coughed, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked forward. Who was the victor? Amidst the hazy dust, Kulkan's massive body collapsed, fresh blood splattering. He had taken a fatal blow. A blood-soaked hand reached up from the dust and smoke. The hand of the victor, strong and resilient. From the ashes, Choi Hyun-suk emerged, exhausted but still standing. The victor, none other than this weak human boy. He clutched his side, the pain bone deep. This damn skill, if I use it again, I'm definitely dead. Choi Hyun-suk knelt on one knee, panting. Rachel flew around, cheering. Hero, you did it! You pierced that pig's heart, he mumbled. So I really won. Unexpectedly, Kulkan's body, which seemed to have fallen, began to glow red. Impossible. He was still standing. A miraculous recovery. The bleeding stopped, wounds closed, and Kulkan stood up as if unharmed. Choi Hyun-suk was stunned. His eyes widened in horror. He was pierced through the heart, yet he could still move? What the hell was going on? Kulkan had fully recovered, enveloped by a dark energy. Choi Hyun-suk gritted his teeth. What is that commander up to? Rydran observed, secretly pondering Commander Volk's scheme. He not only shared his magic power, but also cast an immortality curse on Kulkan. What was this commander planning? To learn aura in such a short time. Truly astonishing talent, Rydran mumbled. But that was also within my predictions. He's still alive? Choi Hyun-suk asked. Rachel replied, It's just the curse. Luckily, it won't last long, right? He hoped. A terrifying roar tore through the air. Kulkan charged, unleashing a heaven-shattering punch, determined to crush his opponent. That same old attack again? Choi Hyun-suk smirked, ready to meet it. Now, Something like that is easy. The seemingly easy punch turned out to be a fatal blow. Choi Hyun-sok was astonished. A sense of danger washing over him. A painful ohak escaped him as Kulkan's steel fist landed squarely on the young man's face, fresh blood splattering. A second punch followed, powerful as a hammer, crushing Choi Hyun-sok's body onto the cold ground. Kulkan growled, pinning his opponent down, continuously striking. "Die peacefully," he snarled. Kulkan's brutal strength pierced through the armor. A surge of fiery red energy erupted from Choi Hyun-sok's chest. The young man was in extreme pain, gritting his teeth to endure. Kulkan triumphed. "It's over!" But then, a fiery red light enveloped Kulkan, his body seemingly empowered, miraculously recovering. Choi Hyun-sok was aghast, his eyes wide with horror. What the hell was happening? Kulkan was like a whirlwind, unleashing a barrage of fiery red punches, ceaselessly, without mercy. A pathetic roar echoed as Choi Hyun-sok was thrown back, his body slamming hard onto the ground. The young man lay there, a familiar sensation of pain washing over him. This feeling, it's exactly like when I died, as if all my blood was crushed. In a hazy illusion, the white-haired saintess appeared, her calm blue eyes looking down. "Get up." Choi Hyun-sok lay motionless, his body spent. The saintess's words were like a faint glimmer of light in the darkness. The white-haired saintess gently placed a finger on her lips, her eyes filled with contemplation, as if waiting for something. The young man looked up, a poignant question echoing in his mind. Can I win? Determination blazed. Choi Hyun-sok's fist clenched the ground. A cheer from the past echoed. "Don't give up in the ring, Choi Hyun-sok." He panted, his body exhausted, but his will unwavering. "Even if I die, don't let the girl I like see me in this pathetic state." The vow was etched deep in his mind, bones shattered. Yet he forced himself up. Azure mana erupted, enveloping his body like a magical armor, regenerating strength from nothingness. Energy surged, his magic manipulation skill leveled up. From F rank to E rank, a small but promising step on the brink of life and death. Mana continued to surge. The skill leveled up again. From E to D, he roared a bold challenge. "Saintess, will you go on a date with me?" A crazy declaration in the middle of battle. Kulkan roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot, unable to believe what was happening. "Just die already." The monstrous creature charged wildly. Choi Hyun-sok's mana-infused fist struck Kulkan's face, a critical blow that tore through the air, stunning the monstrous creature. Without stopping, he unleashed a heaven-shattering kick, stomping hard on Kulkan's head. The sound of cracking bones echoed, dirt and rocks splattering. Kulkan shrieked in extreme pain, fresh blood splattering. His massive body collapsed, fatal wounds clearly visible. The monstrous creature writhed, its breath ragged. Each groan was a curse for the one who had pushed it into the abyss of destruction. Choi Hyun-sok smirked, his eyes sharp. "When blows can shake the ground, what if all that power is concentrated on your head?" he asked, his tone full of challenge. Energy surged around his fist, a terrifying power being concentrated. He muttered, "Effective." Another critical blow. His fist pierced through Kulkan's defenses. "It's effective?" he exclaimed, both surprised and excited. The surrounding monsters, from the green goblins to the red orcs, were all struck silent. They could only stare wide-eyed, speechless. Commander Volk turned to Hemis, questioning, "Did you teach him that technique too?" The female elf shook her head, her eyes puzzled. "Number, this is the first time I've seen this move." In a dark corner, a mysterious figure in a white hood, purple lips curled, uttered a cold remark. "That is a monster." The mysterious figure continued, eyes sharp as if piercing through the night. "A hero in the Demon King's army. He reminds me of an annoying individual, Choi Hyun-sok." Choi Hyun-sok woke with a start, his entire body aching, letting out a terrified scream, as if just escaping a nightmare. He looked around in a daze, wondering where he was. "Rachel," the small mascot replied. "That's your room." "The battle? The hero won." Rachel continued to explain that the Santes had healed him and left. Choi Hyun-sok hastily searched for his status window, worried about his experience points. The status window appeared. Choi Hyun-sok was astonished to see his level had jumped by 12 ranks, and all his other stats had also significantly improved. He noticed his magic manipulation skill had increased by 2 levels. Rachel was surprised, but Choi Hyun-sok seemed indifferent, annoying her. Rachel irritably complained about his indifference. She explained that magic manipulation was not a skill that easily leveled up so quickly. The scene shifted to a special prison cell, called Abelson's cell, enveloped by the ethereal light of the cosmos. In that room, the white-haired saintess stood silently by the window, gazing at the starry sky, her eyes distant. She turned, her face showing a hint of contemplation. I truly did something unlike myself. The Saintess mused, recalling Choi Hyunsuk. Awakening magic power in just 3 days, and even mastering aura combat. Things that even regular knights take over a month to train. That's not something an ordinary person can do. Such terrifying potential. She clasped her hands tightly, continuing to think. His personality is a bit, no, very strange, but the Saintess looked up, her eyes full of hope. Whether it's because God answered my prayers, or because his potential is so extraordinary, she bowed her head, her hands still clasped, concluding, either way, it's fine. In the end, he spectacularly overturned a predetermined defeat. In the brilliant light, the white-haired Saintess stood silently, her eyes distant as if holding a myriad of thoughts. A slender hand gently knocked on the heavy wooden door, breaking the silence. The giant bull-headed guard, spear in hand, asked her respectfully, "Saintess, is something wrong?" She turned, her voice gentle but firm. "I have a request. I want to take a walk." Night fell. A full moon hung suspended amidst ancient tree canopies, illuminating the tranquil forest. In the deep cave, Choi Hyunsuk read the note, his face utterly panicked. "A meeting? A real date?" Rachel flew around him, annoyed. "I told you to ignore those notes and stay in your room." Rachel angrily lunged at him, a heaven-shattering kick sending Choi Hyunsuk tumbling, his head spinning. Suddenly, the Saintess appeared with 2 burly bull-headed escorts. Choi Hyunsuk's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Abelson, you're here?" He hesitantly asked about the large figures behind her. The Saintess calmly replied, "They are escorts. I am not allowed to go out alone." Choi Hyunsuk broke into a cold sweat, his heart filled with confusion. Damn it, I'm already worried enough. With those giants behind her, what am I supposed to say? The Saintess smiled, calling his name. She looked him straight in the eyes, her tone full of hidden meaning. "You are a hero, aren't you?" Choi Hyunsuk was startled. "How do you know?" The Saintess explained. "In our world, black hair belongs only to heroes or demons. Moreover, your rapid growth is clear proof." The Saintess gently invited him to ask again about anything he was curious about regarding her. Choi Hyunsuk stammered his thanks, then timidly began to speak. He lowered his face, blushing, and softly asked, "So am I viable as a man?" The Saintess stared at him, her face showing extreme astonishment. From a distance, a woman in a white hood was also watching, a slight smirk on her lips. A resounding roar, the image of a fiery red demon flared up like a nightmare. Choi Hyunsuk, a piercing call or a haunting curse. Choi Hyunsuk jumped, his face showing extreme panic. "Rydran!" he roared, annoyed at being interrupted just as his mood was soaring. The bull-headed guard stood tall and ordered, "The Legion commander wants to see you immediately, Hyunsuk. Follow me." The Saintess stood nearby, sighing softly. The white-haired Saintess watched his retreating figure, her heart heavy with thought. Can I truly trust a man like him? In the luxurious room, Legion Commander Hemis, with her eyes blindfolded, smiled faintly. "I saw your fight, Choi Hyunsuk. You always come back alive, no matter what." What tenacious vitality. Hemis asked if he remembered the old offer. Choi Hyunsuk nodded. "Yes, you said you would protect me if I fought an opponent of your choosing." "That's right. And then?" Hemis continued to ask. He recalled, "You said I could become an officer under Hemis?" Legion Commander Hemis smirked. "Honestly, the officer part was just something I added. I thought you'd die soon anyway." A mysterious smile bloomed on Hemis's lips. "But I've changed my mind," Hemis continued. "Rydran said it, didn't he? Choi Hyunsuk has the potential to become a commander in the Demon King's army." The bull-headed guard nodded in agreement. "Therefore, this time, I will give you a different mission instead of a fight," Hemis declared. "We can't waste someone as talented as you in a mediocre squad leader position, can we?" Hemis's smile became even more enigmatic. "As you know, the cooking unit has recently suffered heavy losses. That has caused significant disruption in the meat supply for the officers," Hemis explained. "At this rate, we'll end up eating each other." Choi Hyunsuk looked confused. "You are the new unit commander," Hemis said, her gaze sharp. "Huh?" Choi Hyunsuk was utterly astonished. "More precisely, the chief commander of the cooking unit." Hemis concluded, "You can recruit anyone as a chef, and you must get the kitchen running smoothly by the day after tomorrow." An unexpected, high-pressure mission. Faced with the mission of cooking unit commander, Choi Hyunsuk's face twisted. He tried to force a smile, stammering his reply. "I'll do my best." A sarcastic voice echoed in his head, mocking the hero who was now the Demon King's chef. Yes, very funny," he retorted, trying to maintain his composure. He smirked, his eyes annoyed. "Still resentful?" The voice spoke again. "If it was something I could swallow, it wouldn't be so bitter." "Enough," Choi Hyun-suk's eyes flashed with determination. All right, it's time to get to work as a unit commander. He walked into a room where a dark figure was busying itself by the fire. Hey, what the hell are you doing? A pale, yellow-skinned goblin, covered in tattoos, was roasting meat on a bone. It looked up, its eyes sharp. This? Are you crazy, roasting meat like a slave? A slave? Choi Hyun-suk's eyes widened in surprise. He firmly refuted. Wrong. From now on. A thunderous kick. He unleashed a kick, striking the goblin directly in the face, growling. Call me, Commander. He checked the data. This cooking unit had an average combat power of 2,000, with the strongest reaching 3,500. But something was wrong. He tore at his hair, screaming internally. Before, there were at least 300 people. Why are there less than 30 now? Even so, he had no other choice. Failure meant death at the hands of the Legion Commander. He took a deep breath and spoke. Listen up. Anyone who knows who I am, raise your hand. An innocent goblin replied. Choi Hyun-suk. A meat roasting machine. Another whispered. Wrong. That guy is delicious human meat. Rage erupted. He lunged at the goblins, unleashing a storm of punches and kicks, shouts echoing throughout the kitchen. The goblins lay scattered. He stood tall, eyes blazing, growling. I am your unit commander, you idiots. He held up the Legion Commander's scroll, declaring, From now on, treat me like a god. Then he questioned, Anyone know why there are so few chefs? Step forward and explain. A green-skinned goblin trembled as it reported, its voice stammering. It turned out that the hunters had died due to a lack of command. Completely wiped out by monsters. Choi Hyun-suk sighed, disheartened. Truly foolish. No wonder without Culkin. He asked one last question, searching for the best remaining chef. A yellow-skinned goblin, covered in tattoos, trembled as it stepped forward. He was Gollum, the only chef brave enough to face him. Then Gollum will be the deputy commander, Choi Hyun-suk declared coldly. Without a single protest, the goblins lay prostrate on the ground, trembling. Good. Dismissed. In the empty kitchen, Choi Hyun-suk calculated. At least 200 people were needed, but how could he gather enough in such a short day? His eyes flashed with a sharp glint. There's only one way. A bold plan gradually formed in his mind. The next day, he rode the beast Bobo, soaring through the sky. This is Plan B. Plan B, he muttered, a sinister smile evident on his lips. His criteria for choosing chefs were simple to the point of cruelty. Easily replaceable and wouldn't dare to resist. He needed the weak and easily commanded. A thunderous kick. He unleashed a powerful blow, his combat power exploding, knocking down the large goblin in an instant. The enemy was down for the count. Hey, Mole! He pointed at the goblin lying knocked out. You, join the chef team! Mole looked bewildered, unable to believe his ears. Mole roared in indignation, but a powerful kick silenced him. Shut up! Choi Hyun-suk ordered coldly, quashing all resistance. You're the first recruit today, he said. Do you know what that means? Mole looked bewildered, not understanding his meaning. He gave a devilish smile. In the army, seniority is everything. Join now, and you'll have almost no one above you. So, go recruit 5 more of your buddies for the team, he ordered. Mole looked bewildered. Buddies? He didn't understand the human's intention. That's right, he sneered, adding another kick. If you bring back 5, when others get hit 10 times, you'll only get hit once. The clinking of cutlery on plates, a fresh red piece of meat being torn apart. A meal was underway. Legion Commander Doris, a large orc, was enjoying a lavish meal. He smugly declared, This elegant meal is proof of peace. A panicked goblin soldier burst in, shattering the quiet. It yelled, Legion Commander Doris, something serious has happened. Doris frowned. How uncouth. What is it this time? Doris remained calm, thinking it was just a trivial matter. He asked, Is it desertion? Those soldiers have nothing else to do but serve me. The goblin soldier trembled, quickly correcting. No, it's not. All of them have been reassigned as chefs. Doris remained unconcerned, continuing to cut his meat. He calmly said, The new chef is the human Hemis values, right? Just warn him to be more careful next time. The goblin soldier was almost driven mad by Doris's indifference. It shrieked, This cannot be overlooked so easily. Finally, Doris had to look up, his eyes wide with surprise. The goblin soldier shouted, Over 200 soldiers have been reassigned to cooking duty. He was stunned. What? Hundreds of figures, bustling and gathering, all of them reassigned soldiers. Choi Hyun-suk sat casually, a smug look on his face. Gollum stood beside him, reporting, We've gathered over 200 people, hero. Choi Hyun-suk smirked. That's why intelligence is important. Choi Hyun-suk seemed to have noticed something unusual. He looked to the side, slightly surprised. He muttered to himself, It seems we have enough chefs now. Can we stop here? At the same time, the colossal Doris was charging in a rage, creating a terrifying aura. The small Choi Hyun-sok stood from afar, sensing something amiss. Choi Hyun-sok adjusted his goggles, his face showing a serious expression. He mumbled, "Whatever it is, that look on his face seems really angry." He took out a power measuring device, but it immediately reported an error. "Cannot measure combat power above 50,000? Choi Hyun-sok exclaimed in surprise. "Wah!" The device continued to warn. "Excessive use may cause damage." Choi Hyun-sok worried, quickly deciding, "Damn it! Let's finish this and get out of here." Doris roared in fury, his voice echoing everywhere. "Hey! I heard there's someone named Choi Hyun-sok who serves Lord Bobo here, right? Damn it!" A roar full of indignation rang out, startling Choi Hyun-sok, who had a bad feeling. Bobo beside him also stirred slightly. What was happening? From a distance, a colossal figure approached. The green-skinned orc with a red goatee, who introduced himself as Doris, commander of Direct Unit 3. What was he doing here? Doris drew closer, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. He stared at Choi Hyun-sok, his tone full of contempt and accusation, as if facing a criminal. "What the hell are you thinking?" Doris roared, pointing directly at the soldiers Choi Hyun-sok had reassigned. "How dare you steal all my troops?" Choi Hyun-sok forced a laugh, cold sweat pouring down. He quickly blamed, "It wasn't me." They voluntarily brought their friends along, leaving only the unit's soldiers. In the lavish room, Doris asked again, "So, it wasn't intentional?" Choi Hyun-sok quickly clarified that he only chose the strongest warriors, and, coincidentally, all of them belonged to Doris's Unit 3. Doris pondered, his gaze sweeping over Choi Hyun-sok. He realized this person was protected by the Legion commander. It would be best to let this matter go. "All right, if that's the case, then so be it." Doris laughed loudly, his expression relaxing. He agreed to let Choi Hyun-sok keep the chosen troops, as if bestowing a favor. But Doris's smile vanished, and he uttered a cold sentence. "But there's one condition." Choi Hyun-sok shivered, his intuition telling him this was not a good sign. Doris smiled meaningfully. "By the way, I want you to take one more of my soldiers. A seemingly light suggestion, but fraught with hidden dangers. Take one more?" Choi Hyun-sok was surprised, his eyes wide. He sensed a strong scent of trouble surrounding him. There was definitely a trap here. Doris's expression suddenly changed, his eyes burning red like fire. He growled, questioning Choi Hyun-sok. "You don't like it? After you've already stolen my troops?" Under Doris's threatening gaze, Choi Hyun-sok paled. He quickly stammered, trying to force a strained smile. No, I'm just too excited." "Good," Doris was satisfied, nodding. He turned, preparing to introduce his special gift to Choi Hyun-sok. The door opened, revealing a figure. A large, muscular hand appeared from behind the door. Doris introduced, "This is Usaru." The name sounded ordinary, but it hinted at something unusual. Usaru, a creature of elf and orc descent, appeared with dignity. He greeted Doris, and immediately, Choi Hyun-sok's power measuring device blared a warning. "Cannot measure." Usaru, the mighty hybrid, secretly assessed. He might be foolish, but his strength was real. Just exploit it to the fullest. In the lavish room, Usaru clutched his head, groaning. Usaru's head hurt so much. A sudden hiccup broke the silence. Doris stood nearby, his eyes full of thought. In the desolate wasteland, Hyun-sok stood proudly, declaring, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Choi Hyun-sok, the manager of the new culinary leader, Lord Bobo." The crowd of monsters buzzed, whispering, "So this is the famous Lord Bobo from the rumors." Their eyes were both surprised and wary as they looked towards the black-furred creature. Hyun-sok patted Bobo, who was gnawing on a large bone, saying contentedly, "Good, very good." A simple gesture, but enough to assert the authority of the new lord and his manager. Hyun-sok boldly declared to the entire unit, "From now on, we will reorganize." His decisive words signaled a new era about to begin. He threw a scroll of names onto the ground, ordering, "I've prepared a new list. Check it and line up properly. Hurry up!" Decisive and uncompromising. Doris secretly wondered, he even made a list? Based on what criteria? Hyun-sok casually replied, "Well, since their intelligence is equal, I just rank them by combat power." He confidently explained, "The long-time weaker chefs were pushed into the kitchen. Genius allocation, right?" A challenging smirk. The monster excitedly reported, "Chef, we're done." Hyun-sok happily replied, "Really? Let me see. Impressive work efficiency." Hyun-sok clarified, "From now on, the right side is the cooking team. The left side is the combat team. Anyone with an opinion on the assignments, step forward now." The challenge echoed through the space. Suddenly, a muscular arm was raised. accompanied by a roar. "I have a complaint." A brave individual stepped forward. A small pot-bellied goblin boldly declared, I want to go hunting too. I want to eat freshly caught meat." Primitive, intense desire. Hyunsuk looked at the goblin, a sly smile forming. "This one is interesting. Step up here." An invitation full of hidden meaning. The goblin confidently stepped forward, unaware of the fate awaiting him. Each step was a beat of innocence. Suddenly, Hyunsuk delivered a devastating kick to the goblin. "Here, take your entrance exam." The first lesson was violent and unexpected. The fat goblin lay flattened, its future shattered. It groaned, admitting miserable defeat after Hyunsuk's devastating kick. The entrance exam was too harsh. The system flashed, recognizing Hyunsuk's outstanding leadership. Thanks to his command, he reorganized and stabilized the army. The charm and command skills simultaneously leveled up. He turned to the crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over each one. "Next, does anyone else want to try?" The challenge echoed, but not a single one dared to move. A smirk appeared. He knew his power was enough to deter them. Confidence exuded from every gesture. His eyes burning, he ordered, "If the inspection is complete, the combat team prepare to depart. It's time to hunt." A roar echoed, signaling the start of a brutal hunt. The entire army marched to the northern Black Star Forest. Hundreds of figures, bustling, ready for the battle for survival. The scene was magnificent, but held immeasurable dangers. The deep forest was strangely quiet. "The forest is unusually quiet today," he said. "Not a single beast. Perhaps it's because of Bobo and Usaru? Their powerful aura scared the monsters away?" Bobo gnawed on a bone. Usaru stood like a statue. "That's a reasonable guess," he mused. "They are our strongest assets, but we can't just let them scare off all the prey. So why not use bait?" the blonde girl asked. "Bait?" he replied, a displeased look on his face. "If we had such good bait, we wouldn't have to rush into hunting like this." The blonde girl smiled mischievously. "No, I mean something less fancy." A bold idea had just sparked in her mind. She raised her hand, and a glow enveloped her. "What I'm talking about, island. A type of biological bait that will lure the monsters straight to us." The entire army was stunned. He nodded, his eyes resolute. "All right, numbers 14, 3, 1, 43, and 7, step forward." A decisive command, selecting those who would become bait. He clutched his head, his face full of worry. What are the criteria this time? Those lottery numbers I left on Earth? What if I actually won? A fleeting off-topic thought in a moment of danger. Shaking off the idle thoughts, he decisively stated, "Anyway, let's start. Usaru, grab number 14. The plan was set. No room for hesitation. Usaru didn't hesitate, seizing goblin number 14. "What the hell? Chef, are you crazy?" The chosen one screamed in panic, but it was too late. "Let's go!" With terrifying force, Usaru threw the goblin far away. An intercontinental ballistic goblin shot into the deep forest, officially commencing the hunt. The strongest man in the world, Choi Hyunsuk, gave a sly smile. He intended to use the weak as bait, a cruel but effective strategy. "All right, now then." Usaru didn't hesitate, delivering a powerful kick to another creature. The order was given. "Light the fire." The kicked one quickly obeyed. "Yes, chef." A blonde girl with small wings asked worriedly, "But if you throw them like that, they'll die, won't they?" Choi Hyunsuk calmly replied, "Don't worry. If they're lucky, one of the 6 will survive and return." The crowd of monsters behind them trembled. "This human chef is crazy." Complaints rang out. "I just want to live a peaceful life." Fear enveloped. Another goblin, with golden eyes, looked around in panic. "Should I run away now?" he wondered, cold sweat pouring down. But then, Bobo appeared, his eyes glowing red. The small goblin immediately trembled. "No, Lord Bobo! I will dedicate my bones to the Demon King's army." Choi Hyunsuk frowned, annoyed. "Save the goblins," he mumbled. "They're late. The first one should have returned a long time ago." In the deep forest, a black shadow streaked past, its terrifying speed tearing through the air. The small, pot-bellied goblin ran for his life in a panic. Behind him were colossal tree monsters, growling in pursuit. "Save me!" he screamed in despair. Choi Hyunsuk gave a triumphant smile. "Oh, he's back," he mumbled. "Now, just leave it to the soldiers, and finish them off ourselves." Usaru charged into battle, unleashing fierce attacks. "Usaru!" A roar echoed. Usaru delivered a powerful kick, his muscles bulging, sending the tree monster flying. He fought with brutality, showing no mercy. Choi Hyunsuk looked at the devastated battlefield in disappointment. Nothing. No benefit at all. He sighed. Everything is mangled, unusable as meat. The blonde girl commented. Most of them were already dealt with by Bobo and Yusaru. I'll leave them here and come back tomorrow, Choi Hyun-suk decided. The blonde girl asked worriedly, Chef, there's only 1 day left until full operation. Are you all right? Now let's head back. We'll gather here early tomorrow morning. The group returned. In the kitchen, Choi Hyun-suk looked around. You said we're back, but what now? I need to check if the mangled meat is still usable, he mumbled, then coughed. A day of hunting ended, but the chef's work remained. A sky-shattering kick, the brown-haired man roared. You brats, assemble under me immediately! His terrifying power made the air explode, signaling a far from peaceful evening. The one who was kicked away lay sprawled. A trembling voice rang out, Oh, chef, what's wrong? He didn't care, only coldly asking, Has today's hunted meat been delivered yet? Sous Chef Gallum, with a forced smile on his tattooed face, replied, Yes, it has, but its condition is a bit. He stammered, seemingly having difficulty speaking. Choi Hyun-suk's gaze was sharp. A master never picks and chooses his tools, understand? His voice rang out with authority. Gallum, frightened, quickly bowed his head. Yes, understood, sir. He continued to lecture. You call yourselves chefs but don't know how to handle minced meat? Then he explained. Our main task is to find ingredients. Unless you're the Legion's personal chef, no one dares to dream of anything beyond grilling meat. You've all worked hard. Dismissed. He waved his hand, giving the order. Gather up, you lot. Start a fire. His words were decisive, allowing no hesitation. Watching the group hastily disperse, Choi Hyun-suk mused. So, everyone under the Legion commander has to eat bland food? A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. A mysterious smile spread across his lips. If I do this right, things might go much smoother than I think. His eyes gleamed with confidence and a hint of calculation. A steady knocking echoed, breaking the night silence. Knock, knock, knock. Choi Hyun-suk stood before a door. Miss Abelson, it's Hyun-suk. The door opened, and a white-haired girl appeared, smiling gently. Ah, hero. Please come in. He flashed a bright smile. Good evening. I came because. In his heart he thought, actually, this is just an excuse to see her, isn't it? A fragrant, appealing plate of steak appeared. The white-haired girl asked, You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Her eyes were full of concern. He explained, I wanted to thank you for cheering me on in the last match, so I prepared a meal. The girl smiled. Thank you. I'll have some then. She gently brought a piece of meat to her mouth. The spreading aroma surprised her. The scent is even better than I expected. Will the taste be just as wonderful? The moment the meat touched her tongue, her eyes suddenly widened. Utter astonishment was clearly visible on her beautiful face. She exclaimed, her voice full of emotion. It's so delicious! Even better than anything I've ever eaten in the castle. This taste truly surpassed all imagination. The meal was finished, the plate empty. Hyun-suk happily asked the white-haired girl if she liked the food. The white-haired girl gently placed the plate down and said, If you've finished your meal, I'll take my leave. Sir Hyun-suk, she looked up at him, her clear eyes asking, What do you plan to do after leaving this place? Hyun-suk, with an embarrassed expression, flirted, Get married. This startled the white-haired girl. She sighed, a little helpless, then allowed him to leave, as if she was too used to these jokes. But in her heart, the white-haired girl still had many things she wanted to do, many places she wanted to go, a secret longing. Hyun-suk, in turn, asked her about her plans once she escaped this place. Her golden eyes showed a hint of sadness, and she replied that she didn't know if she could even leave. She looked into the distance, her voice full of despair, saying that she no longer wanted to do anything. The scene shifted to Gradium, the capital of the Holy Gartalan Empire, a theocratic nation ruled by the Pope of the Deusis Church. In the magnificent palace, a man in white reported to the Pope, We have found the successor, Saintess Abelson Marriott. He knelt, revealing that the Saintess was imprisoned in the Black Fortress with the glutton. The Pope was astonished, not understanding how she had fallen into such a defiled place. The Pope anxiously asked if the Demon King's army had made any contact. The reporter replied no, making His Holiness wonder about their true purpose in imprisoning the Saintess. The reporter continued, stating that in the history of human and demon wars, the Black Fortress was rarely occupied by humans. And all those times were when the glutton Hemus was absent. Directly confronting them now would be a reckless act. Finally, the Pope ordered, Send a secret rescue team. Pope Urban IV, with a solemn expression, ordered the summoning of the hero Ozeld. A momentous decision in a time of peril. Meanwhile, in a desolate forest, mysterious whispers echoed, as if signaling an impending event. Choi Hyun-suk, with a melancholic expression, wondered about the meaning of the vague words and the image of Saintess Abelson Marriott that haunted his mind. I don't want to do anything, he lamented. A squad leader, looking imposing, stepped before the ranks of monsters and loudly commanded, Squad leader, advance! Choi Hyun-suk, with a mysterious smirk, held up a string with a fresh piece of meat, as if bestowing a favor. "Here, eat," he said. The monsters were utterly surprised, not understanding if this was a new form of violence or just leftovers. Choi Hyun-sok urged, "What are you waiting for? Not going to eat?" A wolf monster quickly replied, "I'll eat," and devoured the meat. The wonderful taste immediately spread, immersing the monsters in extreme pleasure. As if they had just tasted the best food in their lives, they immediately knelt, swearing loyalty to Choi Hyun-sok, begging for another piece.
I swear my loyalty to you! Please give me another piece!
He smirked, declaring the tasting session over. From now on, run laps, he ordered, promising a lavish meal for the squad that caught the most monsters. The monsters cheered, full of energy. Choi Hyun-sok looked at his results with satisfaction. "All living creatures are slaves to desire," he sneered. The campaign had been a complete success. A shout rang out as he struck down a monster, and the system notification "Level Up" appeared, signaling his increased power. He smugly looked at his status board, realizing he had gained 10 levels, and his charm stat had also skyrocketed. "I've gained 10 levels, and my charm is soaring." Choi Hyun-sok turned to a wolf monster and asked, "Hey, Chef Captain, so who's the winner?" He declared the Wolfkin squad victorious, and that they would be rewarded with a lavish meal with him. The monsters were overjoyed. Choi Hyun-sok was startled when a monster asked about the rest. He clicked his tongue and told them to pick up whatever was left. Deep within the Black Star, a gloomy corridor stretched. Shadows cast long like bloodstains on the wooden floor, surrounded by countless gruesome corpses. A decisive footstep landed. Before the towering wooden door, a voice echoed. Finally arrived. In the simple room, Saintess Abelson wondered if she had said too much to that man, but she knew she couldn't hide it forever. The heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a mysterious dark space behind it. A figure in a pitch-black cloak stepped in, his back to Abelson. He spoke, "Abelson Marriott." The blonde-haired man Gevin, with a smug smile, pulled back his hood. He declared, "I have come to save you." Abelson called his name in surprise, asking if the Pope had sent him. Gevin replied lightly, "Perhaps." The Saintess clenched her hands, her eyes resolute. "I'm sorry, but I will not return." Abelson turned away, her voice ringing with determination, telling Gevin to step aside. Gevin shrugged, a smile still on his lips. He said he wanted to ignore it, but orders were orders. What an awkward situation. He clicked his tongue. Abelson warned him, mentioning the monstrous glutton in the castle. She threatened to release her divine energy to lure it here. Gevin still smiled, asking her what if he did that. Abelson insisted, "I will release my divine energy to lure it here." Suddenly Gevin acted, grabbing Abelson. His smile vanished, and he coldly reminded her, "Orders are orders, you know. I'm a soldier, not a prince." The Saintess cried out in pain. Gevin held Abelson tightly, his eyes cold. He told her to take a nap, and when she woke up, she would be back in the capital. Abelson was choked by Gevin, her eyes wide with horror as her divine power was sealed. "Why can't I use my divine power?" she desperately cried out. Abelson's eyes widened in horror, her mind screaming, "No, I can't go back there." A fist, surging with magic, exploded. A warning echoing, "Take your hands off." The black-haired young man rushed in like a whirlwind, delivering a sky-shattering punch to Gevin, roaring, "Her, you bastard!" Gevin wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still full of contempt. "A punch imbued with dark magic? You look human, but what are you doing?" "You move well. For someone with such magic," the black-haired young man erupted in fury, growling. "What the hell are you babbling about? Let her go immediately!" Gevin delivered a brutal kick, sending the black-haired young man flying. He smirked, "That's not my mission, but useful materials are always needed. You'll come with me." The black-haired young man lay sprawled, his body in pain, only managing a groan. Gevin stood tall, looking at the two unconscious figures at his feet. He sneered, "Annoying pests always get in the way." The blonde-haired girl, with small wings on her back, watched the scene in shock. The hero, defeated with just one blow. What should we do? Should we call Bobo out? Suddenly, the blonde-haired girl flinched, her eyes wide with surprise. "Huh? This presence?" Gevin, still calm, opened an ancient scroll. "I didn't anticipate this variable, but there's no other way. Let's see." He scanned the scroll, muttering, "If I want to capture one more person, I'll have to rewrite the scroll." A voice rang out. "Hey, you look like you're in trouble." Legion Commander Hemis appeared, a bewitching smile on her face, asking directly, "Need help?" Gevin was startled to recognize the newcomer. He swung a punch, but Hemis easily blocked it. He exclaimed, "The glutton Hemis? I definitely sealed the Saintess's divine energy." Hemis scoffed, correcting him. "Can you call me a connoisseur instead? There's no trace of magic from this woman. Is this a difference in skill?" Hemis's image appeared majestic, the legend echoing, "The glutton Hemis." A legend says she devoured thousands of soldiers in a single day, which might be true. Gevin still pondered, looking at the scroll. The infamous glutton, the elf Hemis, flashed a sinister smile amidst the purple magic. Now, let's see what my guest is capable of. The challenge echoed, signaling the start of a brutal hunt. The blonde-haired young man, Gevin, glided like the wind, dodging the vibrant purple magic attacks. He knew this was not the time to panic. Just focus on evading, waiting for the right moment. Don't panic, just dodge, Gevin told himself, his eyes firm. He had to survive, had to save the Saintess. A glimmer of hope flickered in the young man's mind amidst the deadly encirclement. Gevin's face was tense, dotted with sweat. Despite being covered in injuries, his will remained unshaken. His green eyes flashed with steely determination. A fatal blow pierced through, fresh blood splattering. Damn it. I'm too slow. Gevin gritted his teeth, the pain tearing through his body. He had tried his best, but everything seemed to be against him. Hemis, with a gruesome smile, delightedly watched her prey struggle. I love the way you squirm. Make me a little happier, won't you? The elf's voice was enchanting, full of taunting. Blood gushed, and Gevin realized the harsh truth. With a body like this, escaping alone is the best option. The mission failed, but he couldn't die in vain. A blinding light erupted, and Gevin vanished. The mission failed. Oh dear. Hemis uttered indifferently, looking at the imprisoned Saintess Abelson and the blonde-haired girl. Hemis's hand clenched slightly, her eyes holding a hint of displeasure. Our guest ran away? Even though I personally made the request, the elf hadn't expected her prey to dare resist so much. The glutton, the immortal witch. These were the terrifying titles associated with the 3rd Legion commander, Hemis, a name that sowed fear everywhere. A living legend of destruction. Countless demons were born and perished, but only the Demon King and Hemis stood firm like mountains. The elf's power surpassed all limits, an unshakable force. But it's fine. The truly interesting things are just beginning, Hemis whispered, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Her blindfolded eyes seemed to see through the future, where cruel games awaited. A devastating punch sent Choi Hyun-suk flying, blood gushing from his mouth. Cough! He clutched his chest, the pain piercing to his bones. Despite his efforts, he couldn't resist this overwhelming power. The horned figure stood tall, looking down at Choi Hyun-suk lying flat. Your attacks are still too predictable, and your use of magic is too simple. His voice was deep, full of criticism. Think more flexibly. Don't confine yourself to a fixed pattern, the instruction echoed. Choi Hyun-suk mumbled. I'll remember. He understood he still had much to learn. The horned figure tilted his head, his eyes sharp. And one more thing. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger than you. The warning was like a knife, carving deep into the young man's mind. The instructor roared. When you win, use every means necessary. Hyun-suk lay prostrate, absorbing every word. A fair fight is only for the truly strong. Never forget that. The harsh admonition was like sharp claws, firmly embedded in the young man's mind. That's enough for today. Well done, Hyun-suk. The demonic master ended the training session, his eyes still stern. With heavy footsteps, the instructor left, leaving an exhausted Hyun-suk staggering to his feet amidst the desolate training ground. Hero, are you all right? Rahel asked worriedly, but Hyun-suk only gasped. No, I'm dying. Please, heal me. Divine energy flowed, and Hyun-suk felt revived. I'm alive again. He sighed in relief, but Rahel pouted. Am I just your living potion now? Hyun-suk mused, his gaze distant. He told himself there was only one thing he could say right now. The image of Saintess Abelson appeared in his mind. Be stronger. Only confidence that comes from true strength can protect you, Hyun-suk. The advice echoed. Hyun-suk was still vague about the meaning, but he knew Abelson was right. He needed to be stronger. Rahel suddenly snapped. Are you still talking about that woman? She angrily said. She almost killed you in that so-called coming-of-age trial. Hey, saying that will get you punished. Hyun-suk frowned. The image of an imprisoned Abelson flashing through his mind. Rahel wondered, that assassin used divine power. If she's a saintess, why was she attacked? Hyun-suk agreed. It's strange. A future saintess should be an extremely valuable figure. Forget it. Don't bring this up again. Hyun-suk abruptly cut her off. Rahel was stunned. What? Do you really like her that much? You're just a moth flying into a flame, she shrieked, while Hyun-suk could only cover his ears. Hey, don't be ridiculously jealous. Do you want to die? Where do you live? A moment later, Hyun-suk sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Bobo beside him looked bewildered. Woof! It's over. My life is ruined, Hyun-suk lamented, wishing to be a rich house cat in his next life. Bobo still looked bewildered. Woof? Bobo looked at Hyunsuk, then suddenly thought, do you really care about that idiot? All right then. So, what happened to this idiot? In a memory, Legion Commander Hemis, with a mysterious appearance, coldly declared, Hyunsuk, this Legion Commander has a big problem. The young Choi Hyunseok was surprised when Hemis continued, her tone bored. I'm bored? Sitting on her throne of power, Hemis looked down at Hyunsuk, declaring she needed something fun. Hyunsuk could only respond weakly, yes? Then a grim command descended. I give you 1 month. Defeat the brigade commander. Hyunsuk was stunned, utterly terrified. Hemis, her eyes obscured, asked Hyunseok if he found it too difficult, and offered help, hinting at how she had helped Kulkan. But Hyunsuk suddenly exploded, resolutely refusing. No, I'll handle it myself. A vow full of courage but also recklessness. Back in reality, Rahel recounted the old story to Bobo, then told it to say goodbye to Hyunsuk, because he wouldn't see him again. Bobo looked bewildered. Ong! Rahel continued to taunt, telling Hyunsuk to accept his fate. How can a weakling like you defeat the brigade commander? Hyunsuk was furious. Rahel admitted that Hyunsuk had made remarkable progress, but emphasized that the brigade commanders are on a completely different level. The blonde-haired girl continued to deliver a fatal blow. His average combat power is over 40,000. There's no way you can reach that level in just 1 month. Hyunsuk secretly wished Bobo could fight instead, because its immeasurable combat power might be equal to or even surpass the brigade commanders. Bobo again, woof? Rahel hugged Hyunseok, asking, one-on-one, right? Hyunseok numbly repeated, that's right. One-on-one. Suddenly, a light flashed in Hyunsuk's mind. He snapped awake, eyes wide. Wait, a duel? One-on-one? He hastily asked Rahel. Rahel, what exactly did the Legion commander say? She repeated verbatim. She said, you have 1 month. Defeat the brigade commander. Rahel watched in surprise as Hyunseok snapped awake, shouting, exactly, she never said it had to be a one-on-one duel. Hyunsuk listed every way to defeat an opponent, from swordsmanship to assassination. Rahel asked in surprise, can you interpret it so conveniently? He clenched his fist, his eyes burning. The plan was set. Lure the enemy out, then fight alongside Bobo. That was the only way! Looking down from above, Rahel was skeptical. Are you clever, or just a coward? She silently wondered, as Hyunsuk and Bobo stood in the middle of the stone floor. Rahel was stunned, questioning. How do you plan to lure that brigade commander out? A weakling like you. How can you make him cooperate? She doubted. Hyunsuk flashed a sinister smile, holding a potion. Of course I do, he confidently declared. I just met someone, a pig, obsessed with lavish meals. And so, the legendary Urun stewed ribs recipe began. Each precious Urun rib was soaked in honey, cleansed of all blood. A feast was taking shape. After the blood was removed, he quickly put the meat into a pot and brought it to a boil. Thick smoke rose, signaling an elaborate cooking process. While the meat was boiling, he deftly chopped multi-eyed mushrooms and green onions. The mushrooms looked like small eyes, crunchy, and contained 50 combat power. Sugar, soy sauce, dragon garlic, and water were added. Dragon garlic, with 80 power, needed to be carefully peeled. Its entrails, though only 30 power, were the secret to creating the perfect flavor. With a radiant smile, Hyunseok tossed all the ingredients into the pot. The aroma began to spread, promising a supreme dish. A shadow flashed past like lightning. Oh my gods! Someone exclaimed, full of surprise. Hyunsuk lay sprawled on the floor, panting. To lose to a human in stamina. How humiliating. Bobo looked at its master, letting out a soft woof full of curiosity. Hero, it's burning! Rahel shouted, pointing at the pot. Hyunsuk panicked, his face pale. A culinary disaster was imminent. Despite all the mishaps, the tender Urun stewed ribs were finally complete. A culinary masterpiece shone, its aroma rich and fragrant. Now it was time for plating. The ribs were neatly arranged on a plate, covered in glistening sauce. With a smug smile, Hyunseok sprinkled chopped green onions on top. The dish was ready, awaiting the glutton. 2 exquisite plates of stewed ribs were solemnly placed on the table, inviting. The feast was ready. Would the plan succeed? Doris, the Legion commander, was enjoying her delicious meal, licking her lips with pleasure. Wonderful. It's been so long since I've experienced such elegant peace. She flashed a smug smile, thinking to herself. Handing Usaru over to Choi Hyunsuk was truly a stroke of genius. Doris's plans seemed to be going well. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed. Doris, the head chef is waiting to see you. A small goblin reported, his voice full of respect. Doris frowned, waving her hand. Tell him, Usaru cannot be returned. But the goblin hastily corrected. No, it's not about that. The reporter continued, his voice full of surprise. He wishes to personally serve you a dish as a token of gratitude. Doris was stunned. A dish? She mused, recalling the rumors. I heard his cooking skills are supremely delicious. I wonder what it's really like. Curiosity arose. After a moment of hesitation, Doris nodded, ordering, "Let him in." The heavy door slowly opened, revealing the mysterious guest. Decisive footsteps echoed, each step like a beat in the silent space, signaling the arrival of an important figure. Choi Hyun-sok appeared, a deep red rose in his mouth, holding a covered plate of food. He winked. "Long time no see, Doris." Doris was completely stunned, her eyes wide, cheeks flushed. She hastily covered her mouth with a napkin, unable to believe the sight before her. As soon as she regained her composure, Doris asked suspiciously, "This isn't right. So, you've come to express your gratitude?" Hyun-sok placed the plate of food on the table, replying, "Yes, thanks to you, I've secured the position of head chef. Apologies for the late greeting due to a busy schedule." Doris nodded. "It's all right. I understand." He flashed a cunning smile, his sharp eyes glinting. "This dish may not be much, but..." Hyun-sok lifted the lid of the plate, revealing the fragrant, glistening Orun stewed ribs. "I've poured my heart into this Orun ribs dish to express my gratitude. Please, enjoy." Doris took a deep breath, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Wait, this aroma. Well then, let me taste it." She swallowed. The captivating aroma spread, engulfing Doris's mind. She inhaled deeply, her eyes closed, completely immersed. What a wonderful scent. Choi Hyun-sok smirked, confidently declaring that the braised ribs were the ultimate technique that made him the god of cooking. He challenged Doris to see if she could handle it. Doris was completely captivated, her eyes closed in pleasure. She kept sniffing, exclaiming that the flavor was incredible, irresistible. Legion Commander Doris was ecstatic, praising the dish as divine, wondering if this was the power of human cuisine. Hyun-sok, with a feigned, embarrassed expression, replied that he was glad she liked it. Hyun-seok continued to set his trap, suggesting that Doris try more new dishes in the future. Doris didn't hesitate, happily agreeing immediately. Rahel stood nearby, her face filled with extreme panic, while Hyun-sok maintained his cunning smile. Doris excitedly said she would visit him more often. Hyun-seok complimented Doris, saying she was well regarded as a Legion commander, while Rahel tried to suppress her anger. Doris turned back, saying she would return for more cooking. Doris hastily left in extreme excitement. Hyun-seok watched her go, a triumphant smile on his face, his plan unfolding smoothly. After Doris was out of sight, Hyun-seok and Rahel looked at each other. The little fairy was still angry and panicked by the situation. Hyun-seok collapsed to the floor, clutching his stomach in agony. He couldn't take it anymore. It seemed his own cooking was also a great challenge. Rahel, though still a bit panicked, had calmed down. She praised Hyun-seok for having a strong stomach and revealed the plan: continue feeding Doris until she let her guard down. Hyun-seok lifted his head, his eyes sharp and cold. He continued Rahel's thought, waiting for the moment Doris completely dropped her guard. With murderous intent in his eyes, Hyun-seok declared he would slaughter that pig as soon as the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Doris was dozing off with a satisfied expression, completely unaware of the conspiracy. A week later, the scene shifted to another lavish meal. Delicious dishes were laid out on the table, but the atmosphere felt different. Doris, now much rounder, sat before the overflowing dining table but said she had no appetite. Hyun-seok stood beside her, his face full of worry. Doris explained that tomorrow she had an important match to decide her battalion commander position. She felt underestimated because of her current luxurious figure. Hyun-seok panicked, asking what would happen if Doris lost the match. Doris confirmed that she would lose her battalion commander position if she failed. Hyun-seok ate ravenously while panicking, telling himself that demons who eat well would become more beautiful, but inwardly screaming that he was completely screwed. He continued to devour the tender meat, but then realized that a week's worth of his effort, time, and ingredients had all gone to waste, causing him to collapse in despair. Doris, with a hopeful expression, invited Hyun-seok to watch her match tomorrow, calling him her good luck charm. Hyun-seok clutched his stomach, tears welling up in his eyes, only able to weakly agree and fervently pray for Doris's victory. The next day, the atmosphere at the Grand Parade Square became lively, where the match to decide the battalion commander position would take place. Hyun-seok shuffled along the stands, his belly still wobbling, hearing a soldier comment that he might evolve into a wild boar. He looked down, his face dazed, wondering how someone who ate so much they couldn't walk properly could possibly win the match. Decisive footsteps echoed, and Roiger, the host replacing Jacques, appeared with a cold demeanor and the characteristic white hair of the elf race. Roiger, the regimental commander of the 3rd Demon King's Legion, declared in a majestic voice, Both the challenger and the defending commander step onto the battlefield. The challenger appeared, a muscular warrior wearing an antlered mask and tribal tattoos, walking with the confident aura of a hunter. Doris appeared, but without any grandeur. She was laboriously crawling up the steps, panting from her plump figure. Finally, reaching the arena, Doris cheered happily upon seeing Hyun-sok, calling him her good luck charm. While he could only force a reply, Royer looked down at the crowd, his face cold and rude, saying, "I am a busy man. You fool." He didn't want to waste time, signaling for the match to begin. "Then let's get this over with." The challenger charged at Doris. Doris sighed, her face tired and annoyed as she watched her enemy charge. Sigh. This is truly troublesome. The challenger unleashed a devastating punch, aimed directly at Doris, who stood firm, creating an explosive surge of energy. He growled, his entire body trembling as he poured all his strength into the decisive attack. The challenger's punch landed, cracking the ground, energy surging like a wild wave. A terrifying explosion ripped through the air, a brilliant red light engulfing the entire arena, signaling a fatal blow. Even Choi Hyun-sok, watching from afar, was shaken by the shockwave. He panicked, exclaiming, "That shockwave reached all the way here!" Choi Hyun-sok gritted his teeth, his face tense. In just a moment, he clearly saw the outcome of this match. Doris sat casually on a throne, her face bored, proving that she had easily crushed her opponent. Royer coldly declared, "The winner is Doris." Dismissed. The challenger lay slumped on the ground, his body battered and bloody. That night, at Bobo's house, Choi Hyun-sok sat beside his sleeping pet, his eyes deep in thought. He sighed, muttering to himself, "As expected, relying solely on Bobo isn't enough." Choi Hyun-sok decided it was time to change his plan for hunting the Legion commander. He held a thick book and a map in his hands. He laid out the monster encyclopedia along with his self-made monster distribution map. Rahel was surprised. "Oh, that's the map you always use when hunting monsters, isn't it?" Choi Hyun-sok nodded, explaining, "That's right. Based on my research, powerful creatures like Queen Talus seem to have their own territories. Thanks to the sacrifice of the Cooking Legion, I was able to map these territories." Rahel looked at him suspiciously. "Hero, don't tell me." Choi Hyun-sok cut her off, seriously telling her to listen to a Korean proverb. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning as he declared, "Use the enemy to defeat the enemy. If Doris is strong, we need to surround him with even stronger monsters." 3 days later, in a vast forest, sunlight pierced through the canopy, signaling a new beginning for their journey. 3 days buried in the monster encyclopedia made the blonde woman feel like she was about to explode. She grumbled, demanding he quickly look at the map, or she'd throw up everything. He pointed at the old map, his eyes resolute. Their first target, a giant insect-like monster, was only a kilometer away. The blonde woman immediately recognized it. "That's definitely Siprv." She explained that in the ancient language, it meant forest worm, the same species as Morpsit and Estanvia. But Siprv was different. Though powerful, it wasn't aggressive and wouldn't attack first. The blonde woman confidently asserted, her small wings fluttering slightly. She smugly asked him if he thought she was a beautiful genius. He mumbled, only saying she seemed to be so. She pondered, perhaps wondering what he meant. In his mind, a thought flashed. Even a fool can be useful sometimes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Legion Commander Doris was being asked by his subordinates about hunting locations. He looked at the map, pondered, then gestured for them to wait. He suddenly asked the blonde woman about a dragon-like steel-scaled monster. She mused, replying that there were many similar species, and one needed to see it with their own eyes. In that case, there was only one way, to find out for himself. He gazed into the distance, his eyes resolute, ready to face whatever awaited. Legion Commander Doris roared, ordering his subordinates to sweep through everything in the area. "No need to capture, just kill freely," he declared, making the orcs cheer excitedly. Cheers echoed through the forest as the orcs rushed into the hunt. The Legion Commander has finally come to his senses. "Today we'll eat our fill." An orc swung his axe, his bloodshot eyes full of craving. "My meat is here." Grisly laughter erupted as an orc held up his prize. A small pig, which had become their meal. The orcs continued hunting, but they began to wonder, "We've hunted so much, why hasn't the ruler of this land appeared yet?" He frowned, wondering if the first day had been wasted. Finally, he ordered everyone to put away their weapons. "That's enough for today." An urgent retreat order rang out. The orcs scattered in disarray, while another ordered fires to be lit, creating a scene of chaos and panic. Choi Hyun-sok shot forward like an arrow, his terrifying speed tearing through the air, concealing extreme panic in the face of an unseen threat. He turned his head abruptly, his bloodshot eyes wide. That sound! Has it finally arrived? An overwhelming fear surged within him. In the deep blue sky, flocks of birds frantically flapped their wings and flew away, signaling an impending disaster, a terrifying presence awakening. A soldier shouted, pointing into the distance, Hero, look! Choi Hyun-sok was soaring through the air, his gaze fixed on the ground. From the abyssal depths, a giant, glowing red eye opened, its vertical pupil sharp as a blade, casting destruction upon the entire land. A colossal monster, a fiery red dragon-like body, roared, tearing through the air. That's a Nidrek. Combat power, immeasurable. A dragon has appeared. Should we run now? The monster's tough scales gleamed fiery red. Its sharp claws dug deep into the ground, shaking the entire earth, asserting its destructive power. Choi Hyun-sok looked up at the colossal creature before him, his eyes both horrified and as if recognizing something. That's it! That thing! He laughed maniacally, his glasses shattered, his face contorted with fear and excitement. It can defeat Doris. A shocking realization. The scene shifts to another space, where the exquisitely carved door of Hemis's office creaked open, signaling an important conversation about to take place. Rydrun, the massive overseer, stood there with a look of doubt. Something's not right, Rydrun. Huh? He sensed something amiss. Hemis, her eyes blindfolded, sat in a luxurious armchair, her voice filled with worry. Choi Hyun-sok, there's been no news of him for 3 weeks. Rydrun wondered, are you perhaps teaching him something extraordinary? Hemis replied coldly, absolutely not. His training is very ordinary. The large window reflected splendid light. Hemis continued, her tone resolute. So, in your opinion, what are his chances of defeating a battalion commander? 0, Rydrun pondered, then suddenly said, now that you mention it, he's been loitering near Commander Doris lately. Unexpected information was revealed. The red nightmare Hemis frowned, her voice full of contempt. That fat pig? She turned away, her face a mix of disappointment and annoyance. I told him to take down a commander, but instead, he's befriended that guy. The eyes, hidden behind the blindfold, showed extreme anger. What the hell is Choi Hyun-sok thinking? The scene shifts to Commander Doris's office, where delicious dishes were laid out. The massive commander was engrossed in savoring a piece of meat, his eyes closed in bliss, exclaiming, as expected, your cooking is the best. Doris patted his stomach contentedly, let out a loud burp, and praised Hyun-sok. The black-haired young man could only sigh, his face weary. He let out a long sigh, his eyes full of worry. Doris saw this and wondered. What's wrong? Doris asked. Hyun-sok hesitated, replying, well? He bowed his head, rubbed his eyes, his voice full of weariness. There's a big problem with the kitchen staff. Today will be the last meal I can serve you, Doris. Doris was startled, jumped to his feet, and angrily asked, what? What's the problem? Hyun-sok explained. The Legion commander wants to eat a special monster, but it's too strong. After many days of fighting, we couldn't catch it. The kitchen staff is being wiped out, Doris pondered, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Now that I think about it, the name of that monster island. Doris's eyes widened in horror. He recalled the recent injuries of the kitchen staff. The number of casualties in the kitchen staff has skyrocketed recently. How terrifying is this monster? The name was revealed. Marbling. Marbling? Never heard of it, Doris wondered, while Hyun-sok retorted irritably. Do you think I would dare to lie in such a serious situation? Doris offered. So what if I lend you my soldiers? Hyun-sok shook his head. Even 100 weaklings couldn't catch that thing. But the black-haired young man leaned in, whispering flatteringly, if Lord Doris personally takes action, that monster will be finished immediately. He continued to manipulate. And then, the Legion commander will acknowledge your contributions. The elf Hemis charmed Doris, calling him adorable, making the massive orc blush and stammer his acknowledgement. A calculated act of flattery. Choi Hyun-sok continued, asserting that he had connections with the Legion commander and could personally report Doris's achievements. The orc listened, his face full of interest. After some consideration, Doris clasped Choi Hyun-sok's hand, declaring he would help out of friendship. A handshake full of hidden meaning for an unspoken agreement. The black-haired young man couldn't hide his surprise, his eyes wide, his mouth agape. His plan had succeeded beyond expectations. He clutched the plate tightly, bursting into savage and satisfied laughter. This deal would definitely be profitable. The next day, at the agreed location, Choi Hyun-sok, along with Bobo and Usaru, was ready for the hunt. Hero, have you memorized the map? A voice asked. The black-haired young man confidently replied, of course, I'm a living GPS now. He turned to Bobo, instructing him on the task of catching the pig, then ordered Usaru to stick to the plan. Everything had been meticulously calculated. Bobo was delighted, and Usaru also eagerly responded, declaring he would work hard because the one who gives meat is a good person. A strange army was ready. All right, let's go, Choi Hyun-sok shouted, leading the small army deeper into the forest. The pig hunt mission officially began, with the reward being a battalion commander position. At the same time, another group of orcs was advancing deep into the vast forest, unaware of what fate awaited them. Where are we going? A skinny orc asked. The fat orc replied, I don't know. The head chef said we're hunting a powerful monster. The fat orc sighed, muttering, "The outside world is still not pretty at all." A weary complaint. Doris turned to Choi Hyun-seok, asking, "Hyun-seok, how much further?" The black-haired young man replied, "We're almost in Marbling's territory." He clenched his fist, his face cunning. "That one is much stronger than it looks. We need to be careful." A warning full of hidden meaning. Another orc added, "Moreover, he also brought his 500 battalion soldiers." A worried voice rang out, "There's no way Nidrak will lose, right?" The sky was azure. Flocks of birds freely spread their wings amidst the deep green forest canopy, a strangely peaceful scene before the impending storm. A skinny orc exclaimed anxiously, "It's finally here!" Doris, the massive orc, confidently commanded. Then, "Advance!" In the darkness, the glowing red eyes of a colossal creature flashed. Sharp scales appeared and disappeared, and growls echoed throughout the space. The colossal monster, Marbling, appeared with a fierce roar, its muscular body and sharp fangs visible. Choi Hyun-seok was astonished. "Is that Marbling?" an orc confirmed. "Definitely!" The fat orc wondered. "I think I've seen it somewhere before. It looks like Nidrak, the ancient monster." The skinny orc quickly dismissed it. "All monsters look alike." Doris clenched his fist, his face resolute. "That's right, but after all, a monster is still a monster." He turned to Hyun-seok, his tone full of confidence. "My battalion will handle this," Doris pointed, ordering Hyun-seok. "Remember to tell the Legion commander about my achievements, Hyun-seok." Hyun-seok could only reply, "Yes!" A resounding roar, Marbling erupted with fiery red energy. Doris shouted, "All right, charge!" The entire orc army rushed into battle. The fierce battle erupted. Doris threw punches, soldiers fell. Screams, blood, and fire. "Don't retreat. Follow the commander's orders." Doris remained bloodthirsty, charging into relentless attacks. "All right again." A devastating punch. Meatball smash. Marbling roared in pain, its body shaking. Hyun-seok watched the scene in shock. That pig is actually going to kill the monster. He's using his soldiers as shield. Hyun-seok was furious, gritting his teeth. His battalion is being wiped out instead of Doris getting hurt. Nothing is going according to plan. Doris remained aggressive, charging to finish off Marbling. "Let's end this, Marbling." Hyun-seok frantically called his name, "Commander Doris, head chef." The chaotic scene and Hyun-seok's helplessness were evident. Amidst the chaos, a shout rang out. "Another monster is coming!" The fat orc, terrified, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" Choi Hyun-seok, with a worried expression, wondered, "This is Nidrak's territory, isn't it?" A new threat was imminent. Suddenly, a giant monster, a purple, worm-like creature with a wide, fanged mouth, appeared. A panicked shout rang out, "We must retreat immediately!" A small subordinate of Doris trembled as he realized. That's a surpive. Panic enveloped the battlefield. Choi Hyun-seok gritted his teeth, realizing the situation. "I thought it wasn't aggressive, so I wasn't worried. But it must have mistaken this chaos for a territorial war." Legion Commander Doris, with an angry expression, waved his hand and commanded, "There's no other choice. Everyone retreat!" His shout echoed across the battlefield. An urgent voice rang in Hyun-seok's ear. "Hero, what should we do? We can't let Doris escape." Choi Hyun-seok clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Damn it! He knew he had no way out. Hyun-seok dashed like lightning, his decision made. "It seems I have no choice but to act!" A fat orc exclaimed in surprise. "Legion Commander Doris!" Hyun-seok reproached himself. "Hyun-seok, you should have investigated more thoroughly." Suddenly, a thunderous punch from behind, precisely from Hyun-seok, struck Doris directly. "Why?" Doris exclaimed in shock. "How dare you hit me, you fool!" Choi Hyun-seok growled, his eyes blazing. "Cancel the retreat order. No one runs." He clenched his fist. "Fight like true devils." Doris, his body fiercely ablaze, roared tragically, "See you in Valhalla, my brave demon comrades!" His subordinate's desperate cry echoed, "Aaron, save me!" Doris fell, feeling the pain and chaotic sounds. He was stunned, wondering, was I just betrayed by a lowly human? Doris's face contorted with rage, his eyes blood red. He roared, his voice full of hatred. "How dare a tiny insect like you?" Choi Hyun-seok charged directly at the enraged Doris, unleashing a fierce attack. A shout echoed. "Choi Hyun-seok!" Doris, now a mass of blazing red energy, roared in ultimate fury. "I will destroy everything. I will make sure you die." Doris roared, his body transforming into a mass of blazing red energy, his power erupting to stage 2. He had activated his full potential, ready to destroy everything. Choi Hyun-seok fell back, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe what was happening. Doris's explosive power exceeded all expectations. From behind, Rahel screamed in panic, her voice trembling as she urged, "Run, hero! Now!" But Choi Hyun-suk still stood there, amidst the blazing red energy. He growled back, full of helplessness. Even if you say that, where am I supposed to run? Choi Hyun-suk panted, his body aching. He cursed silently, having almost lost his life. What the hell was that? Was that his skill? Doris, with his enormous mouth wide open, continued to roar. His destructive power cracked the ground, forming a deep chasm. Doris's blood-red eyes gleamed with madness. He growled each word, his curse echoing. Choi Hyun-suk, I will tear you apart and devour you. Choi Hyun-suk frowned. The situation was getting worse. He searched anxiously, wondering, where are Bobo and Usaru? Rahel explained, her voice full of regret. They must have been caught in the Serpive's attack. Facing the harsh reality, Choi Hyun-suk gritted his teeth. He realized he had to confront Doris alone, to defeat this giant enemy by himself. Suddenly, Doris was injured and coughed up blood. His roars interrupted. He's injured and coughing up blood? Choi Hyun-suk surprisingly noticed his opponent's weakness. A glimmer of hope appeared in Choi Hyun-suk's eyes. Whatever skill Doris was using, he was also destroying himself, gradually exhausting his strength. Choi Hyun-suk charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. He needed to buy time and ordered Rahel. Rahel, the monster map you showed me. Tell me all the nearby shelters. Rahel quickly directed. Slightly to the left, 11 o'clock. Go straight and you'll reach the Warhound area. Choi Hyun-suk replied concisely. All right. Doris roared in anger, pursuing relentlessly. Do you think you can survive by running away? He wouldn't allow Choi Hyun-suk a chance to escape. Choi Hyun-suk was attacking a large monster. Doris roared in pain. Get out of the way, you damn monsters! He relentlessly swung his fists, determined to clear a path. Choi Hyun-suk's face showed determination. Usually, smaller monsters avoid stronger ones. But when their home is threatened, all rules are broken. He understood he was in their den. Doris roared, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. You damn cockroach! How dare you use such dirty tricks! The orc's fury surged violently. Choi Hyun-suk clenched his fist, his eyes burning. He had decided, no matter the cost, he would not back down. An ironclad vow echoed in his mind. Doris's face contorted with rage, but Choi Hyun-suk didn't flinch. I will kill you right here! The declaration was sharp, like a death sentence for his enemy. Suddenly, Doris erupted with blazing red energy, activating his ultimate skill. Plummet Stage 3. Falling Flower. The entire space seemed to tremble under the savage power. Doris proudly declared, Behold this overflowing power. Plummet is the strongest battle aura of the demon race. He was confident of victory already in his grasp. Now, this will be your end, Doris declared coldly. But strangely, Choi Hyun-suk, despite his injuries, still stood firm, his resolute gaze unwavering. Choi Hyun-suk was injured and coughed up blood, his body exhausted. What? Rahel exclaimed in shock. The situation had suddenly reversed, an unexpected turn of events. Rahel realized in shock. His magic power is diminishing. Doris, despite having just unleashed his strongest attack, trembled with exhaustion. Had he depleted all his energy activating Falling Flower? Or had he fought other monsters before this? Doris fled in panic, but Choi Hyun-suk didn't let up. Hey, where do you think you're going? Doris gritted his teeth. Damn it, I have no other choice. Doris ran, looking back and swearing. Just you wait. I'll come back and kill you once I've recovered my strength. A promise full of hatred in his despair. He couldn't forget this humiliation. Doris fled, seething with hatred. Once he recovered, everything would be different. A vow of revenge etched deep into the defeated foe's mind. But Choi Hyun-suk wouldn't let him off easily. He appeared right behind Doris, roaring defiantly. Hey, you pig! The champion's anger had not subsided. Doris was terrified. You came here as you pleased, but you won't leave as you wish. He yelled, You foolish human! Do you think you can defeat me with your fists? His fury blazing, Choi Hyun-suk unleashed a thunderous punch, roaring defiantly. Take this! Readrun style. The unparalleled power from the seventh form of Readrun style erupted. A blue energy surge tearing through space, devouring everything. But then, astonishment clearly showed on the champion's face. He couldn't believe it. His opponent still stood firm after that destructive attack. Doris roared in a frenzy, fresh blood splattering. He was injured, but still resilient, refusing to be underestimated by a mere human. Amidst the earth-shattering battle, a pair of pitch-black high heels with gleaming golden soles gently stepped onto the grass. A sudden appearance, the battle between human and demon continued, two opposing energy surges colliding, creating an earth-shattering explosion that tore apart the landscape. A mysterious figure appeared, her eyes blindfolded but exuding authority. She spoke, her voice cold. What's all this noise in front of my house? The explosion continued to spread, giant cracks appearing on the ground, as if space itself was being torn apart by the terrifying power. The pressure from the explosion was too great. Choi Hyun-suk was thrown far back, his body spinning in midair like a leaf. His head spinning, the champion clutched his temple. He staggered to his feet, trying to regain his composure, not understanding what had just happened. Doris knelt miserably, covered in blood, crying and pleading, "Legion Commander, please spare my life. I haven't lost. This wasn't even the decisive battle." The mysterious figure, Legion Commander Himis, stood tall, her eyes blazing red. She coldly commanded, "Shut up, Doris." "How foolish are you to let a human cause such a mess?" Himis growled. "We are at war, and a useless person like you commands a legion? How shameful." She raised her hand, a surge of blazing red energy enveloping her. Himis's voice rang out, full of killing intent. "Honestly, I should just kill you right here." Suddenly, Choi Hyun-suk whipped his head around, his eyes sharp. A sense of extreme danger washed over him, signaling a new threat. A roar echoed. Choi Hyun-suk like a tempest, unleashing a decisive blow. He obeyed the command, right here, right now, without a moment's hesitation. A fatal kick tore through the air, fresh blood splattering. The commander of the Monster Legion fell at his feet, declaring a resounding victory. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Himis suddenly smirked, her blazing red eyes showing a hint of surprise. Blood stained the corner of her mouth like a grotesque flower. She chuckled softly, her smile hiding amusement. "That's right. We had a deal, didn't we?" Her words were light but full of authority. With a slender hand, Himis gestured. "Then follow me. It seems I have a lot to hear from you, an invitation that couldn't be refused." The scene shifted from the fierce battlefield to a magnificent palace. Choi Hyun-suk recounted the events, while Himis chuckled, amused by the unexpected developments. Seated on the throne, Himis questioned him coldly, even threatening to dissect his head. Choi Hyun-suk trembled, hastily pleading for mercy. The pointy-eared elf subtly smirked, her slender finger pointing directly at him. "Using my orders for your own gain. Truly a cunning move." Despite some annoyance, Himis accepted the outcome. "Consider this mission a success." Choi Hyun-suk sighed in relief, quickly replying and assuring her he wouldn't repeat it. Himis's eyes suddenly turned sharp, her voice as cutting as a blade. "But there won't be a next time. A warning full of weight. If you cause any more incidents or take shortcuts, you know what will happen, don't you?" Choi Hyun-suk bowed his head. "Yes, Command." At Bobo's house, Choi Hyun-suk sighed in relief, muttering to himself, "And yet, we survived today." Seriously, he chuckled, still confused. Doris's transformation? Plamote? What the hell was that anyway? The recent events remained a mystery. Rahel appeared, arms crossed in thought. From the feeling it gave off, it seems to be a type of battle aura exclusive to demons. She suggested asking that bullhead. Choi Hyun-suk looked at Bobo, comforting him. "Bobo? Yeah, you've been through a lot with that monster too," Bobo happily replied. The black-haired young man stroked Bobo, asking about the commander's achievement. The pet replied, confirming everything had been neatly resolved. Rahel appeared, arms crossed in deep thought. She briefly felt regret for Doris, then suddenly questioned who truly gained all the experience from the final blow. The black-haired young man hastily covered his face, repeatedly apologizing. Rahel was suspicious, her tone full of innuendo, as if she had seen through his antics. He stammered, confirming his apology. But Rahel wasn't easily fooled. She flatly demanded he lower his hands, accusing him of hiding a cunning smile behind them. Rahel didn't beat around the bush. She directly asked about the results. The black-haired young man was intently looking at the status window, his face full of anticipation. He was astonished by the sudden surge in levels, but then he wondered. On the status window, mysterious squares and question marks appeared. Could it be a system error? Rahel was annoyed, thinking he was talking nonsense. But the black-haired young man firmly insisted that the strange characters were real, not a joke. The angel dismissed it, saying the hero system couldn't have errors. Rahel thought he was playing tricks again. The black-haired young man sighed, deciding not to argue further. Rahel changed the subject, suggesting they check his combat power to celebrate the 48-level jump. The black-haired young man agreed. It had been a long time since he had checked his stats. With an excited expression, Rahel began the testing process. She eagerly awaited the final results, the atmosphere filled with excitement. The combat power stat appeared. 13936. The black-haired young man smiled contentedly at the significant increase. Rahel remarked that just yesterday he was struggling with a goblin. The angel proudly lifted a large wooden barrel. Rahel declared that this was the gift she had prepared in advance to celebrate his achievement. She offered him a drink, congratulating him on his future successes. Rahel cheered. "Cheers!" and the joyful atmosphere filled the air. Rahel continued to cheer, celebrating until the day they beheaded the Demon King. She also raised her glass to her own wealth and glory, full of confidence and pride. After the training session, the black-haired young man thought about meeting Saintess Abelson. He still had many questions. But then a familiar voice rang out, calling his name. In the vast space, a voice suddenly rang out,
You've arrived earlier than usual.
The black-haired young man, Choi Hyunsok, spun around, surprised to recognize the owner of the authoritative voice. Ah, Lord Rydrun. Lord Rydrun, with his massive physique and fearsome appearance, emerged. I hear you defeated Doris? Congratulations, he said. The black-haired young man smiled, replying, Thank you. With decisive steps, Choi Hyunsok approached. Actually, I have something I want to ask you about that battle. His eyes were full of scrutiny, a big question waiting to be answered. Do you know a technique called Flomat? The black-haired young man asked directly. Rydrun pondered, then replied, Flomat. Are you referring to formless, ancient martial arts? He was surprised. Martial arts are clearly divided into two types: formal martial arts with fixed techniques and formless martial arts, which follow no specific pattern. A fundamental difference in combat style, Rydrun continued, emphasizing the rarity of formless martial arts. Compared to formal martial arts, they are extremely rare. Not only that, but they are also passed down secretly. In his mind, Choi Hyunsok envisioned the difference. One side was a direct attack skill, the other was a power-boosting skill. A clear comparison between the two concepts. Flomat is an ancient martial art passed down through generations. Any demon using magia can learn it. Rydrun warned. However, this is an extremely dangerous skill. Few dare to use it due to severe side effects. The black-haired young man was full of curiosity. So, can I learn Flomat? I also have magia, don't I? A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. You call that magia? Rydrun questioned. It only coincidentally exists within you. It's not truly yours. Choi Hyunsok thought to himself. He says it's dangerous, so there's less to worry about. Besides, I have Saintess Abelson. Rydrun looked at the black-haired young man, his face full of concern. But Hyunsok, I still think. In his heart, he silently wondered, why am I hesitating so much? I'll die without Flomat, the black-haired young man pleaded, clinging tightly to Rydrun's leg. Just this once. I promise I won't give up. This is my body. Rydrun sighed, finally giving in. All right, Hyunsok. Stop this act right now. The black-haired young man cheered joyfully. Rydrun looked at him, thinking to himself, why do I feel like I've been tricked? Nevertheless, he kept his word. But a promise is a promise. Then let's begin, Rydrun declared, his voice resounding. Follow me closely. A new chapter in the black-haired young man's journey was about to unfold. Deep within the underground prison of the Gartran Empire, a curly-haired blonde man named Gevin lay unconscious in the dungeon. Another person wearing a white robe softly called, Sir Gevin Ozelde, are you awake? Gevin, chained in the dungeon, woke up with bleeding wounds. He recognized the person standing before him as the Pope and asked in a tired voice, Oh, it's you, Pope. You said you had no more business with me, so what do you want? Pope Orban IV smiled meaningfully, declaring, I have come to offer you a special opportunity for atonement. Before God, no one is condemned forever. Gevin, though still doubtful and in pain, had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He softly asked, his voice trembling, What do I need to do? The Pope's smile vanished, his eyes turning cold. His voice rang out like a verdict. Eliminate Saintess Abelson Marriott. Gevin was deeply shocked. Not capture, but eliminate? Why the sudden change in orders? He questioned, then wondered, what does the Church gain from the Saintess's death? The Pope replied with a challenging question. Who knows? Why do you need to know that? Gevin hesitated, worried. Darkstar has a glutton. Even if I go, it will still. He knew how dangerous this mission was. Pope Orban IV remained calm, reassuring Gevin. Don't worry, I will send 4 knights to assist you, and the glutton will be absent for a while. The Pope looked at Gevin through the bars, his voice full of authority and warning. So this time, ensure success, my loyal knight Gevin. Failure is not an option on the path to glory. The scene shifted to Choi Hyunsok, who was writhing in pain, blood gushing out. A voice rang out. Hyunsok, Choi Hyunsok, wake up. He was being tormented by a terrifying power. Hyunsok strained, his face contorted in agony. A raging magical power was tearing his body apart, enveloped in a brilliant red light. The red-haired Minotaur looked at Hyunsok worriedly. He thought to himself, but Hyunsok said he would be fine. Enough time has passed and there shouldn't be much magic power left. He didn't understand what was happening. Rahel appeared, her eyes full of indignation as she looked at those around Hyunsuk. "Are you priests? Who gave you the right to decide he'll be fine when you're not even experts?" she explained, as Hyunsuk was chained. Brilliant yellow magic power emanating from his body. My treatment method was just to seal the magic power, keeping it in place. But now, the brilliant red magic power exploded, breaking the chains. Rahel was furious. "You've arbitrarily released and used it under the guise of control." Hyunsuk lay motionless, blood still flowing. Rahel despaired. So, what will happen to Choi Hyunsuk now? She painfully realized. He won't last much longer. It's too late to seal the magic power back. In that moment of life and death, Rahel placed her hand on Hyunsuk, making a bold decision. "I will try to change his body so it can accept the magic power." She explained the crazy plan as the brilliant red magic power swirled. "I will use holy power to dilute the concentrated magic power, making it thinner, easier to control. That way his body will gradually develop resistance, like against poison." The red-haired Minotaur stood nearby, his eyes full of worry, exclaiming, "Is that even possible?" Rahel, with a heavy expression, admitted, "I don't know. There's no precedent and no records. The magic power could even rebel against the holy power, completely losing control." But then, she looked down at her hands, her eyes resolute. "But if the outcome is terrible either way..." A burst of golden light erupted, enveloping both of them. Rahel growled, pouring all her will into it. "Then at least we have to try." After that, Hyunsuk suddenly woke up in bed, his eyes wide and bewildered. "Huh?" He sat up abruptly, his head spinning, trying to orient himself. "What is this? It seems like a lot has happened." A small creature, Bobo, suddenly jumped onto his chest, making Hyunsuk cry out in pain. "Ugh!" Bobo was overjoyed. "You're awake. You're really awake." "Our hero, after 3 long days." Hyunsuk was astonished. 3 days? Bobo asked if he remembered anything. Hyunsuk looked at the virtual status window. "My memory stops at learning Flowmot. Do I have any status effects?" His gaze suddenly stopped at a strange detail on the status board, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wait a minute." He pointed to a mysterious line of text. "What the hell is this? Magic power?" Hyunsuk stared at the status board, his face paling in extreme shock. "Oh my God!" Hemis, Legion Commander Hemis, appeared with the red-haired Minotaur, a smug smile on her face. "I told you he would wake up." Hyunsuk struggled to get up, his body aching. Bobo quickly supported him. The red-haired Minotaur respectfully bowed to Hemis, the mysterious Legion Commander. Hemis coldly declared, "Just stay put. In this condition, crawling is the best you can do." Legion Commander Hemis smirked, her cloth-bound eyes hiding amusement. "I've heard everything from Ride Run," she sneered. "A human daring to use magic? How interesting." Hemis tilted her head, questioning with a sarcastic tone. "Why didn't anyone tell me about such an interesting development?" Hyunsuk could only force a smile, feeling something ominous. Hemis's gaze sharpened on Hyunsuk, who was trying to sit upright, his solid muscles clearly visible. "So this is the Saintess's doing? It's worthy of the title. Not bad," Hyunsuk exclaimed. "Abelson, why did she?" But then, Hemis's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of boredom. "But this ending is so boring. Not fun at all." A gloomy aura began to envelop them. Then, Hemis approached Hyunsuk, her slender hand reaching out menacingly. "This time, I will personally help you," she sneered. "What are you called? A dying ant experiment?" "Something like that." Hemis's hand touched Hyunsuk's chest, and a surge of dark red energy erupted violently. "Consider this an honor." The young man stiffened, feeling a tearing pain. The bone-piercing pain rendered Hyunsuk speechless, only choked groans escaping him. His face was contorted in agony, his eyes wide with horror. The red-haired Minotaur cried out in panic. "Legion Commander!" Hemis remained calm, her hand still hovering over a large cauldron. "Don't worry, Ride-Run, he'll be fine after some rest." Hemis's eyes gleamed with a strange light. "Now, let's return to the office," she said. "The Demon King suddenly summoned me, and I have something I need you to do." A new mission awaited. A few days later, at Bobo's house, life seemed to have returned to its normal rhythm, but the wounds were still there, smoldering, waiting for the day they would heal. Rahel, with her small, beautiful golden wings, gently treated Hyunsuk. A warm light enveloped his body. "Today's treatment is complete," she said. Hyunsuk smiled with relief, looking gratefully at Rahel. "Oh my, thank you as always." His body was gradually recovering, but his mind was still full of questions. Rahel turned away, her voice softly echoing. "It's nothing," she continued. "Ultimately, overcoming everything was thanks to your own will, Choi Hyunsuk." Hyunsuk watched her retreating back in surprise. Rahel softly mumbled, "You are also my only hope." He didn't hear clearly and asked again. She only replied, "The treatment is done. I'm leaving now. Hyunsuk was pensive, Abelson's cryptic words echoing in his mind. He was an outsider, with so much he wanted to know about this world, but he could only wait for her to reveal it herself. A magnificent castle appeared in his mind, along with Rahel's voice. You pleaded so much that I had to teach you the theory of energy manipulation, but in reality, Hyunsuk was sitting opposite a giant bull-headed creature. The red-horned one worriedly advised, "Don't overexert yourself, Hyunsuk." He replied, "It's fine. It's been 3 days since I woke up. As long as I don't use magic or magical energy right now, I'll be okay." The bull-headed creature was startled, wondering, has it been 4 days since Legion Commander Hemis left? So, the Cowden tribe's tournament. He frowned, his face full of worry. The annual meeting at the Demon King's castle is normal, but this year, I have a bad feeling. Hyunsuk asked again, "Lord Rydrun?" The bull-headed creature was startled, quickly replying, Sorry. I lost focus for a moment." Hyunsuk stood up, looking at him with concern. "You must be very busy, aren't you, in your role as temporary commander? Can I help with anything?" The bull-headed creature waved his hand, reassuring him. "It's fine. The commander will return soon. This year's meeting was called earlier than usual, but it's not much different." He slammed his hand on the table, his voice resolute. "So don't worry about me. Focus on your own condition, Hyunsuk." The young man replied, "Yes, understood." Each day, Hyunsuk grew stronger. As magic energy permeated his body, his physical abilities also developed remarkably. If things continued at this pace, he would make significant progress. Hyunsuk clutched his chest, seemingly enduring something. Suddenly, a surge of divine power erupted. A foot stomped down, radiating a brilliant golden light. Divine power! A brilliant red light enveloped the foot of the bull-headed creature. Hyunsuk stared in astonishment at the red-horned one's foot. "Lord Rydrun?" The bull-headed creature clenched its fist, red light flaring. "There's another presence besides the Saintess possessing divine power in this castle." Divine power. Could it be? The bull-headed creature growled, muscles tensing. "Intruders." He gnashed his teeth, eyes blazing. "I'll go check. You stay here." Meanwhile, 4 mysterious shadows glided through the empty corridor. Getting inside was easier than expected. A voice echoed smugly. As they delved deeper, one of the group wondered, is it because the glutton Gevin isn't here? The blonde leader frowned, signaling for silence. "Shh, speak softly. Even if the glutton isn't present, there's still another monster in this castle, known as the Red Nightmare." No sooner had he finished speaking than a colossal figure crashed down, creating a terrifying tremor. The entire infiltration group panicked. "Could it be? That's the Red Nightmare?" one exclaimed. The blonde leader immediately reassured them. "Don't panic," the leader decisively ordered. "Lucas, no. Go to the Saintess. Orca, you follow me. We'll deal with the Red Nightmare." The other 3 immediately obeyed. The bull-headed creature with blazing red eyes realized their target, the successor Saintess. The room where she was held was no longer far. He clenched his fists. Defeating 4 mortals wasn't difficult, but preventing the 2 from escaping while holding off the other 2, that was the problem. A roar echoed, and the bull-headed creature charged like a whirlwind. "Lord Rydrun!" he shouted. A chaotic scene unfolded. Rydrun was fiercely battling the blonde leader and Orca. Hyunsuk also arrived just in time, asking anxiously, "This looks serious. Are you all right?" The bull-headed creature growled, "I told you not to follow me!" Nevertheless, in this situation, he reluctantly accepted. "But fine. Now I should be grateful to you." He gripped Hyunsuk's shoulder, urgently ordering, "Listen, Hyunsuk. Their target is the successor Saintess. Take her and escape immediately." A necklace was thrown towards Hyunsuk. The young man took it in surprise. "A necklace? What am I supposed to do with this?" The bull-headed creature roared while Rydrun was fiercely fighting the blonde leader. "Use it as proof. Gather the high-ranking officers in the Legion and bring them here." Choi Hyunsuk shot off like an arrow, the bull-headed creature's words still echoing in his ears. "Use it as proof. Gather the high-ranking officers in the Legion and bring them here." Meanwhile, Gevin, the blonde leader of the infiltration group, roared, urging his comrades, "What are you waiting for? Stop that bastard now." The large bull-headed creature growled, landing a steel punch on Rydrun. "Without Legion Commander Hemis's permission, you cannot take the Saintess, human." Rydrun, the overseer, was no pushover either, unleashing a powerful 7 forms of Rydrun-style martial arts. A terrifying, shattering strike was unleashed, shaking the space and kicking up a cloud of dust. Amidst the chaos, an unexpected heroic quest appeared before Hyunsuk, startling him. A heroic quest just appeared. In this situation, the quest screen clearly displayed, "Protect Saintess Abelson Marriott from evil humans. Who knows, perhaps love will blossom if you overcome this hardship together." Hyunsuk was stunned. Evil humans? Humans are trying to kill the Saintess? He grew even more confused when he saw the massive reward. And why is the reward as high as 1,000 points? What the hell is going on? Without hesitation, Hyunseok immediately ran towards Abelson, shouting, "Abelson! We have to run now! Humans are attacking!" Saintess Abelson was startled, asking back, "Huh? What are you suddenly talking about?" Hyunsok replied, "I don't know the details, but I think those guys from last time are back." The deafening clang of metal echoed, signaling that the battle had begun right inside the palace. Gavin, Lucas, Nell, and Orca's group had confronted the bull-headed creatures. Another bull-headed creature ordered, "The intruders have arrived. Obey Lord Redrun's command. We will stop them here." The bull-headed creature turned to Hyunsuk, roaring, "Take the Saintess and run, human!" Hyunsuk said nothing, grabbed Abelson's hand, and pulled her away from the chaotic battlefield. Saintess Abelson was completely taken by surprise, hastily exclaiming, "Wait, wait!" The Saintess's surprised cry as Hyunsuk pulled her away, leaving the chaotic battlefield behind. On the other side of the battle, in the Demon King's 3rd Legion meeting room, the white-haired commander Roiger was annoyed. That bastard always messes up Hemis's work. Is he so stupid that he lost to a human? Legion Commander Hemis, with her eyes blindfolded, instructed Roiger to restore everything before she returned. Roiger could only grumble, "Why me?" Roiger concluded the meeting, his voice cold. "If there are no further objections, the meeting is adjourned. Just follow orders, and anyone who tries to be clever." Just then, a frantic green goblin rushed in, interrupting Roiger. "Commander Roiger! Urgent report!" "What is it?" Roiger asked. The goblin stammered. "A human chef has arrived, carrying Lord Rydrun's necklace," he continued, his voice trembling. "He says humans are attacking the castle to kill the Saintess." Roiger's purple eyes suddenly flashed, and a cold wave of killing intent emanated. What kind of nonsense is this? Just then, Hyunsuk and Abelson appeared. Roiger looked directly at the young man. "You are the commander?" "Yes," Hyunsuk hastily explained. "Lord Rydrun sensed the holy power. He rushed out, and it turns out humans are trying to kill the Saintess." "Humans? Why are they targeting the Saintess?" Roiger was puzzled. He tried to take a deep breath, calming himself. He closed his eyes tightly, seemingly trying to sense something. Suddenly, his purple eyes snapped open, and Roiger roared, "Everyone, get down!" A destructive purple energy tore through the room. Roiger shouted, "Humans are attacking. The target is the Saintess at all costs." The room was in ruins, Roiger horrified, his purple eyes filled with disbelief. "This is insane. Are humans really trying to kill the Saintess?" Amidst bullets and debris, a shout echoed, "Their target is the Saintess! Protect the Saintess!" Saintess Abelson, with glowing eyes, tried to cast a spell, but was powerless. "Number, they're too far. I can't stop both of them." In this critical moment, Choi Hyunsuk gritted his teeth, muttering a name, Rydrun. Style combat technique. 7th form. A surge of blue energy erupted from Choi Hyunsuk, tearing through space with the powerful crushing rupture technique. He roared, his eyes resolute. "I will protect Abelson." Amidst the chaos, Roiger appeared, smirking as he looked at the fallen one. "Poor Orca, your loyal friend has fallen miserably, using subordinates as shields." Roiger mused, assessing his opponent's strength. Indeed, he is very strong. Even though divine power is the bane of demonic energy, he still reached the rank of Legion Commander. He sneered, his tone contemptuous. "Is this the level of those revered as heroes among humans? The Red Nightmare, who once sowed terror in Dragon, is ultimately just a petty demon, isn't he?" Roiger raised an eyebrow, looking at Choi Hyunsei. "You seem calm, even though you know you can't win. Of course, with the glutton absent, the strongest force in this castle is only the Red Nightmare." He confidently declared, "I just need to hold you back and wait. My subordinates are strong enough to handle those small fry." Choi Hyunsuk gritted his teeth, realizing the serious problem. He's certain Lord Hemis is absent, and he can even assess the strength of the commanders in the castle. "Just how much of our information has been leaked?" Roiger coldly ended the conversation. "Enough small talk. Time is limited. Let's finish this quickly." Choi Hyunsuk questioned, "How?" "You must know that your power is completely antithetical to mine." Roiger gave a mysterious smile. "Then let me open your eyes. True power can even overwhelm antithesis." Choi Hyunsuk was astonished, wondering, "I've never heard of another hero in the Demon King's army." Roiger looked at him, his tone full of mockery. "Saintess, you and that traitor. I never expected there to be 3 fallen humans. You have already failed. Soon, all the forces in the castle will converge here. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight an entire legion. Don't waste your strength. Surrender." Roiger's words were like daggers piercing Choi Hyunsuk, making him grit his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. "Failure? Is that so?" Roiger smirked, a contemptuous half-smile, as if to provoke Choi Hyunsuk to his limits. Roiger looked down at the chained white-haired man, his eyes scrutinizing. When did that human bastard learn Lord Redrun's battle aura? It's thanks to that I managed to capture him. Chained, the white-haired man suddenly burst into fierce flames. He whispered tragic prayers. This body belongs to the Most High. I offer it in this fire to return to you. Divine flames erupted fiercely from the white-haired man, engulfing him. Grant me the strength to destroy evil, he roared, his resolve unshaken. Roiger was stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment as he watched the flames erupt. This fire! Divine magic! He exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. Roiger stepped back, his eyes wary. A self-immolation technique. No sane person would dare use it, he whispered, his face full of doubt. The flames flared into a brilliant shield, the divine fire shield of a high-ranking holy knight. With just a light touch, any creature would turn to ash. Roiger continued to mock. Even high-ranking demons cannot penetrate this fire. So, abandon the saintess and surrender. Hero. Choi Hyunseok roared in fury, his voice echoing amidst the sea of fire. Why do you want to kill your own kind? He continued to question, his eyes burning. If it were me, that would be one thing. But Abelson is on your side. Choi Hyunseok still couldn't believe what was happening. Our side? Roiger sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. You still say that after witnessing everything? Suddenly, Abelson spoke. No, Hyunseok. Abelson turned, her face sorrowful, the flames still burning brightly behind her. She said, The Holy Empire abandoned God a long time ago. Abelson, what do you mean? Choi Hyunseok asked, confused. Abelson looked at him, her eyes resolute as she replied, All they want is an obedient puppet. Abelson continued, her voice bitter. To them, whether that puppet is a true saintess or not, it doesn't matter at all. Suddenly, a sword descended from the sky, piercing straight into the fire shield, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the entire space. Commander Roiger sneered, his voice full of contempt. Enough of this tearful drama. Come here, hero. I'll give you 10 seconds. The 10-second countdown began, and Choi Hyunseok could only grit his teeth, his eyes fiercely fixed on his enemy. How long could he last? In that moment of life and death, Choi Hyunseok closed his eyes, a painful decision evident on his face. There's only one thing I can do. The only way is this. Number 9 appeared. Crimson energy flared, engulfing half of Choi Hyunseok's body, signaling a terrifying transformation beginning. Plummet. Phase 1. Bloom! Abelson exclaimed in horror. Hyunseok, are you using demonic energy? No, your body can't handle it. Number 8. Choi Hyunseok growled, his body partially transformed, skin gray, eyes burning red. If we continue like this, we'll die anyway. I have to do it, at all costs. Plummet. Phase 2. Full bloom. The crimson energy erupted even more powerfully, engulfing Choi Hyunseok, transforming him into a terrifying entity. Number 7, then 6. In a flashback, Lord Redrun warned Choi Hyunseok about the 3 dangerous phases of Plummet, cautioning him never to use it without mastery. Back in reality, Choi Hyunseok was submerged in crimson energy, in extreme pain. I'm sorry, Lord Redrun. Number 5. He screamed, veins bulging on his face, eyes burning red. I will push myself to the limit, just this once. Choi Hyunseok knelt, energy swirling around him like a storm. My heart feels like it's going to explode. My body is screaming at me to stop this madness. Number 4, then 3. Rahel appeared, her face horrified. Hero, are you insane? Using Plummet, of all things? The warning echoed in his mind. Your body will explode. But Choi Hyunseok cast it all aside, focusing on the surging power. Plummet, Phase 3. Falling petals. Number 2. Choi Hyunseok had completely transformed into a demonic warrior with long white hair and bulging muscles. He ordered Rahel, keep creating the shield. Don't stop. Roiger looked at the transformed Choi Hyunseok, his face surprised. A human using Plummet. So, you're not an ordinary hero, huh? Commander Roiger smirked, his eyes full of challenge. I'm coming. The battle of life and death was about to erupt. Choi Hyunseok, in his demonic form, unleashed a heaven-shattering punch, Plummet's power exploding in every muscle fiber. Roiger was astonished. That blackened body is proof he pushed Plummet to level 3. I didn't know a human could use Dragon's battle aura, but his power will run out in a few minutes. Sword and fist clashed, creating a storm of crimson and dazzling golden energy, tearing through space. Commander Roiger smirked confidently. All I have to do is wait, and victory will be mine. Roiger's sword slashed down, carrying destructive power, a brilliant golden light. However, Choi Hyunseok didn't dodge. He used his bare fist to block the sharp blade, blood seeping from his knuckles. Roiger was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He just redirected my sword with a flick of his wrist? A crimson shockwave erupted from Choi Hyunseok, sending Roiger flying. leaving him surprised and dazed. Roiger angrily stood up, his eyes filled with resentment. This bastard, using cheap tricks. In Hyunsok's mind, Abelson's voice echoed. A human has fallen to the temptation of demons. Aren't you ashamed? He collapsed, his body trembling in the red light. Choi Hyunsok gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring, his eyes burning red. Damn it, I've reached my limit. Abelson's image appeared in his mind, her eyes full of worry. But if I fall now, Rydrun's warning echoed. Remember, Hyunsok, plummet pushes the body to its absolute limit. If you use battle aura on top of that, your body will no longer be able to recover. Memories of Rydrun and himself in human form appeared, full of pain and despair. Back in reality, Choi Hyunsok strained himself amidst the storm of red energy, his eyes burning. But right now, a cold-blooded white-haired man lies before me. He roared in despair and fury, his eyes bloodshot. Then why should I care about death? His body, Choi Hyunsok's, had reached its limit. Even if he stopped now, collapse was inevitable. With no way back, the black-haired young man decided to go all out. If there's no turning back, then I will fight with all my might to win. In his mind, the image of Saintess Abelson appeared, anxiously exclaiming, Hyunsok. Mana and divine power are two opposing extremes. She was in pain knowing that if divine power were used on him now, his body could explode. Oh God, please don't! Don't take him away! Back in reality, Choi Hyunsok unleashed a punch, carrying terrifying power. It was Rydrun's style martial arts. Roiger, the white-haired man, was astonished to see him stack his aura. Stacking aura? You've chosen a path of self-destruction. Without hesitation, Choi Hyunsok continued to unleash a powerful kick, shaking the surrounding space. Roiger was pushed back, blood splattering. He roared, First form, total annihilation. You will regret this with your death, heretic. Choi Hyunsok didn't stop, continuously unleashing powerful punches, each strike carrying tremendous destructive force. Roiger used his sword to block the attacks, but was still pushed back. He mocked, Is that all you've got? How pathetic. Choi Hyunsok's eyes burned, and he retorted, I still have a few more tricks up my sleeve. His arm transformed, emitting a strange pinkish-purple light. A new technique activated, Chain Combo. He unleashed a series of consecutive attacks, crimson energy tearing through the air. It was Chain Combo form. Rydrun. Style martial arts. Variation form 1. Total annihilation. Roiger was caught off guard, surrounded by crimson sword aura, unable to react in time. Huh? He was stunned to realize that not only could Choi Hyunsok stack his aura, but he could also transform it. Choi Hyunsok's relentless attacks rained down, crushing Roiger in a storm of crimson energy, the scene like an apocalypse. The red energy storm dissipated, and Roiger collapsed, screaming in despair. His sword flew out, lying cold on the blood-stained ground. At his feet, Choi Hyunsok lay motionless, eyes closed, his body so exhausted it was merely an empty husk. Saintess Abelson rushed over, calling his name in a panic, witnessing the young man's body slowly disintegrating, turning into dust. She embraced Choi Hyunsok's limp body, her eyes wide with horror at the cracks spreading across his skin. Oh my God, this state! She trembled, tears welling up. He's barely clinging to life. Hyunsok, if you try just a little harder, I'll... But then, a colossal shadow rose. Roiger, despite being crushed, still stood firm, his body erupting with a deadly crimson aura. He growled, blood streaming down his face. You've crossed the line. If you live, you will become a great threat to the Empire. Roiger gritted his teeth, raised his fist, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Before that happens, I will. Just then, a white-haired figure dashed forward like lightning, striking a fatal blow to Roiger, causing him to collapse. Sorry, I'm late, Hyunsok. Roiger screamed in pain as the stranger's foot crushed him. Abelson watched the scene in astonishment, while Choi Hyunsok remained unconscious. The white-haired man looked down at the dying Roiger. It seems you finally had to use battle aura. He turned to Abelson, his voice grave. Saintess, can you save him? Choi Hyunsok lay there, his breath weak, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Abelson knelt, embracing Choi Hyunsok, tears streaming down her face. Don't die, Hyunsok. You can't die now. The scene suddenly shifted to another location. A strawberry shortcake was placed on a plate, looking very appealing. This was the Demon Lord's Legion Commander's waiting room. Legion Commander Hemis sat there nibbling on the cake and complaining, Such boring snacks. A small black-haired creature sat opposite Hemis, pouting, Don't be picky, just eat what's available. A new commander appeared, Park Hyana, the 4th Legion Commander of the Demon Lord's Legion, a former hero. She carried an air of defiance, her eyes sharp as if challenging every gaze. In the waiting room, Hemis sipped her cake, smirking. When will our Hyona learn some respect? She threatened that if there weren't rules against it, Hyuna would have died 100 times by her hand. Suddenly, a small mouse-like creature rushed in frantically.
Legion Commander Himis! Urgent news from Black Star!
An alarm blared, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Himis coldly asked what the urgent news was. The reporter trembled as he recounted.
It's an attack from the Gartran Empire! 4 knights have infiltrated, including a Tier 1 hero!
Many soldiers have been killed or wounded. Himis's face was hidden behind her blindfold, only her thin purple lips visible. She listened, her expression unreadable. Himis smirked, deep in thought. The regular meeting of the Legion commanders was suddenly postponed, and right in that gap, humans attacked? She brought the fork to her lips, a mysterious smile gracing her face. What an astonishing coincidence, Demon Lord. Wouldn't you agree? Himis's words seemed to hint at a deep conspiracy. The scene shifted. Choi Hyun-suk awoke in a hospital bed. He looked around, his expression a mix of surprise and relief. Wow, I survived again. Amazing. Abelson angrily threw something at him. You crazy fool! You survived again? Then just die already. Hyun-suk dodged, weakly replying, I'm still a patient. He struggled to sit up, his body still aching. Seeing you this sick, it's true, you survived. Hyun-suk sighed, admitting, I thought I was definitely going to lose. Abelson nodded, beginning to doodle in a notebook to explain. She recounted everything with an emotional expression. Simple drawings appeared. Hyun-suk used his aura. The monster survived the attack. Game over. You lost. But then, a bull-headed creature suddenly appeared, saving him and resolving the situation. Abelson continued, explaining that afterward, the Saintess and the bull-headed creature took turns caring for the hero every day. An image of him lying in bed, meticulously cared for, appeared. Bobo and I also took turns caring for the hero, Abelson said, adding a drawing of herself and the large black-furred creature beside a sleeping Hyun-suk. Abelson was emotional, almost crying. Both said it was a miracle that the hero survived. She sternly warned, don't do that again. I was worried about you to the point of nearly dying from anxiety. Choi Hyun-suk looked at Abelson, his eyes thoughtful. He nodded slightly, muttering, The recent incident had certainly left a deep impression on his mind. Saintess Abelson flinched, the small wings on her back glowing brightly. She frantically asked Choi Hyun-suk if he intended to hit Rahel again. A large finger gently poked Abelson's cheek, making her yelp. She stubbornly insisted, but everything I said was completely true. Choi Hyun-suk flashed a bright smile, apologizing for making her worry, then gently patted Abelson's head, praising, Well done, Rahel. She blushed, stammering in response. A few hours later, in another location, Legion Commander Himis was chatting with Bobo and the small black-haired creature. She reiterated the story of implanting mana into Choi Hyun-suk, making the small black-haired creature sigh that they had heard it 189 times already. Choi Hyun-suk sat on the floor, his face tired, listening to a reprimand from an unseen person. That person sternly warned him about his recklessness, stating that without Himis's arrangements, he would have died. He only softly pleaded, Please stop. Himis stroked Bobo, her blindfolded eyes still exuding boredom. She uttered, Yes, that's enough. It's boring now. The small black-haired creature cautiously asked Himis about the important meeting, but the Legion commander ignored it, declaring the meeting was nothing compared to her little ones being attacked at the main base. Himis decisively stood up, hugging Bobo tightly. She had just returned and didn't care about any meeting. The small black-haired creature was astonished, mouth agape. Himis flashed a mysterious smile, her blindfolded eyes still gleaming with confidence. She said the Demon Lord might get angry, but that wasn't important. Light flashed from Himis's blindfolded eyes, showing intense focus and an iron will. In a flashback, Himis recalled implanting mana into Choi Hyun-suk, but a normal commander-level human could use it as his own. An image of Choi Hyun-suk, anxiously asking the Demon Lord if he was okay, appeared. Himis licked her lips, her eyes full of interest. To her, Choi Hyun-suk was truly an interesting human. Bobo remained faithfully by her feet. Himis turned to the Demon Lord, her tone full of hidden meaning. She asked if he remembered the day they escaped to this world, when the entire world was engulfed in flames and a crimson moon hung suspended. She continued, recalling the moment the Demon Lord decided to join forces with him. A desolate battlefield appeared, filled with shattered swords and raging flames. Himis asserted that she always followed the Demon Lord's will, for she understood what he was trying to protect. Demon Lord Tegrid, with majestic horns and sharp eyes, sat on his throne of power. He looked at Himis, questioning, So, what do you want to say, Himis? The immortal witch replied to the Demon Lord, her tone hinting at dissatisfaction. You treat me this way. It puts me in a difficult position. Demon Lord Tegrad narrowed his eyes, questioning Himis's words, deeming them arrogant and disobedient. The Demon Lord scoffed, believing Himis had lost her sharpness. The immortal witch sighed, deciding to end the futile conversation and leave. The immortal witch's proud footsteps echoed, but a thought suddenly flashed in her mind. Himis turned back, her eyes obscured, but her words sharp. Are you sure I've dulled with time? She left her final advice for the Demon Lord, and then decisively bid farewell. Time passed. The setting shifted to the residence of the 3rd Legion, Bobo's mansion. A voice echoed a farewell as Himis descended. Himis met Rydrun, smiling as she congratulated him. By the way, congratulations, Rydrun. The bull-headed creature was surprised, not understanding her meaning. The immortal witch continued, praising Rydrun's illustrious feat of single-handedly defeating a high-level hero, and suggested he should seek a higher position. Rydrun scratched his head, chuckling. He appreciated Himis's offer, but felt the time for advancement was not yet ripe. Himis was curious, asking for the reason. She revealed her desire to continue observing Choi Hyunsok's growth. Rydrun continued, expressing his wish to keep learning under Legion Commander Himis to improve himself. The immortal witch subtly curled her lips, a mysterious smile fleeting across her face. Himis abruptly changed the subject, asking about the state of the castle ravaged by humans. The reporting mouse trembled, confirming and apologizing. The immortal witch spoke sternly, reprimanding the negligence of the 3rd Legion, even though this was not the front line. She declared there would be punishment for the entire Legion. Meanwhile, in another place, Choi Hyunsok was deep in thought. The black-haired young man checked his remaining points after upgrading the hero shop and completing quests, wondering if there were any worthwhile items to buy. Choi Hyunsok scrolled through the hero shop, realizing that even after upgrading, the mid-tier equipment options were still limited and not very impressive. He sighed. These armors were too simple, not cost-effective, and didn't boost any stats. He recalled how last time, a captain had torn them apart like scrap paper. The black-haired young man scrolled through the accessories. They had many different effects, but were too difficult to choose from. After some consideration, Hyunsok decided to start by upgrading his combat power analyzer first. Suddenly, a new item caught his eye. Aura and magic creation item. Something that could create one's own skills and destroy enemies. He wondered if this was an item, or a unique skill creation system, allowing him to upgrade moves like kicks to make them more powerful. The decision was made. 500 hero points were deducted. The system began to generate an aura, tracking and recording magical and physical movement. Hyunsok was delighted. This was truly the way to turn an action into a skill. Absolutely brilliant. He stomped his foot, ready for the test. All right, let's start with a kick, Hyunsok shouted, unleashing a powerful kick. The entire movement, recorded by the system. A ding sound rang out. The recording process was complete. The system continued to generate an aura, optimizing body balance and magic flow. The balance automatically adjusted, Hyunsok exclaimed. This high-tech system is amazing. He was ecstatic, his life finally turning into a true fantasy isekai. But suddenly, a blazing red warning appeared. Warning! Aura creation failed. Please follow the correct procedure. Choi Hyunsok's eyes widened. He angrily shouted, What? I did exactly what it said. Why isn't it working? A voice rang out, explaining that the system could not recognize the faulty user, the one who uses demonic energy. The hero system has the strongest security in the world. This is not a server error, but because you are using demonic energy, hero. What the hell is this? A furious shout tore through the air as the system glitched again, refusing to recognize the hero due to demonic energy. He had followed everything. Yet, pushed to his breaking point, rage flared in his crimson eyes. I'm already pissed off, and now this? He growled, clenching his fists, ready to tear the damn system apart. The system shamelessly presented a new quest. Create your own aura, accompanied by hollow comfort about 500 lost hero points. Forget it. Give me back my points, he snapped, ignoring the mysterious reward. The scene shifted to Rydrun's training hall. Choi Hyunsok knelt, pleading with the massive master, whose physique was as burly as a bull demon. Master, please help me just this once. The red-skinned Lord Rydrun looked down at his disciple. So you wish to develop your own aura? He nodded vigorously, eyes sparkling with hope. Yes, that's it. A silence fell. Rydrun pondered, his sharp eyes scanning Choi Hyunsok, as if weighing something incredibly important. Finally, Rydrun nodded. All right, I will help you. He added that he had intended to train him today anyway. Hyunsok rejoiced, feeling as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Follow me. We will begin training, Rydrun said, turning and walking away. Yes, Master Rydrun, Choi Hyunsok replied enthusiastically, following closely behind the Lord. Day D10. The rigorous training officially began. Under Rydrun's supervision, Choi Hyunsok meditated, focusing his mind, preparing for the challenges ahead. Training continued. The black-haired young man diligently practiced various martial arts stances, each movement decisive and powerful. Rydrun stood behind, his sharp eyes observing his every gesture. Training. He was exhausted, drenched in sweat, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His body was worn out, but his will remained unshaken. He kept pushing himself to the very limit, and then he collapsed onto the bed, lying prostrate, his entire body aching. Rydrun and a blonde girl, Rahel, stood beside him, silently observing. His exhaustion had reached its peak. Day D1. Finally, a satisfied yet weary smile appeared on Choi Hyun-sok's lips. Finally. "It's done," he whispered, his eyes shining with pride. His hands and feet were covered in bandages, proof of days of relentless, arduous training. Every wound, every drop of sweat, had been exchanged for new strength. "Hero quest complete," the system announced. "You have surpassed the limits of a hero, breaking all molds. A special reward has been granted." His combat power soared from 26520 to a mysterious number, his own aura shining brightly after days of arduous training. Now Choi Hyun-sok was ready to face any challenge. Amidst the desolate landscape, he stood firm as a mountain. Ride-run-style martial arts had been transformed, etched deep into every fiber of his being. His eyes were sharp and cold, his face etched with resilience. A name echoed, an ironclad vow. Nobilis! The day of the grand assembly had arrived. Cheers resounded, and Jacques, the familiar host, had returned. This great tournament would select 1 regimental commander and 12 battalion commanders. Over 1,000 warriors gathered, the atmosphere so fervent it felt ready to explode. Who would be the victor in this fierce battle? From above, Park Hyun-ah and Himis observed coldly. The tournament was divided into 3 matches, each with a grueling challenge. The Goblin MC enthusiastically announced, "And it will proceed in a completely different format compared to the previous commander selection battle." The first and most anticipated match would begin in an hour. Below, the warriors were ready. A long-headed creature muttered, "Oops! My sword slipped!" The infamous highwayman, with a sinister smile, roared, "Assassin speed!" He was ready for a rampage. Amidst the crowd, Park Hyun-ah unexpectedly approached Choi Hyun-sok, who was kneeling. "Hey," she said, her eyes full of scrutiny. "I've been watching you for a while," she said, her expression full of doubt. "You're human, aren't you?" Black hair, combat power scanner. "Outwardly, you look like a normal hero," she analyzed. "But there's a strange demonic energy emanating from within. Is he a spy?" Suddenly, the giant Doris appeared, blocking the way. "Excuse me, Commander Park Hyun-ah of the 4th Legion. Could you please step aside for a moment? By Lord Himis's command, there's a message to be delivered directly to our mess hall captain," Doris said. Park Hyun-ah was surprised. "A direct order? For this guy?" "Yes," Doris stated firmly. "All right, an order is an order," he muttered further. "The cold cuts are all gone." A heavy thud of footsteps echoed. The orange-haired woman pondered, finding it perplexing that a bull-headed, dog-nosed creature would keep a human by his side, not as prey, but even granting him a position. A smirk appeared, and Park Hyun-ah told herself that this trip might not be useless after all. The orange-haired girl stood there, observing the arena. Although sent by the Demon King, Legion Commander Himis's order had invoked World Survey, prohibiting her from approaching. There was definitely something fishy going on. Doris, the giant orc, turned to the bewildered Choi Hyun-seok. He asked about the message from Legion Commander Himis, piquing the black-haired young man's curiosity. Choi Hyun-seok flinched, his eyes widening as Doris delivered the harsh command. "Make it into the top 8 of the tournament, or be turned into rare ingredients in the 2nd Legion's laboratory." 2 hours later, the tournament officially began. The rules were simple, a death race. Just reach the finish line at all costs, and accidentally killing opponents would be overlooked. The wolf-headed creature stood next to Choi Hyun-sok, warning him not to be foolish enough to approach Holgot. The black-haired young man, though a bit tired, nodded in agreement. From a hidden corner, the white-haired, pointed-eared individual silently observed. The tension was at its peak, awaiting the final signal. And then, the race began. A multitude of monsters, from flying to running, shot forward like arrows, and Choi Hyun-sok merged into the chaotic stream. The brown-haired highwayman, with a smirk, sword high, contemptuously looking down at the primitive creatures who couldn't fly. The highwayman unleashed a blazing red energy attack from above, striking directly at Choi Hyun-sok. In that critical moment, the young man shouted, "Rahel, shield!" A brilliant golden shield appeared, protecting Choi Hyun-sok. He continued to rush forward but worried inwardly. "At this rate, I'll be lucky to make it into the top 100. The highwayman was surprised to see Choi Hyun-sok still standing firm. He growled, "You're quite tenacious, aren't you?" The highwayman relentlessly continued to unleash fierce attacks. Choi Hyun-sok steadfastly defended, praising Rahel's shield. Unwilling to give up, the highwayman roared, concentrating a gigantic blazing red energy orb, preparing for the finishing blow. The blazing red energy orb from the highwayman exploded, emitting a dazzling light and destructive power, engulfing everything. That terrifying power condensed, transforming into a gigantic electronic mesh sphere, as if tearing through space. But behold, Choi Hyun-suk still stood firm, Rahel's sturdy blue shield deflecting every attack. He was surprised. Huh? Does it weaken when split? The highwayman was furious, growling. All bark and no bite, huh? A wolf-headed creature nearby exclaimed in horror. It's a human. He's using an area of effect attack. Choi Hyun-suk gritted his teeth, his sharp eyes fixed on his opponent. This crazy bastard, he thought to himself. Determined not to back down, he smirked, turned his back and ran. Behind him, the green monsters roared in pursuit. This crazy bastard! I never liked him! Choi Hyun-suk ran while provoking the pursuing wolf-headed creature. Try and catch me! The tense chase continued. On the vast racetrack, numerous contestants were rushing forward. The wolf-headed creature roared, You crazy goat! If I catch you, you're dead! Choi Hyun-suk quickly asked Rahel. Rahel, how many people have passed us already? Rahel reported, 76 people have passed. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-suk delivered a devastating punch to the face of a green-skinned monster, roaring. So, 24 more to go. Choi Hyun-suk's eyes were filled with worry, sweat pouring down. Damn it! At this rate! He knew he couldn't delay any longer. In a flashback, Doris sternly told a younger Choi Hyun-suk, The spiritual energy techniques you've learned so far are not suitable for you, a human. An image of Choi Hyun-suk in the past appeared, his eyes shining brightly, exuding a powerful and resolute aura. Doris continued, Flamote and my martial arts were originally created for demonkind. That's why you need to create your own techniques. Choi Hyun-suk smiled mysteriously, his hands bandaged. A voice echoed, Finally, it's complete. Demonic energy granted by Hemis, merging with human magical power. A new technique was forming. Hyun-suk stood there, bare-backed, a blazing purple aura surrounding him. A new technique, a power belonging only to him, was taking shape. My own aura. Amidst the ethereal purple energy, he held his head high. This was a unique power, one only he could control. Purple, the symbol of nobility, was now his. His eyes were sharp and resolute. Then, let's call this power. A name echoed, carrying a regal aura. Nobilace! Power exploded! A purple aura surged around his feet. His magic control skill rapidly leveled up, from D to C. A huge leap forward. His face was shrouded in shadow, only his eyes emitting a brilliant purple glow. His demonic energy control skill also soared, from E straight to C. Dual power, in tandem. A new skill was activated. Nobilace, power born from the fusion of demonic energy and magic. He unleashed his first move, Royal Stride, dashing forward like a purple lightning bolt. Amidst the forest of green-skinned monsters, he charged like a storm. Get out of the way! His words were like thunder, his body like wind. Nothing could stop his advance. A brilliant purple energy burst, sweeping away the surrounding monsters. They were thrown back, scattered like leaves before a storm. Not a single foe could stand firm. The purple wave continued to spread, pushing back all obstacles in his path. From above, Hyun-suk's blazing purple eyes looked down at the forest. Rahel's voice echoed, 95 participants have reached the finish line. Just then, a sudden blazing red attack struck. He was pushed back, but the purple aura still enveloped him. Only 5 spots remain. A long-faced, big-eared creature exclaimed in astonishment. What the hell? How can a human get here so fast? He continued to charge forward, at terrifying speed. Perfect timing, another exclaimed, seemingly having awaited this opportunity. A barrage of blazing red attacks rained down like a storm. Reed Run style, martial arts. Form 3. Berserk charge. He was surrounded, with no escape. A fatal punch landed directly on his face, blood splattering. Die, you jinx! The attacker roared, wanting to finish him off right there. Following the fatal punch, the highwayman unleashed another vicious blow, its terrifying speed tearing through the air. A deafening explosion echoed, the force of the impact ripping through the air, shaking the very ground. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a white-haired figure in a purple cloak stood tall. At his feet, Holgot lay collapsed. The 99th and 100th to pass this round are none other than Holgot and Choi Hyun-suk. The black-haired young man gasped for breath, his body exhausted, but his eyes remained resolute. He had done it. We did it, Choi Hyun-suk whispered. The long-headed, pale, green-skinned creature, with bloodshot eyes, roared furiously. You damned human! He'll kill you! A decisive kick from the white-haired observer sent the long-headed man flying. The match is over. A cold voice echoed. 100 people who passed round 1 will continue to compete in 3 days. Disperse. That night, in the forest near Black Star Fortress, a mysterious meeting took place. Park Yana spoke. Are you really going to unleash that thing into the tournament? The black-cloaked, white-haired figure gently clenched a hand that was emitting a blazing red light. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Modem? Demonic energy erupted. Blazing red veins spread, signaling a terrifying power about to be unleashed. Standing before Hemis, the elf woman with blindfolded eyes, was a fully armored knight. He replied, "Exactly 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days, Lord Hemis." Knight Motem, Hemis's vassal, stood there, his entire armor radiating a blazing red light. His combat power, 198532, a terrifying number. The blazing red energy continued to surge, as if confirming the overwhelming power of the newcomer. Once again, Knight Motem reiterated the long period he had waited, his gaze fixed on Hemis. Knight Motem, Hemis's vassal, was a fearsome war machine. He was ready to carry out any command from his master. Motem asked, "So, all I have to do is steal the flags from the contestants?" Hemis replied, "That's right. But don't just steal indiscriminately. If you see someone good, go easy on them a little." Under the dim moonlight, Parkiana, with a scowling face, questioned the person opposite her. "Go easy? You've gone soft." The mysterious white-haired figure, the 4th Legion commander, replied with a puzzled look. "Soft?" A world map appeared, and Hemis spoke, her tone cold. "Why do you think the demon race constantly loses to humans?" She continued to explain, her eyes sharp. "It's because we insist on fighting fairly. The demon race always uses absolute power to resolve everything. If we lose in strength, we lose the battle. If we lose the battle, we die. We have accepted that as the natural order of life. But humans are different." The image of Choi Hyun-suk screaming in battle appeared full of tragedy. Hemis continued, her voice full of sarcasm. "When at a disadvantage, they evade. They know how to use tricks to compensate for overwhelming power. That's why our Demon King's army constantly fails against those weak humans." Parkiana gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. Hemis, with a smirk, advised, "You should learn, 4th Legion commander." An ancient scroll appeared, revealing the rules of the second tournament. 4-person teams, 2 flags, 48 hours to collect flags. The top 10 teams advance, teams without flags are eliminated. A bird-headed figure in green armor, Choi Hyun-suk's teammate, gleefully showed off the plan. "Isn't it great? Using humans as bait to ambush others. Truly my genius plan." Choi Hyun-suk stood nearby, his face annoyed. The bird-headed figure continued to laugh heartily. "Thanks to that, we just have to wait to enter the second round." Choi Hyun-suk sighed, muttering, "What a hassle." The leaderboard appeared, Team 5 leading with 9 flags. Choi Hyun-suk was astonished. "Huh? Jumped to 4th place?" The leaderboard changed rapidly again. Team 8 surged into the lead. A metallic clang echoed, startling Choi Hyun-suk. That sound? Metal clashing? He saw Motem, with an enormous power level. "Is that him? The one messing up the scoreboard?" The boastful bird-headed figure, waving a flag, was suddenly stunned. "What the hell is that? A golden goblin?" He couldn't believe his eyes at the one disrupting the leaderboard. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Choi Hyun-suk yelled to stop his armored teammate who was charging forward. "Hey, don't charge in! Don't fight him!" But the other only responded with an angry roar. "Shut up, you coward!" Without hesitation, Motem charged, his silver armor gleaming. He delivered a fatal blow to the armored figure, coldly declaring, "Die and become my flag." A brutal plunder began. Motem's attack was lightning fast, tearing through the air. The armored figure was sent flying, blazing red flags scattering. He desperately screamed, "My flags! My flags!" Amidst the scattered battlefield, Motem stood tall, surrounded by countless blazing red flags he had just plundered. A true flag hunter, he had turned every opponent into spoils of war. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hemis coldly told a frustrated Park Hyun, "Ah, whatever you're hoping for, forget it. They can't possibly defeat Motem with that level of skill." The elf woman Hemis bowed her head, her blindfolded eyes still exuding a profound, mysterious aura. Her composure was in stark contrast to the chaos unfolding. The leaderboard appeared, the countdown clock showing only 11 minutes and 32 seconds left. Team 8 led with 7 flags, followed by Team 24. Time was running out, and the battle grew fiercer. The clock hit the last 59 seconds. Choi Hyun-suk decisively ordered, "Stop armor! Everyone, charge on my signal." He specifically reminded, "Especially Goat, be smarter." Choi Hyun-suk growled, his eyes blazing. "Goat, use magic." He knew this was the last chance to turn the tide. The goat-headed figure grumbled, annoyed. "Damn it, don't order me around." Nevertheless, he concentrated his power, and a blazing red energy orb erupted in his palm. Magic erupted. The blazing red orb transformed into a colossal pillar of fire, tearing through the sky, surging straight forward. Destructive power spread across the battlefield. Choi Hyun-seo gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He let out a loud roar. Ikagli! It was a rallying cry for a decisive attack. Modem turned his back, sensing the surge of power rushing towards him. He looked up, his tone calm. I know. The flag hunter was ready to face the challenge. A colossal black shadow tore through the wind and swooped down. The majestic eagle, with a beak sharp as a knife and talons like steel, struck a powerful blow directly at Modem. The pincer attack arrived. Modem, with spoils of war flags stuck all over his back, still stood firm amidst the encirclement, weathering the storm. A pincer attack? He muttered to himself, his voice full of surprise. This is the first team I've seen use a tactic like this. The colossal eagle charged, and at the same time, the armored figure also rushed forward. Modem dodged, his eyes flashing with interest. How refreshing. He glided like a ghost, evading the relentless attacks. Modem's terrifying speed left his opponents in the dust. But, Modem smirked, his tone contemptuous. You are too slow, too simple, and your magic energy is ridiculously weak. No sooner had he spoken than Modem vanished in a flash, leaving behind the frustrated missed attacks of his enemies. Now, Centipede Lord, advance! He roared, unleashing an extremely powerful counterattack, transforming into a destructive purple surge of power. The armored figure was utterly terrified. He could only let out a desperate scream as the purple energy rushed towards him. A fatal stomp! Purple energy erupted beneath his feet, crushing everything, leaving the armored figure no time to react. That was Emperor's Footstep. Noblesse Form 1. Modem delivered the finishing blow, decisive and brutal, giving his opponent no chance. He reached out, snatching the flag from the armored figure as fast as lightning. Done! All plundered, Modem declared, victory firmly in his grasp. Modem calmly looked down. Not a bad coordinated attack, pretty good for an improvisation. But that was the limit. The armored figure had fallen, his eyes wide open, completely helpless against the overwhelming power. Without stopping, Modem spun around and delivered a powerful punch to the goat-headed figure, catching his opponent off guard. Choi Hyun-sok and his teammates were stunned, astonished by Modem's power. Only 15 seconds remained. What is that purple power? The countdown showed only 10 seconds left. Choi Hyun-sok exclaimed in panic, "Damn it, we're out of time." Pressure weighed heavily on every moment. Choi Hyun-sok's eyes blazed. He looked at Modem with extreme astonishment. Modem replied, his tone full of challenge. If you want to know so badly, purple energy erupted from Modem's hand, power surging. He roared, "Live or die, just take the direct hit and you'll know," and unleashed Mana Burst Devour. Modem shot forward like a purple lightning bolt, his silver armor shimmering in the energy surge. A fatal attack was aimed directly at Choi Hyun-sok. The clock hit 5 seconds. Choi Hyun-sok collapsed, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. He had taken Modem's Mana Burst Devour head on. Could this be the end? Time passed mercilessly. With only 3 seconds left, Modem moved as fast as the wind, giving his opponent no chance to resist. The last 2 seconds. Every step Modem took carried destruction, completely dominating the battlefield. Only 1 second. Modem's final kick landed, ending the match. A display of absolute power. The match ended. Choi Hyun-sok lay defeated, but his eyes still held a puzzled glint. Releasing mana like that, was that a self-destructive move? He thought to himself, but the impact was too weak. Choi Hyun-sok unexpectedly smiled, blood still on the corner of his lips. He called out to Modem, "Hey, tin can!" A smile full of hidden meaning. Modem turned his head, stunned to see the goat-headed figure standing behind him, holding his flag. When did he get there? Modem couldn't believe his eyes. Choi Hyun-sok lay there, calmly asking Modem, "Did you really think I'd self-destruct without a plan?" A challenging remark. It turned out everything was part of Choi Hyun-sok's calculations. He had anticipated everything, even being defeated. Everything was calculated. Choi Hyun-sok laughed loudly, despite the blood still on his face. That was a hell of an encounter. He had achieved his goal, even at the cost of a defeat. Modem turned and walked away, while Choi Hyun-sok proudly declared, "Never meet again, Tin Can." His team had officially advanced to the second round. In the midst of battle, Modem, the silver-armored one, was astonished by Choi Hyun-sok. A human could combine demonic energy with mana? Unheard of, he exclaimed. Facing him, Hyun-sok merely smirked. Anything else? Modem praised him incessantly. He is talented, agile, full of courage, and possesses sharp judgment. Modem even admitted, honestly, he's even better than any demon I've ever seen. In the gloomy shadows, Legion Commander Himis the Glutton quietly appeared. Her eyes blindfolded, she whispered, "We need a change. A fresh breeze to stir everything up." The blindfolded elf woman chuckled, repeating the words, "fresh breeze." "Well, perhaps that will be interesting in its own way." A mysterious smile formed on the glutton's lips. The scene shifted back to the Holy Gartran Empire. Emperor Orban IV stood before a window, his face filled with disappointment. So Given has failed. Losing to a hero-level talent was truly meaningless. Another white-haired man, seemingly a courtier, asked Emperor Orban IV, "Your Majesty, what will you do with the Saintess now?" The emperor remained silent, his gaze thoughtful. Emperor Orban IV considered coldly. No matter how much the Saintess had the people's favor, she was still just the princess of a small kingdom. With a sharp gaze, Emperor Orban IV decreed, "Abelson Marriott's title as the successor Saintess will be revoked." An unshakable decision. Furthermore, Emperor Orban IV continued to order, "Declare her a heretic who conspired with the Demon King's army." The white-haired man sitting opposite him flinched, unable to believe his ears. Ignoring the astonishment, Emperor Orban IV changed the subject. "Now then, moving on. Is the glutton causing trouble again?" The white-haired man reported, "The glutton is restructuring the army, changing leaders. They even plan to hold a tournament to select new officers, based entirely on merit." Emperor Orban IV turned the page, his face scowling. "Is there no way to interfere with this?" The white-haired man replied, "We tried asking the Demon King for help, but he refused. It seems even the Demon King doesn't want to confront the glutton." Emperor Orban IV narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile forming. "What if we send one of our legends?" he asked if Kinley could face the glutton on equal terms. The white-haired man warned. "However, there are reports that Park Hyan, the traitor, is currently at the Black Fortress. Park Hyan, is also an early-stage legend-level warrior. Facing both at once would be an extreme challenge." The white-haired man sighed. Just at this moment, the traitor appears at the Black Fortress. Emperor Orban IV, with a face full of worry, voiced his suspicion about a terrifying alliance. "The Demon King isn't siding with the glutton, is he?" Cardinal Elrond, the gray-haired man, respectfully suggested canceling the campaign, but Orban IV's gaze remained firm. Orban IV, with a sharp gaze, questioned the cardinal, reminding him of the history of how the Deusis Church and the Drasan Empire gained power. On the vast map, the old emperor's words echoed, about how the two superpowers rose and divided this entire continent. The old emperor continued, asserting that it was precisely thanks to the necessary evil known as the demon race that they achieved their current position. "Evil must exist for good to shine brighter," Orban IV declared. "That brilliance guides the masses to faith, and faith is the source of Gartran's power. For a long time, we've pulled the Demon King's strings, manipulating wars," the old emperor mused. "But if the demons evolve too quickly, they will get out of control." Cardinal Elrond suddenly remembered. "Our new spy mentioned. The location of the next tournament has changed." "Ah, that's right." Elrond nodded, holding a scroll, his face showing a hint of surprise. Elrond pointed at the map. "It will be held in Inamazet, a forest famous for its beast monsters, quite far from the Black Fortress," Elrond noted. "It seems God is blessing us." Orban IV gave a sinister smile, ordering the cardinal, "Gather the heroes. This is a good opportunity to test their abilities." "Well, my skill window is all messed up from mixing demonic energy with mana," Choi Hyun-suk thought to himself. Hemis, the small spirit beside him, reminded him, "Before, you only relied on ride-run-style martial arts. Now, improved read-run-style martial arts is officially on the skill list, along with demonic absorption and nobility, registered separately." He silently marveled at the change. The status window clearly showed, Choi Hyun-suk, level 466, with 5 new skills. "So, I have 5 skills now," he muttered, his eyes full of thought. Hemis continued, "Your command skill level has also increased. The new bonus effect is quite useful. You're gradually advancing in the Demon King's army." Choi Hyun-suk was examining the status window. He wondered, are there no items that can further increase my stats? A brown-haired girl appeared next to Choi Hyun-suk, her cold voice ringing out, "At your level? Keep dreaming." He flinched, his eyes wide with surprise. A red-cloaked figure shot past, landing on the ground. "Legion Commander 3? Choi Hyun-suk exclaimed, surprised by Park Hyun-a's appearance. Park Hyun-a, with her vibrant orange hair, glared at Choi Hyun-suk. "Shut up. Stop yelling. Tell me how many hero points you have." Choi Hyun-suk hesitated, replying, 1,300 points. She continued, "Shop level? Intermediate," he answered. Park Hyun-a smirked. Just a rookie." The black-haired young man scratched his head in confusion. "So, at this level, what did the commander buy?" His eyes were full of inquiry, like a rookie seeking advice from a senior. Park Hyun-a narrowed her eyes at him. "Trying to exploit my experience?" She laid out a condition. If I tell you, you must answer everything I ask. Choi Hyun-suk quickly agreed. Yes, Commander. The commander began to instruct. Regarding skills, you already have battle soul, right? She continued. Then just upgrade the shop and buy the subspace. It's a much better inventory, worth every penny. Subspace, Choi Hyun-suk muttered, thinking he would probably unlock it after the next upgrade. Park Hyun-ah turned to him. Now it's my turn to ask. The commander raised a finger. First, you're a hero, right? Choi Hyun-suk gave a forced laugh. Technically, yes. She raised a second finger. Second, why are you in the Demon King's army? The black-haired young man stammered. That was just by chance? She raised a third finger. Third, how did you manage to mix mana and demonic energy? Choi Hyun-suk stammered again. That was also just by chance. Park Hyun-ah leaned back, her eyes full of disbelief. So, in short, you're a hero. But by chance, joined the Demon King's army, and by chance mixed mana with demonic energy? The black-haired young man nodded firmly. Exact. You brat, Park Hyun-ah growled. Choi Hyun-suk quickly retorted. But Commander, you're here too. He was sent flying by a powerful kick from her. A moment later, Park Hyun-ah approached Choi Hyun-suk, who was sprawled on the ground, and patted his shoulder. Hey, he weakly replied. Yes? The commander looked him straight in the eyes, making a surprising offer. Want to transfer to Legion 4? I'll personally train you. Surprisingly, Choi Hyun-suk decisively refused Park Hyun-ah's tempting offer, which left her astonished. Park Hyun-ah questioned his reason, and Choi Hyun-suk, with a distorted expression, confessed that Legion Commander Hemis would never forgive him if he left. Despite a hint of disappointment, Park Hyun-ah patiently asked about the young man's next goal. And then, a shocking answer burst from his mouth. Marry a rich blonde lady and have 5 children. Park Hyun-ah threw up her hands, accepting that Hemis would never let him go, and could only advise him to rest. Lying flat on the floor, Choi Hyun-suk quietly pondered, his gaze distant, as if lost in deep thought. Nevertheless, a strange sense of familiarity arose within him, as if this place had become an indispensable part of him. With new determination, he stood up, taking steady steps, preparing for the journey ahead. He tightened his belt, fully equipped, ready to face all challenges awaiting him. Choi Hyun-suk instructed Bobo to guard the house, promising to return as a champion, and Bobo responded with an excited bark. The brown-haired girl beside him confirmed the plan to teleport to Inamosit, the land of monsters. Choi Hyun-suk nodded, his eyes blazing, ready for a new adventure. He and the brown-haired girl stepped out together, heading towards Inamosit, the land of monsters, with their fighting spirit ablaze. As soon as he set foot in the dense forest, Choi Hyun-suk quickly leveled up after defeating a dryad, a plant monster with a strange appearance. He was utterly surprised by the dizzying leveling speed, wondering if he was in a double experience zone. Suddenly, an ancient scroll appeared, revealing the brutal rules of the third tournament, survival in the beast forest, ending when 10 out of 24 participants are eliminated. And each person is granted a magical tool. A mystical purple orb appeared, bearing a deadly name, the Military Tracking Orb. It was a magical tool created by Hemis, which would display the location of all participants every hour. A damned toy of the glutton. Even Rahel, the tiny fairy, had to admit it. The Demon King's Legion possessed extremely solid magic, but she hadn't expected them to use such a complex ritual for this tournament. Meanwhile, amidst the lush beast forest, Choi Hyun-suk cautiously gathered herbs. He muttered, wanting to leave quickly before anyone appeared, but danger was already close. Suddenly, a critical blow struck him directly in the face. The impact was so strong that Choi Hyun-suk's entire body shook, sending him flying backward. The attacker had moved too quickly. He fell, sprawling, and before he could collect himself, a threatening voice rang out. The attacker, a flower-shaped dryad, stood tall. "I've finally found you, human!" The monster growled, its eyes blazing. "This time, we'll settle everything once and for all," it vowed, while Choi Hyun-suk was still trying to catch his breath. Not far away, a white-haired guard with pointed ears was lazily perched on a tree branch. He sighed, complaining about the boring task. Highs. What a nuisance. Below, the Inamosit teleportation gate stood tall, surrounded by guards. A glowing red energy matrix enveloped it, signaling that this was a critical point requiring absolute protection. The white-haired guard frowned, seemingly talking to someone invisible. "Please don't be too rough. This is the only gate connecting to the castle, right? If it breaks, then—" He clicked his tongue, his face annoyed. All right. Then he muttered, "But honestly, who would come to this remote place?" A clear disdain was in his voice. Suddenly, a soft, yet sharp sound echoed, Faint footsteps glided across the lush green grass, approaching the guard's position. Someone was coming. The white-haired guard flinched, jumping up from the tree branch. A strange aura rushed into his senses, putting him on high alert. What was happening? He closed his eyes, focusing all his senses to perceive. A mysterious energy spread through the air. A presence? He whispered, trying to pinpoint its origin. Looking down from above, a surprising sight appeared. A group of people, dressed in dark attire, were scattered on the ground, hidden amidst the dense vegetation. The white-haired guard continued to analyze, a red glint flashing in his eyes. A group of people hunting monsters? But I don't sense any powerful magic from them. He considered, then made a decision. If we attack first and are exposed, it will be very bad. Inamosite is a vast place. The chance of encountering each other is very low. Never mind. Just leave them be. The black-haired young man tightened his grip on the goat-headed man, ignoring the threats. The enemy trembled, begging but still trying to act tough, demanding that he fear the power of the great Holgot. The goat-headed man panicked, quickly shouting that he would regret it if he killed him. Choi Hyun-suk coldly questioned him, his eyes unwavering at the baseless threat. Suddenly, the goat-headed man uttered a final plea, promising shocking information. The sharp eyes of a wolf-headed man somewhere were also intently listening. The black-haired young man raised an eyebrow, showing interest. He wanted to know what shocking information the goat-headed man possessed. The goat-headed man quickly revealed, "The hero team has decided to hunt our demon race as their top priority." Choi Hyun-suk merely smirked, uttering a sarcastic remark. He scoffed, retorting, "So, where is this hero team? Why are you here alone?" His eyes were full of suspicion, disbelieving the enemy's story. The goat-headed man stammered, then suddenly began to count down. 5! Choi Hyun-suk was surprised, not understanding what was happening. The countdown echoed, and at the same time, countless monsters rushed out to attack. The wolf-headed man roared, "Holgot has found the human! Kill him!" Another voice rang out, complaining about system abuse. The scene shifted back to the Black Fortress, where the military surveillance orb glowed brightly in the war room. Magic surged, signaling a major event about to unfold. In the war room, Park Hyuna and Legion Commander Hemis were seated on thrones. Hemis smiled meaningfully. "So, everyone is targeting Choi Hyun-suk. What a pity." Park Hyuna frowned, annoyed by Hemis's attitude. "What's there to pity? Wipe that smile off your face and speak properly." Just then, an urgent call rang out. The white-haired guard reported in a panic, "We are under attack. The humans are trying to close the warp gate." The sudden event made the atmosphere extremely tense. He continued, "The enemies are a large group of heavily armed people using stealth items. We don't know how, but they know the exact location of our warp gate." The military surveillance orb shook violently, its bright red light flashing continuously, indicating a fierce battle raging at the warp gate. Hemis gazed thoughtfully at the orb, her pale purple lips softly uttering a word. A raid team. She had understood the nature of this attack. Lord Rydrun, with his muscular physique and resolute expression, immediately replied, "Yes, sir, we will depart at once." The counterattack had been ordered. Legion Commander Hemis, with her eyes covered, subtly curved her pale purple lips. She understood clearly. So, they were well prepared. Former hero Park Hyuna sat behind, her expression annoyed. Hemis continued, her voice full of suspicion. "There must be a traitor." Park Hyun, Ah's gaze grew even colder. A traitor? But who and where? The question hung in the tense air. In the lush green forest, Choi Hyun-suk was struggling to hide, holding 2 leafy branches. He muttered in frustration, "How can they cheat in this divine ranked battle? What the hell are these administrators doing?" Rahel, with her small, sparkling wings, quickly reminded him. "Hero, silence." Choi Hyun-suk started, realizing he had been too loud. 2 large creatures glided past Choi Hyun-suk's hiding spot. They called back, "No humans here. Just wait for the next tracking update." Choi Hyun-suk held his breath, maintaining his posture. He knew that even a small sound could ruin everything. When the enemies were far away, Choi Hyun-suk finally dared to stand up, letting out a long sigh. "Damn it, I'm scared to death. How can we survive this?" Rahel flew over, asking worriedly, "If leveling up is easy, should we start a beast war here? Is there anything useful in the hero shop?" Choi Hyun-suk lay on the ground, looking up at the sky. "That's right. Isn't there anything useful? A revolutionary item that can save me from all this abuse." Suddenly, a sparkling blue light caught his attention. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised. "Oh, what's this?" A mysterious figure in a black cloak appeared. He, with his fiery red hair, coldly spoke. "Are you the hero of legend?" The red-haired man's hand subtly rose, as if to pull down his hood, revealing his true appearance. Choi Hyun-suk lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by an army in black cloaks. The red-haired man stood tall, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Beneath the cloaks, faces gradually emerged. humans with cold expressions, sharp eyes, ready to await orders. One of them, a man with an angular face and wide eyes, seemed surprised by the scene before him. Stunned, Choi Hyun-sok realized that his assailants were humans. But something was wrong. A sense of unease arose within him. The red-haired man smiled, a self-satisfied look on his face. He slowly introduced himself. "Ah, I forgot. I am the hero, Andrew Taylor." A sudden quest appeared, revealing the harsh truth. This group of heroes were bastards. Choi Hyun-sok's only goal now was to survive, or eliminate them for a reward. Choi Hyun-sok immediately bowed low, feigning respect. "Greetings, Senior. I'm the new hero, Choi Hyun-sok." "What brings you to this remote place, Senior?" he asked, his eyes hiding vigilance. "Hunting demons," Andrew Taylor replied concisely. Choi Hyun-sok nodded, his mouth full of flattery. "A noble mission. Destroying evil, bringing justice." But inwardly, he was already calculating. "Then I'll go smash some demons, too." Choi Hyun-sok quickly slipped away, leaving a meaningful good luck. He knew this was his only chance to escape. But Andrew Taylor had no intention of letting him go. He drew his sword, its blade emitting a brilliant blue light, signaling an unavoidable attack. Choi Hyun-sok turned back in shock, horrified to see the brilliant blue energy surge straight towards him. He had been exposed, Andrew Taylor coldly declared, his sword still glowing. And to eliminate the traitor to humanity. His eyes were full of killing intent, aimed directly at Choi Hyun-sok. Choi Hyun-sok fell to the ground, surrounded by the group in black cloaks. "The human has been found!" A voice rang out, signaling the end. A goat-headed creature appeared, questioning Choi Hyun-sok. "Do you think you can escape me, escape Holgot?" He seemed to be Holgot, the one who had been pursuing Choi Hyun-sok. Choi Hyun-sok looked around in confusion. The attackers were discussing his ability to create clones, suspecting him of using replication magic. In desperation, Choi Hyun-sok yelled, "All participants, recite the chant of the Demon King's Third Legion! Right now! He was trying to do something crazy!" Holgot and the others were bewildered, not understanding Choi Hyun-sok's strange call. A wave of confusion spread through their ranks. Andrew Taylor frowned, his face both shocked and angry. "What the hell is wrong with this idiot?" he muttered, completely failing to grasp Choi Hyun-sok's intention. Choi Hyun-sok flashed a mad smile, a green aura enveloping him. "We are the Great Legion of the Demon King," he declared, revealing his true identity. Choi Hyun-sok roared, rallying the monsters. "Crush the humans!" Holgot, the goat-headed man, stood amidst the crowd, his eyes wide with shock. Holgot stammered, his voice trembling as if he couldn't believe his ears. "We will devour the humans?" Choi Hyun-sok roared, his aura exploding. He activated a hidden skill, instilling confidence in every monster. "That's right, demon brethren, advance." Holgot and a green monster stood side by side, their faces bewildered. "He's not wrong," Holgot muttered. "The Demon King's Legion is still a legion." Swept up in the frenzied momentum, Holgot roared, swinging his sword and charging forward. The monsters rushed straight into battle like moths to a flame. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-sok turned his back and fled the battlefield. He glanced back at his comrades, muttering a false oath. With tears in his eyes, he dramatically yelled, "Your sacrifice, see you in Valhalla, a perfect act for a smooth escape." He knew the monsters wouldn't last long. The enemies would soon catch up. Choi Hyun-sok gritted his teeth, his mind racing to find a way to escape. Suddenly, a cold hand grabbed his scarf. "Hey!" A voice rang. Choi Hyun-sok flinched. The white-haired guard with purple eyes was looking at him suspiciously. "Commander, what the hell is going on?" he replied. "The city gate has been destroyed." "What about your gate guards?" the guard asked. Choi Hyun-sok shrugged. "They're probably wiped out. I was lucky to escape myself." "Wiped out? But there were only about 40 enemies," the guard exclaimed. He explained, all of them were battalion commander level. 3 were regiment commander level like me, and 1 was close to division commander level. The guard's face darkened. "So how can we possibly escape alive?" Choi Hyun-sok coldly replied. "Neither of us can." The guard pointed at Choi Hyun-sok, explaining the dire situation. "You're under a tracking spell, and I'm a high-ranking member of the Demon King's Legion. They'll find us immediately." Choi Hyun-sok knelt, pleading. "Can't you dispel the spell? You're good at magic." The guard shook his head. "It takes too much time. We don't have it." The magic orb in his hand suddenly chimed. The orb glowed, displaying a danger map. "Danger! A master-level monster is nearby." The situation became even more urgent. Choi Hyun-sok's eyes widened, his face contorted with fear. "With this monster, perhaps." His words faltered, terror evident as danger loomed. He turned to the white-haired guard, his eyes pleading. "Commander." A single word escaped, laden with faint hope in a desperate situation. Suddenly, a cunning smile appeared on Choi Hyun-sok's face. I have an idea. His eyes gleamed with a mischievous spark. A crazy plan had just formed. In the forest, a group of cloaked figures surrounded the traitor. The red-haired man leading them ordered, "We have eliminated the demons! The traitor has escaped, everyone! Advance!" The entire group in black cloaks shot forward like arrows, tearing through the silent forest. The pursuit began, without a moment's delay. The red-haired man sensed something. To the east, not far from here, is the traitor. But I also sensed something else. Could it be Flocklade, the strongest predator of Inamosit, a gigantic plant monster, high-level danger, requiring at least one hero to subdue. Average combat power 250,000, 300,000. The red-haired man pondered. It's not unbeatable, but the losses will be immense. He clearly understood the price of this confrontation. A flock of birds flew frantically across the blue sky, signaling an impending disaster upon the peaceful forest. From deep within the green forest, the colossal Flocklade rose, its blood-red petals spreading terror among the group in black cloaks. The red-haired man raised his hand and commanded, "You all, draw its attention." A cold order, pushing his comrades into danger. As for the traitor, a bottle of pheromone perfume appeared. Its scent attracts monsters. The more it's used, the weaker its effect. Choi Hyunsok and Holgot were now in the form of withered trees, female dryad bark and pollen. Status: leveled up. I'll do anything to survive, even if I have to turn into a female tree. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes, his gaze resolute. I will deal with him. He had sealed Choi Hyunsok's fate. A sharp object tore through the air and plunged into the ground, signaling the start of a brutal hunt. Choi Hyunsok, in his leafy disguise, cried out in panic, "He's here!" The desperate shout signaled imminent danger. The red-haired pursuer charged like a whirlwind, sword energy tearing through space. "I know that too," he roared, determined not to miss his escaping prey. In a life-or-death moment, Choi Hyunsok dodged with incredible speed, his feet gliding across the ground, leaving traces of his survival. The hunt continued, without a second's pause. Amidst the fierce battle, a moment of stillness. The red-haired figure exhaled sharply, his eyes as cold as a sword, seemingly focusing on a special skill. Attacks rained down, tearing through the air. Choi Hyunsok persistently dodged, turning the giant dryad into an unwilling shield, making the enemy struggle. Holgot, in his floral form, watched the scene in shock. Strange demonic chains extended from the dryad, binding the pursuer and adding chaos to the battlefield. The red-haired figure was entangled by thorny vines, but continued to attack relentlessly. He lunged at Choi Hyunsok, each strike carrying immense killing intent. Choi Hyunsok shouted, his voice full of heroic flair. "I'll handle the small fries according to the plan. Just hold on a little longer." He acted like a commander, but was actually trying to escape. The red-haired figure stopped, his eyes suspicious. "Is your plan just to stall for time like this?" A question as sharp as a knife, cutting straight through Choi Hyunsok's scheme. A white-haired figure appeared, sword at his side, scoffing disdainfully. This mysterious guard seemed to have seen through everything. Choi Hyunsok, in his miniature dryad form, began presenting the plan. He spoke endlessly about maximizing everyone's strength, painting a vision of victory. He continued to command. "Commander, just keep running and exhaust him. Use the monster as a shield." Then he declared himself a mid-range support, skilled in binding and fast movement. "The key to this plan is never to confront him directly," Choi Hyunsok concluded, naming the operation "Come and See for Yourself," a perfect act. The red-haired figure roared in anger. "You sneaky bastard! How long do you plan to avoid me?" He attacked even more frantically, but only became more entangled in Choi Hyunsok's trap. The white-haired guard looked at Choi Hyunsok, his eyes full of contempt. "Is this how humans fight? What a cowardly method!" The red-haired figure snarled, trying to get past the dryad. "Damn it! Stop blocking the way!" Choi Hyunsok thought to himself, pleased with the stalling. "But thanks to this, I can buy more time." The guard's warning still echoed, but Choi Hyunsok had been knocked down. A black-cloaked figure loomed over him, a fatal blow about to descend. The black-cloaked figure gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. Order to kill the traitor. The cold pronouncement echoed. He roared, his sword swinging up dazzlingly. Die! A merciless, fatal blow aimed directly at the figure lying below. But Choi Hyunsok was not easily defeated. He rolled away, the sharp blade narrowly missing him. A chill ran down his spine. He's really strong. Just a graze and I would have been cut in half. Choi Hyunsok cursed inwardly. The black-cloaked figure continued to swing his sword. But in Choi Hyunsok's eyes, those attacks were too simple, easily predictable. No tricks, no deception. He just swings his sword like a machine. Choi Hyunsok realized his opponent's fatal weakness. A sudden kick, as powerful as a hammer, struck straight into something. The black-cloaked figure took the full force of the devastating kick. Fresh blood splattered, and he fell, in extreme pain. The terrifying kick made his head snap back, its immense power tearing through the air, leaving a bright red streak of blood. Level up. The system announced the good news. Choi Hyun-sok looked at the fallen black-cloaked figure, surprised. That easy? I thought it would be harder. These guys' attacks. Are they even human? But the joy didn't last. Choi Hyun-sok's body began to react violently. I've used level up for too long. At this rate, my stamina will. He writhed in pain. Another notification appeared. Demonic energy control skill has increased from C to B rank. At the same time, a cold, sharp blue energy blade appeared. He was stunned. Small horns grew, and his eyes glowed crimson. Temporary synchronization of body with demonic energy. Transformation activated, the system coldly declared. Without hesitation, Choi Hyun-sok shot away like an arrow. The black-cloaked figure still lay there, defeated, while he had already begun a new escape. The transformation was activated, but Choi Hyun-sok felt his strength draining. He gritted his teeth, telling himself, this is the limit. The transformed dryad body had endured too much. Rips appeared, blood seeped out. I can't hold on any longer, and neither can this monster, he thought to himself, exhausted. The red-haired, black-cloaked figure appeared, his eyes full of contempt. Aside from running away, you're nothing. Even that little trick of yours ends here. The red-haired man sneered, full of self-satisfaction. We heroes grow stronger every time we defeat monsters or demons. My current level is 983. He charged, his sword swinging down to strike Choi Hyun-sok in his dryad form. If I defeat this monster you're using as a meat shield. A sword strike tore through the air, plunging into the dryad. The red-haired, black-cloaked figure roared. I'll easily reach level 1000. He relentlessly unleashed continuous attacks, forming a fierce storm of sword energy that tore through space. Despite being cornered, Choi Hyun-sok's crimson eyes still shone with resilience. He couldn't fall. Not yet. Sword energy, like a tempest, continuously struck the dryad's body, tearing through its layers, revealing deep wounds. The red-haired, black-cloaked figure stood tall on the tattered dryad's body, his eyes arrogant. And once I level up, he raised his sword high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Defeating trash like you will be nothing. But Choi Hyun-sok, even in his tattered dryad form, looked up. I wasn't running away for nothing, he thought to himself, a spark of light in his eyes. Suddenly, crimson magical chains appeared, shackling space itself, binding everything around. The brilliant magic circle erupted, the chains tightening. Isolated binding, a voice echoed, multiform. The red-haired, black-cloaked figure was suddenly tightly bound by the red chains. He struggled in vain, unable to believe his eyes. Choi Hyun-sok, in his dryad form, raised 2 fingers to the sky, confidently declaring he had another backup plan. With a cunning smile, Choi Hyun-sok revealed the plan's name, Stolen Finishing Blow. He looked extremely pleased with the idea. The white-haired dryad blankly asked if finishing blow was some hero's code. Choi Hyun-sok began to explain. First, before the monster falls, I'll deal with the small fry. The white-haired dryad listened. Choi Hyun-sok continued. While you distract him, when the time comes, help me defeat the monster. The white-haired dryad sighed, leaning back. Now we have no better option, he said. But your plan has 2 problems. He raised 2 fingers, beginning to state the first problem. 1. Are you sure you can return before the binding spell wears off? The white-haired dryad looked directly at Choi Hyun-sok, continuing with the second question. 2. Even if you level up, can you truly defeat him? Choi Hyun-sok looked up at the sky, his expression pensive. He admitted, honestly, the chance of everything going perfectly is less than 1%. He placed a hand on the white-haired dryad's shoulder, his voice firm. But if we give up, it's 0%. Choi Hyun-sok clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. If I have to choose between 0 and 1, I'll bet everything on that 1% chance. The red-haired, black-cloaked figure roared in anger, struggling in the red chains. A binding skill? What can you do with such a cheap trick? The white-haired dryad crossed his arms, his eyes sharp. Just you wait, he said. Because we also have a leveling hero. Choi Hyun-sok's dark silhouette suddenly appeared above the red-haired figure, emitting a brilliant purple energy. Right here, the white-haired dryad growled. The red-haired, black-cloaked figure looked up at the dark silhouette, his face filled with extreme terror. What is that form? A demon? He exclaimed. Choi Hyun-sok's dark silhouette plunged down, delivering a fatal blow. The screen continuously displayed level up, notifications, confirming his new power. The fatal blow struck, tearing through the red-haired figure's body. Fresh blood splattered and a pathetic groan echoed through space. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Choi Hyun-sok stood tall, his hands stained with blood. He looked down at the cowering Dryad, praising, "Well done, Captain." The Dryad replied, his voice weak, "You came just in time." Choi Hyun-suk's eyes were sharp, streaks of purple energy swirling around him. He declared, his voice full of power. From now on, Choi Hyun-suk's muscular physique became clear, and he pointed directly at the trembling red-haired figure, coldly declaring, "You'll only be getting one-sided beatdowns." The red-haired figure roared, trying to swing his sword in resistance. "You think that last hit means you can defeat me?" he challenged, but his voice already betrayed panic. A burst of power erupted. The red-haired figure summoned his ultimate technique, high-level heroic swordsmanship, Skill 3, Dragon Slash. A dazzling blue light enveloped him. The brilliant blue sword energy rushed forward. But Choi Hyun-suk didn't dodge. He caught the sharp blade with his bare hand, creating an earth-shattering clash. The red-haired figure's eyes were filled with horror. "He's a close combat fighter. I can't let him get close," he exclaimed, realizing the imminent danger. Choi Hyun-suk stood there, his eyes burning like hellfire, his hands still stained with his opponent's fresh blood. Deep blue energy erupted from the red-haired figure, forming a massive vortex, trying to push back his opponent. The red-haired figure was thrown into the air by the recoil, flying far out of reach. Choi Hyun-suk remained standing, his gaze following his prey. Unwilling to give up, the red-haired figure in midair gathered his strength again, preparing another attack. High-level heroic swordsmanship. Skill 7, he muttered, determined to turn the tide. The 7th sword skill descended, a wind-tearing purple energy blast hurtling straight at Choi Hyun-suk. He was hit, fresh blood splattered, but his eyes showed no wavering. The sharp blade pierced his flesh, dark red blood staining a patch. But would this attack be enough to defeat him? No! Choi Hyun-suk counterattacked, unleashing a terrifying blow that sent the red-haired figure flying. He slammed hard into the cliff face, creating a large crack, his body almost shattered. The red-haired, black-cloaked figure lay flattened, blood gushing, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Choi Hyun-suk as if seeing a demon. In midair, Choi Hyun-suk hovered, his muscular body emitting purple energy, powerful as a malevolent deity. He landed facing the trembling red-haired figure. You know what? Before he could finish, Choi Hyun-suk delivered a kick, sending the red-haired figure flying once more. Every battle I've ever fought has been against someone stronger than me. The red-haired figure clutched his face, blood splattering, a pained groan escaping him. Without mercy, Choi Hyun-suk charged, landing an iron fist punch to the red-haired man's stomach. The powerful punch tore through the air, sending the red-haired man flying, with fragments of debris scattering everywhere. Choi Hyun-suk slammed the red-haired man's face into the ground, his voice cold. "And fighting them taught me one thing," the red-haired man weakly begged. Choi Hyun-suk's fist glowed with purple energy, preparing for the finishing blow. He said, "Ultimately, level is just." The red-haired man desperately pleaded, "If you're also a hero, we're on the same side." A fatal punch struck, piercing the red-haired man, ending everything. Choi Hyun-suk stood upright, looking down at his opponent's motionless body. Just a number. Scene change. A brown-haired young man lay sprawled on the lush green grass, lamenting miserably, "I'm going to die." A hand gently touched his cheek. "Are you still alive?" The young man weakly replied, "No, I'm dead." The hand said no more, pouring a bright red liquid directly into his mouth, forcing him to drink. "Drink it." Dryad stood next to a small pink creature handing the young man a potion. He grimaced. "What kind of disgusting medicine is this?" Dryad replied, "Your fairy brought a whole bunch." Dryad, with a grimace, handed Choi Hyun-suk another high-grade recovery potion, the sparkling bright red liquid promising to heal wounds and restore energy. Choi Hyun-suk grimaced, asking about the origin of the potion. Dryad casually replied that they came from dead heroes, because when they die, they drop everything. Choi Hyun-suk pondered, feeling that the heroes in this world were truly strange, far different from the righteous image of fighting evil and saving the world that he once knew. He continued to express his confusion, because here, killing another hero was not punished at all. On the contrary, it granted experience and items. He had acted like a villain, yet nothing happened. Dryad looked at him, asserting that it was merely a human perspective. In Dryad's eyes, Choi Hyun-suk was a good hero, since he had saved Dryad after all. Dryad gently advised Choi Hyun-suk not to cling too much to human morality, as everything has two sides. Choi Hyun-suk mused, gradually realizing that right and wrong were not absolute concepts. He scratched his head, awkwardly asking if Dryad was comforting him. Dryad said no more, directly kicking Choi Hyun-suk, yelling at him to shut up and rest. Choi Hyun-suk cried out miserably from the bone pain. Dryad explained that a request for aid had been sent before the signal was cut, so reinforcements would arrive soon. Choi Hyun-suk grinned, happily obeying. Suddenly, a surge of blazing red energy erupted, and a teleportation gate opened in mid-air, stunning Choi Hyunsuk and Dryad. The mobile teleportation gate, crafted by Lord Rydron, became visible. Beside it, a colossal bull-headed guard stood towering, waiting. A red-haired figure, cloaked in black, was forcefully pulled through the gate, his face clearly showing surprise. Roiger, commander of the Demon King's 3rd Legion, landed in his legion's dark fortress, announcing his return. He looked up, horrified by the sight of the colossal, desolate, and gloomy fortress under a sky full of dark clouds. Roiger, commander of the 3rd Legion, watched in horror as blazing red flames engulfed his fortress, a mysterious pillar of energy rising amidst the ruins. He and 2 subordinates stood amidst the devastated battlefield, where the fortress once stood, now only a sea of fire and shattered debris. In midair, Hemis, the immortal witch, appeared powerfully, surrounded by a deadly purple energy current. Park Hyuna, the former hero, was thrown back, desperately crying out to deny the charge of betrayal. Hemis's hand emitted a brilliant purple light as she coldly declared, "Whether it's betrayal or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm furious." The elf woman with blindfolded eyes and pale purple lips created a blazing red orb of energy, vowing not to spare anyone from the Demon King's faction. Park Hyuna angrily dodged, muttering curses at Hemis, who knew she was innocent, yet still acted cruelly. A powerful surge of energy tore through space, plummeting downwards, creating terrifying destruction. Suddenly, a teleportation gate appeared, revealing a blurry figure, surprising everyone. A colossal figure descended, a deep voice resounding, "Hemis, Nim." The skull-masked guard, a large creature with a skull mask, appeared conveying the Demon King's command. "Demon King, Nim, has sent a message, requesting you to stop immediately." Hemis was momentarily surprised, asking with amusement, "Oh my, how did you know? You couldn't have gotten here so fast." Park Hyuna hovered in midair, confusedly wondering how the Demon King could have known in advance and sent someone in time. Hemis sneered, realizing she had been watched. "So that bitch was just bait. He sent someone else to keep an eye on me." The skull-masked guard looked at her, his tone calm. "You're overthinking it." Hemis was furious, her eyes obscured, but her killing intent flared as she tightly gripped the blazing red demonic energy in her hand, questioning the one before her. She stomped her high-heeled foot onto the ground, the terrifying force cracking the earth, signaling an impending outburst of rage. Hemis calmed herself, admitting she was overreacting. She recalled being imprisoned for 100 years in the fortress for saving Rotok from humans. But then, her anger flared again, and she questioned the guard. "Are you saying I'm arrogant and delusional?" Enveloped in blazing red demonic energy, Hemis continued to snarl, accusing, "You think saving Rotok was my mistake, don't you?" The space was bathed in red light as Hemis stared directly at the guard, her eyes full of challenge. "You think so too, don't you?" Amidst the tension, Roiger and Park Hyuna rushed forward. Roiger hastily intervened, his voice urgent. "Legion Commander Hemis! Both of you, stop!" The skull-masked guard turned, his gaze sharp and cold on Roiger, seemingly displeased with the intervention. Hemis suddenly turned her back, softly saying, "No need. I've had enough." She seemed to have decided to end this meaningless conversation. The skull-masked guard clenched his fist, while Hemis uttered a cryptic remark, "Thank your nephew, Osgus." In another room, the black-haired young man lay sprawled on the bed, sighing deeply. He wondered, what the hell was that battle? Even the Demon King's army is in such chaos. A white-haired girl walked in, asking the young man, "I heard you're about to become a battalion commander. Are you really planning to stay in the Demon King's army?" The young man sat up, replying reluctantly, "Probably. It seems we've completely become enemies of Gartran." The young man rubbed his head, his tone tinged with bitterness. "Besides, living among humans is difficult now. I've grown horns, and I'm using demonic energy." The girl chuckled softly. He gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with thought, then abruptly changed the subject. "By the way, about those heroes I met." Choi Hyunsuk continued to ponder about the heroes he had met. There's something unusual about them, except for the strongest hero. He recalled their lifeless eyes. Even when he defeated them, there was not a single trace of emotion on their faces. Hyunsuk asked Rahel about it, but she only gave a faint smile, saying she had been exiled and thus didn't know the internal affairs. She admitted that the Holy Empire possessed countless powerful heroes, and most of the war against demons was handled by cleric-level heroes. But the reason why the Holy Empire had so many heroes, and how they grew strong so quickly, were all secrets, with even rumors of cruel methods. Suddenly, the room door burst open violently, interrupting both their thoughts. A pointy-horned, bull-headed creature entered, breaking the atmosphere. He announced, "Hyunsuk, Saintus, Legion Commander Hemis wants to see you two." In Hemis's office, the blindfolded elf Legion Commander gave a sinister smile. "Today, you two have a mission. she said. "We need to establish a spatial distortion magic field." Hyunseok asked in surprise. "Spatial distortion?" Hemis explained. "Think of it as a barrier to prevent unauthorized teleportation. You wouldn't want assassins appearing in your bedroom, would you?" She smirked. "Anyway, only the Second Legion can create such a thing." Hyunseok and the Saintess looked at each other, their eyes wide with shock. "You mean," the young man stammered. "Exactly," Hemis declared. "You two will go on a mission. One will be my envoy, and the other will be the envoy's personal physician." "Actually, I'm protecting you two from humans," Hemis said. "So at least do this simple task to avoid being freeloaders." Behind her, Park Hyuna and the skull-masked guard clearly showed their displeasure. Another small, pointy-eared creature behind them suddenly grumbled. "Why do I have to do these petty chores again?" "I will send an extremely talented guide with you two," Hemis declared, then handed over a letter instructing Roiger to take good care of Hyunseok and the Saintess, accompanied by a sweet threat. The Demon King's supreme meeting had begun, but one seat remained empty. Rotach is absent again, a whisper echoed, signaling an anomaly. Osgis, commander of the 5th Legion, spoke with annoyance. "Rotak has never shown up to previous meetings, so," he grumbled, his voice full of irritation. "The meeting isn't mandatory, but he's still a nuisance." Doridigus, commander of the 1st Legion, clicked his tongue softly, his sharp gaze revealing clear disdain. Park Hyuna, commander of the 4th Legion, leaned back in her chair, legs crossed. "Even if he were here, he'd just talk nonsense," she said casually, not bothering to care. Amidst the murmurs, Hemis, commander of the 3rd Legion, remained absolutely silent. Her face, obscured by fabric, was like a mysterious statue, revealing no emotion. Tegrad, supreme commander of the Demon King's army, finally spoke, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. "We will continue the meeting." His voice, deep and authoritative. Today's meeting focused on Hemis. She had acted without reporting, exposing the border, allowing human soldiers to ambush. The result was a disaster, with heavy losses. Osgis gritted his teeth, his voice echoing in the hall. 97 dead, over 100 injured, and countless missing. The chilling death toll made the atmosphere even heavier. Furthermore, Hemis had brazenly attacked Park Hyun-ah, commander of the 4th Legion, without any reason, a daring act, defying all rules. Tegrad reminded them, his voice as cold as ice. According to the rules, combat between commanders must be pre-approved. His words hung like an invisible sentence. "Therefore, we are here to discuss Hemis's punishment," Tegrad declared, his eyes burning. "If there are any objections, feel free to speak up." A hand with sharp golden claws slowly rose. "Objection!" Hemis's voice rang out decisively, interrupting the Supreme Commander and shaking the entire hall. "This happened because there was a spy among us," Hemis explained, her eyes still obscured. "I attacked the commander of the 4th Legion because I thought he was a spy." "I think it's more important to find the spy," Hemis continued, her voice full of confidence. Tegrad glared, veins throbbing. "Are you challenging me?" he growled. "I'm just offering a suggestion," Hemis replied, eerily calm. She looked directly at Tegrad, unwavering, as if playing a game of wits. Tegrad clenched his fist, anger flaring in his eyes. "Hemis, you dare!" His words caught in his throat, but the indignation filled the space, signaling a fiery confrontation. "This is outrageous," Osgis growled, his voice full of disappointment. "Neither of them can keep their cool. This meeting is pointless." He looked at Doridigus and Park Hyun-ah with sharp eyes. "Hemis and the Demon King, will they ever make up?" Park Hyun-ah sighed, her face contorted. What a pain in the ass," she thought to herself, worried about the future. Doridigus turned away, his gaze distant. "Almost impossible, especially since they used to be so close," he said softly, his voice pensive. "I really don't like how this is Think carefully," Park Hyun-ah told herself, her eyes firm. "Things like this will happen more often from now on." She knew it was time to choose sides. The 4th Legion's magic tower, a majestic structure reaching high into the sky. Here, mysteries and powers awaited, or was a new conspiracy taking shape? "Is this the famous magic tower?" the black-haired young man exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. He and his two companions, a white-haired girl and a white-haired person in a purple cloak, stood at the threshold of a new world. "New guests?" a voice echoed, as a giant foot landed near the group. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, signaling an unexpected encounter. Two rat-like guards, axes in hand, rushed forward. "Identify yourselves," they roared, their sharp eyes sweeping over the three strangers, allowing no intrusion. A gloved hand offered a sealed scroll to the rat guard, commander of the 3rd Regiment, Roiger, and two humans. The guard took it, nodding. "All right. If you're from the 3rd Legion, the commander is waiting for you," the rat guard said, his expression relaxing. leading the way for the strangers. Rotak's office, commander of the 2nd Legion. He, a large, rat-like creature, was dozing in his chair, surrounded by stacks of books and papers. A human who can use dark magic. On the table, a mysterious piece of paper lay. A human will come to see you soon. Keep an eye on him. Do not kill him. At the bottom, a bright red lipstick mark. The door opened, light streaming into the dark room. A strange energy was slowly transforming, but would it be enough to conceal its true nature? Greetings, commander of the 2nd Legion. The black-haired young man entered, bowing. Behind him, the white-haired girl and the white-haired person in a purple cloak followed, their eyes scrutinizing. Greetings, commander of the 2nd Legion. Gulp! Rotak startled awake, almost falling off his chair. He stared at the group, his face full of surprise and confusion. Rotak narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing. I don't feel anything, he mumbled, his face serious. This human! He realized something was amiss. A powerful hand rested on Choi Hyun-suk's shoulder, a fiery red energy erupting. It will hurt, but bear with it. A deep, hoarse voice echoed, signaling a harsh ritual. A roar tore through the air. Choi Hyun-suk writhed in extreme pain, his body enveloped in a fiery red light, as if being torn apart from within. He collapsed to the floor, convulsing violently. The white-haired girl rushed over in a panic, her anxious cry tearing through the air. Hyun-suk, are you okay? Rotak, the one behind it all, merely observed coldly. He whispered, impressive. An astonishing evolution. Human. Choi Hyun-suk struggled to lift his head, his eyes panicked, cold sweat pouring out. He felt the terrifying change happening within him. But do you know? Rotak continued, his tone full of hidden meaning. If this continues, you will die in 3 months. Choi Hyun-suk was shocked, only managing to utter, huh? Your body is rapidly turning into a demon, Rotak explained, his eyes sharp. Every muscle fiber, every blood vessel was being corrupted by dark magic. You've been lucky so far, as only small parts have changed, he said. The image of a hidden demon shadow appearing behind him, signaling a dark future. But sooner or later, Rotak warned, your internal organs will rot from dark mana. The image of a muscular Choi Hyun-suk, but covered in darkness, appeared. Rotak smiled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming. Liver and kidneys are important, yes, but if your heart or lungs rot, you will die instantly. No way! I don't feel anything wrong. Choi Hyun-suk cried out in despair. Rotak smirked. You're full of doubt. Just wait and see. He pulled out an ancient scroll, full of magic. This is called a demonic contract. It only reveals the truth. Rotak's eyes were full of confidence, as if he had everything under control. The harsh terms became clear on the scroll. Choi Hyun-suk realized in shock. Bodily exemption from liability? Too high a price for life. The white-haired girl cried out in despair. What kind of monstrous contract is this? I'll heal him. Don't sign it, Hyun-suk. She couldn't accept this cruel truth. Rotak looked at her disdainfully. Arrogant woman, you know dark mana and divine power are incompatible. Your healing ability is effective because Choi Hyun-suk is still mostly human. But the more he turns into a demon, the more useless your divine power becomes, he concluded, leaving both Choi Hyun-suk and the white-haired girl stunned, facing the harsh reality. Rotak, commander of the 2nd Legion, delivered a cold verdict. He looked down at Choi Hyun-suk, whose time was only 3 months, if he was lucky. Choose human. His words were like a sharp blade, cutting off all hope. In the 2nd Legion's camp, Choi Hyun-suk sat there, his face full of worry. What will happen to my hero? A voice echoed in his mind. The incurable disease, the mad doctor, and the power of attorney, all weighed heavily on him. Choi Hyun-suk sighed deeply. He had tried to delay signing the monstrous contract, but time waited for no one. Is there any way to heal without becoming a test subject? A desperate question. The black-haired person in the brown cloak looked at Choi Hyun-suk, suggesting another path. Why don't you try seeking out Hemis? He asked in surprise. My Legion commander? The white-haired person in the purple cloak watched from afar. A pyramid diagram appeared, revealing the unofficial ranking system among the Legion commanders. Though unofficial, there is a ranking system among the commanders. The black-haired person in the brown cloak continued. With pressure from Hemis, perhaps the 2nd Legion commander will have to concede. A rapid knock on the door echoed. Commander, Choi Hyun-suk and the 3rd Legion captain are here to visit. The report echoed in, breaking the silence in the room. Rotak, with a cunning glint in his eyes behind his glasses, subtly smirked. Let them in, he ordered, his tone hinting at something unpredictable. The door opened, Choi Hyun-suk and the black-haired person in the brown cloak entered, followed by the white-haired person in the purple cloak. Sorry to bother you, he spoke, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. A mysterious figure, covered by a white cloth, entered, emitting a strange purple light. "What do you have in your hand?" Rotoch wondered. The figure simply responded with a soft ahem. The mysterious figure placed a glowing purple orb on the table. Its eerie light immediately drew all eyes. Rotoch sat in his chair, observing cautiously, while Choi Hyun-suk and the white-haired person in the purple cloak stood silently. The white-haired person in the purple cloak approached, placing a hand on the orb. Purple energy surged powerfully. "I will contact her now," he said, preparing to connect. Rotoch's eyes widened in astonishment. "A communication orb?" he stammered, realizing something was amiss. "You are?" A bad premonition struck him. From the purple orb, a cold, authoritative voice echoed. "Yes, it is I, Hemis," followed by a sarcastic greeting. "Long time no see, Rotoch. How are you?" Rotoch's face paled, sweat beading. "Long time no see, Hemis," he stammered, trying to remain calm. "The last time we met was at the previous regular meeting." Rotoch was still trembling, his eyes not daring to leave the orb. He repeated what he had just said, as if to reassure himself, or to buy time. Hemis appeared, a sinister smile on her lips. "Ah, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask you a small favor," she said, her tone full of hidden meaning. "So, remember to write this clearly in the contract." Rotoch was reading the contract, each clause like shackles binding him. Clause 1, Clause 2, then Clause 3. All revolved around protecting Choi Hyun-suk. He stammered, asking, "Why?" When the final clause appeared, "Choi Hyun-suk must not die." Rotoch exploded, roaring his questions. He gripped the orb tightly, his eyes red with fury. "Why? Why should I do that for a human?" His words tore through the air. A gentle, powerful call rang out. Hemis, with a mysterious smile and sharp eyes, needed only one word to silence Rotoch. Hemis was not in a hurry. She began to recall the past. Who took you in when you were abandoned by your kind 350 years ago? Who helped you win the Commander's Tournament 200 years ago? Rotoch stood frozen, memories flooding back. Hemis's voice continued to echo, like an undeniable reminder. Who saved you when humans almost killed you 100 years ago? Rotoch turned his back, his figure lonely and heavy. And then, the final question. Like a fatal stab. And who was imprisoned in the Dark Star because of it? Hemis looked directly, her eyes seemingly piercing Rotoch's soul. "If you already know, then shut up and sign it, Rotoch," Hemis's voice commanded coldly. Rotoch stood there, small and powerless before her authority. That night, Rotoch stood by the window, the cold moonlight illuminating the room. He gritted his teeth, muttering resentfully. How dare she? Anger still seethed in his chest. "I won't let this go, both that human and Hemis," he roared, calling out. Rotoch's eyes flashed with determination. He ordered, "Bring me a communication orb immediately." It seemed he was hatching some plan. The next day, Choi Hyun-suk returned to the laboratory. Rotoch greeted him, his tone seemingly calmer. "Come in. There's a lot to discuss, so let's get straight to the point." Rotoch was secretly surprised to see Choi Hyun-suk appear calm. He asked directly, "Do you know why dark mana is transforming your body?" Choi Hyun-suk's eyes widened in surprise. Rotoch explained, "As you said, humans cannot withstand dark mana. A normal person would explode and die as soon as dark mana entered." The image of a disintegrating body, a white-haired girl collapsing, appeared. "But perhaps due to a mix of coincidence and destiny," Rotoch continued, "dark mana has taken root, becoming a part of your body." Choi Hyun-suk's face showed demonic features, full of power. Rotoch explained the cause of the transformation. "That's why your body is changing. It's recreating your entire being to better suit the dark mana, helping it to embed deeper." Choi Hyun-suk asked anxiously, "Can't I stop these changes?" Rotoch replied coldly. "You cannot stop the transformation," Rotoch continued, his voice full of hidden meaning, saying that even if he couldn't stop it, Choi Hyun-suk could still guide his body's transformation. Then, a shocking declaration. He would implant demon or magical beast parts into Choi Hyun-suk's body. The young man's face changed color, utterly horrified. "What if I refuse?" Choi Hyun-suk growled. The cold threat in response was, "Then just live as a dying man and die. A fateful cycle, a choice between life and death." Rotoch reassured him, promising to maintain his original form and vital organs, only implanting parts that weren't too conspicuous. A promise that sounded comforting, but hid manipulation. The scene shifted to the 2nd Legion's internal training ground. Rotoch gave an order, challenging Choi Hyun-suk to utilize the so-called noblesse, a new power rising in his veins. Taking a deep breath, Choi Hyun-suk clenched his fists, his gaze firm. He was ready to face the challenge, the new destiny awaiting him. "All right, let's begin." Vibrant purple demonic energy flared around Choi Hyun-sok, forming a powerful vortex of energy. His muscles bulging, he stood firm amidst the new power, as Rotak silently observed. Rotak was secretly astonished. This was a natural talent, a perfect combination of demonic energy and physical strength. Next, use promote, he commanded. Suddenly, a sharp black horn began to sprout from Choi Hyun-sok's temple, tearing through his skin. The pain was intense, but it was also a sign of irreversible transformation. Now Choi Hyun-sok stood there, two sharp horns reaching high, his eyes glowing red. An effective transformation, protecting his internal organs, an incredible stroke of luck, though it was unclear if it was intentional or not. Rotak's eyes gleamed with fervor. I want to study it. I want to replicate it. He cursed inwardly, thinking that if it weren't for Legion Commander Hemis, he would have dissected Choi Hyun-sok on the spot. Rotak clenched his hands, dreaming of the day he could mass-produce this ability. But to do that, he needed a contract scroll. Commander Rotak? Choi Hyun-sok called. With his majestic horns, Choi Hyun-sok asked, his tone calm and steady. After using promote, what should I do next? He was ready for the next stage of evolution. Rotak, his face showing a hint of fatigue but also satisfaction, decided to end the training session. That's enough for today. I have all the necessary information. He told Choi Hyun-sok to rest. Afterward, Choi Hyun-sok collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. The horns were still there, proof of the horrifying transformation and new power he had just endured. Despite his exhaustion, he stood up. Choi Hyun-sok's figure darted into the darkness, leaving the arena, carrying the burden of an unpredictable future. Torn by pain, Choi Hyun-sok screamed in despair. Fresh blood splattered, the pair of demon horns still intact on his head like a curse. He woke up in a strange room, Rotak, wearing safety goggles, holding a syringe, his gaze sharp enough to pierce one's soul. Bound tightly, Choi Hyun-sok's body covered in bandages, he struggled to get up, every muscle groaning under the pressure of the transformation. On the cold table, Choi Hyun-sok lay motionless, chained. Rotak stood there, his eyes fixed, as if studying a specimen. Afterward, Choi Hyun-sok was released. He stood with Hemis and Dryad, staring at a mysterious covered object. In another scene, Choi Hyun-sok and Rotak stood in a room full of books, while Park Hyuna was enjoying a large cake. He collapsed again, the system displaying notifications about demonic energy and mana skills. Damn it, I'm done for. I might even be dead already, Rotak said coldly. Nonsense. Your body and spiritual energy are much more stable now. That's enough for today. Choi Hyun-sok trembled, mumbled his acceptance, and then walked out of the mysterious room, the door slamming shut behind him. The heavy door closed, trapping the secrets and Choi Hyun-sok's helplessness within the silent space. Rotak, in a room full of potions, carefully wiped a glowing pink crystal ball. His eyes full of contemplation, he placed the orb down, his calm voice echoing, "It's me. Can you talk now?" The orb suddenly glowed brightly, a mysterious voice echoing, "What's so sudden?" Rotak looked directly at the orb, stating firmly, "I'm here to hear your answer regarding the previous proposal." In another space, Park Hyuna smirked, looking at the orb. "Proposal? Ah, that? You want to cooperate with me to take down the Third Legion?" Park Hyuna sat on a throne, her gaze distant. "No, but honestly, I don't understand. I definitely don't get along with her. But you're different, aren't you? Didn't Hemis raise you like her own child?" Park Hyuna, her gaze distant, coldly replied to the proposal. "Not anymore. Hemis and I went our separate ways a long time ago." In another scene, Rotak eagerly boasted about his hybrid monster research. But Hemis, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "How long do you plan to rely on those cheap tricks, Rotak?" Hemis continued her psychological attack, asserting that no matter how strong Rotak's hybrid monsters were, their controller remained weak, and currently, he was too weak. Returning to the conversation, Rotak, holding the glowing orb, asked Park Hyuna decisively, "Anyway, answer me. Are you in or not?" Park Hyuna leaned back in her chair, smirking. "Even though you've broken up, do you two just keep ignoring each other like this? And you want to take down Hemis?" This has been going on like this until now. Rotak then revealed a shocking secret. "But there's an extremely interesting individual in Hemis's hands. If I can replicate that person's abilities, we can achieve great things." Park Hyuna frowned. "That Choi Hyun-sok guy, is he really talented enough to confront Hemis?" Rotak affirmed confidently. "He is a valuable talent." Rotak continued to persuade. "No matter how strong Hemis is, she can't fight 2 Legion commanders alone. So, let's cooperate." Park Hyuna scoffed, agreeing. "All right, no matter what you say, 2 against 1 is tough. Just contact me when you have a detailed plan." Rotak smiled triumphantly. "All right, I'll contact you again in a few days.
At the same time, Saintess Rahel flinched, startled, in a room overflowing with food. In another space, a black-haired man in a brown cloak asked the white-haired individual in a purple cloak, looking at the orb, "Did you rush to contact me just to talk about this?" The white-haired individual turned and asked back, "Aren't you surprised?" Hemis appeared, smiling mysteriously. "Oh my. Why should I be surprised? I had a premonition already." The black-haired man in a brown cloak wondered, "So that's why you called me here?" Hemis smiled, replying, "No, it's not just that." The black-haired individual in a brown cloak sighed, explaining, "I just want to ask, what should someone like me, caught between the war of two giant whales, do?" Hemis pondered. Hemis looked directly at him, her gaze sharp, making a proposal. "In that case, how about this?" Hemis, the immortal witch, gave a mysterious smile. "I have a brilliant idea," she whispered. "An idea that will put Rotok in a difficult position." The dark plan had begun. The scene shifted to a gloomy place, before the entrance of a strange laboratory. A sign hung suspended, depicting a mysterious eye. This was Rotok's lair. Outside, a small battle was taking place. Choi Hyunsuk and the white-haired, pointy-eared individual were fighting something invisible. A cry of "ah" rang out, full of surprise and tension. The white-haired, pointy-eared individual turned back, gesturing. "This way, Hyunsuk. I found it." He led the way. Choi Hyunsuk's eyes full of curiosity, mixed with a hint of caution. Inside the laboratory, countless vials glittered under the dim light. Hyunsuk wondered, is this the Second Legion's treasure that Legion Commander Hemis mentioned? The white-haired individual confirmed. "That's right. Vials of demonic essence from ancient, now extinct, magical beasts." Hyunsuk picked up a glowing red vial, asking, "And this is the strongest potion?" The white-haired individual raised a hand to stop him. "Yes, but wait." A bad premonition crept in. The white-haired individual scoffed. "If anything goes wrong, I'll make sure to pocket your funeral money." Hyunsuk replied with feigned gratitude. "I'm deeply touched. Thank you very much." A sarcastic thank you. Without hesitation, Hyunsuk tilted his head back, emptying the dark red vial of essence. The mystical liquid poured into his body, carrying a mysterious power waiting to erupt. After drinking the potion, Hyunsuk asked confusedly, "So, what do I do now?" From a distance, Hemis pondered, a hidden smile on her lips. Hemis's voice rang out coldly. "Injure yourself, Choi Hyunsuk." He was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. "What?" The word struck him like lightning. Hemis, sitting calmly beside the glowing orb, retorted, "Are you scared? But I'm serious." She wasn't joking, her gaze sharp enough to pierce Hyunsuk. She continued to explain, "I received reports that Rotok has been neglecting your treatment. He's only doing it for show because of the pact, and then he'll get rid of you." A harsh truth was revealed. Hyunsuk was confused. "What does that have to do with me having to injure myself?" Hemis replied, "Rotok has spent his entire life collecting demonic essence. You will absorb that supreme demonic energy," Hemis said, her tone full of hidden meaning. Her plan gradually unfolded, a crazy and dangerous scheme. Hyunsuk panicked. "But wouldn't that kill me?" He stared at the energy orb, his face full of fear and unease. Hemis, her eyes covered, suddenly mentioned the demon pact. She asserted that as long as the pact remained, Hyunsuk would not die by Rotok's hand. "If you're still worried, trust me," Hemis said, her voice full of confidence. "I myself raised Rotosh. He is an excellent doctor, recognized by me." With no way out, Hyunsuk decisively brought the cup of potion to his lips. The dark red liquid slid down, carrying an unpredictable fate. The white-haired individual in the purple cloak asked anxiously, "How is it? Are you okay?" A small speck of light hovered around Hyunsuk, the atmosphere tense. Hyunsuk sighed in relief. "Surprisingly, I feel fine." He was surprised by the strangely normal feeling, but immediately after, he grimaced. "It's just the taste is a bit." The cup of potion shattered at his feet, an ominous sign. The pain struck. Hyunsuk collapsed, severely injured and coughing up blood, his eyes wide with horror. The demonic energy began to ravage his body. "That's it!" exclaimed the white-haired individual in the purple cloak. "Rahel, the blonde girl, cried out in horror. Huh? What is it?" "He drank concentrated demonic energy from an ancient, extinct demon beast race," Hemis explained. "Of course, it will be as unpleasant as death itself." Hyunsuk was in extreme pain, blood still gushing out. Hemis smirked, her face innocent. "Oh, did I forget to tell you? Well, that's just common sense." She was completely unconcerned by Hyunsuk's suffering. A few days later, Hyunsuk slowly opened his eyes. Dim light filtered through the window, and he blinked in bewilderment. He sat up abruptly in bed, looking around the unfamiliar room. "Where is this?" A vague feeling permeated his mind. The white-haired individual in the purple cloak walked in, explaining, "The 2nd Legion Commander's office. That white rat took care of you for 4 straight days." Hyunseok smiled faintly. His expression softened. Rahel, with her small glittering wings, rushed over, asking anxiously, "How are you feeling?" Her eyes were full of concern. Hyunseok was surprised. "Huh? Why?" He looked down at Rahel's feet, her high heels sparkling under the light. A mysterious figure appeared, a voice echoing, "Long time no see, Choi Hyunsuk." It was Legion Commander Hemis, the glutton. She gave a mysterious smile, revealing the reason for her visit was Rotak's report of his recovery. "You look quite healthy," she said. Hemis approached, declaring that Hyunseok was stronger than she had imagined, startling him, his eyes full of alarm. Hyunseok was suspicious, clenching his arm, feeling something was wrong with his body. Not stronger as Hemis had said. Suddenly, Hyunseok's arm turned pitch black. A surge of dark power erupted, terrifying him and making him scream. Rotosh appeared, explaining that it was the demonic energy of the ancient demon beast that Hyunseok had absorbed, gradually stabilizing within his body. Rotosh continued, saying that the ancient demon beast possessed an indestructible body, and now Hyunseok also inherited that trait. He looked at his mutated arm, tears streaming down his face. Hemis turned away, a meaningful smile on her face, half jokingly, half seriously envious of the bargain Hyunseok had. Rotosh announced that the treatment was complete and asked Hemis if the contract could be cancelled. Hemis nodded in agreement, without hesitation. She extended her hand, a burst of energy flared, preparing to destroy the contract. After all, the contract only covered the treatment, she said. The contract burned to ashes, freeing Hyunseok from its binds, a dazzling light enveloping the space. Rotosh, clutching the remaining piece of the contract, warned Hemis that she would regret this action. Hemis merely smirked, her eyes sharp, and retorted, "I'll regret it? Or is it I who should regret it?" She stood beside Hyunseok, her dark purple bat wings clearly visible, declaring she would await that day with amusement. After all that, Hyunseok arrived at Rydrun's training grounds, beginning his journey to adapt to his new power. He threw himself into training, determined to master his fate. A devastating punch. The overseer Rydrun showed no mercy, delivering a powerful blow. Hyunseok gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into receiving the storm of blows. His eyes flashed with determination. Terrifying power clashed fiercely. The overseer's punch tore through the air, piercing straight through his defenses. A merciless battle. His blood boiled, his bones groaned. Each punch was a harsh trial, pushing Hyunseok to his limits. Unable to withstand it, Hyunseok was thrown backward, his body like a leaf in a storm. He fell, but would he surrender? Before he could recover, another blow struck. The overseer Rydrun gave him no moment of rest, continuously dominating with absolute power. Amidst the flurry of blows, a strange smile appeared on Hyunseok's lips. He mumbled, I've come up with a brilliant pun. What a weirdo, but life isn't a dream." The overseer's thunderous punch was right in front of him. Hyunseok's eyes widened. Huh? Had he forgotten where he was? Falling once again, his soul felt like it wanted to escape his body. Hyunseok sighed. "Everyone says I'm getting stronger, but I'm still nothing compared to you." The overseer Rydrun looked at his status window and smiled. "Is that so? You're still the fastest improver I've ever seen. You have no growth limit," he continued. "Even though your body hasn't fully adapted to the new power, you'll master it in no time." Hyunseok bowed his head, his heart heavy. "Really? I'm not so sure. Even in the last battle, all I did was receive help. A gentle pat on the shoulder from the overseer, like unspoken encouragement. Patience was key." Lord Rydrun said sternly, "Don't rush. You will have a chance to prove yourself." Hyunseok's eyes suddenly lit up, and his confident smile returned. "You think so too, right? Next time, I'll definitely show everyone how good I am." In a hidden corner of the world, the Demon King's 2nd Legion was stirring, preparing for a new battle. In the shadows, rat-like creatures scurried, the commander's voice ringing out decisively. "Hurry up!" The order was given, and the rat soldiers quickly armed themselves, ready for an upcoming battle. "Everyone, arm yourselves!" The scene was chaotic yet orderly. As urgent commands continued, "Lock all chimera monsters in cages," a rat soldier reported to the white-furred commander. "Legion Commander, we are ready." The commander nodded, ordering them to depart, revealing their objective. "Then, let's go. Our goal is to retrieve the Black Fortress human experiment subject that Hemis stole." The commander's eyes gleamed with cruelty, vowing to crush that arrogant 3rd Legion commander, the cunning human Pascal, and everything else. "Scene change," Lord Rydrun sternly advised Choi Hyunseok, who was kneeling. "Don't rush. You will have a chance to prove yourself." Hyunseok raised his head, his eyes shining with a confident smile. "You think so too, right? Next time, I'll definitely show everyone how good I am." Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air, startling Hyunsuk. Smoke and flames billowed. Raidrun and Hyunsuk were thrown into the air, the battlefield engulfed in a sea of fire. Alarm bells echoed throughout the fortress. A panicked soldier shouted, "The Skeben tribe is attacking us!" Raidrun and Hyunsuk realized in shock. "The Second Legion has infiltrated." Information appeared. The Skeben tribe, rat-like creatures, about 1.5 meters tall, weak in strength but quick-witted. Amidst the hail of fire, shouts of "Shoot! Shoot more!" resounded. The fierce battle had truly begun. Amidst the hail of fire, a red-haired girl looked at Rotosh, exclaiming in surprise at the enemy's insane firepower. "No wonder you're so confident." A rat soldier frantically reported to Rotak. "The wall has collapsed. They haven't finished repairing it, just as the 4th Legion commander said." Rotech, with sharp eyes, commanded, "Advance. Let the Chimera monsters lead the way." He also instructed them to capture the experiment subject Gildao alive. Rotak's eyes flashed with cruelty as he declared he would face the 3rd Legion commander alongside the 4th Legion commander. In the mansion, Raidrun gritted his teeth, realizing that Rat had made his move. He tried to reassure a bewildered Choi Hyunsuk. Choi Hyunseok stood before Raidrun, his face tense, and asked, "What do we do now?" Raidrun, with a resolute expression, replied, "I will gather the army." He looked at Choi Hyunsuk meaningfully. Choi Hyunsuk called Raidrun's name in surprise, sensing a difficult order was coming. Raidrun ordered Choi Hyunsuk to eliminate Commander Gildao. Choi Hyunsuk was astonished, while a giant black shadow appeared behind him. Raidrun explained that Gildao was Rotak's right-hand man, someone he usually dealt with himself. But Raidrun trusted Choi Hyunsuk's strength. The black-haired young man gave a firm smile and decisively replied, "Understood." Raidrun gave one more instruction, making Choi Hyunsuk turn back to listen. Choi Hyunsuk and the white-haired girl rushed off. She asked if Raidrun had told him to bring her along. A rat soldier carrying a box confirmed it. The white-haired girl smiled, saying that just her presence, the holy power emanating from her, was enough to make the demons wary. Choi Hyunsuk chuckled. Choi Hyunsuk was determined to find Gildao. Suddenly, a voice echoed from ahead. "Ha ha, there you are, human." A giant black shadow appeared, introducing himself as Legion Commander Gildao. He boasted a terrifying combat power of 162730. Choi Hyunsuk thought to himself, "This guy is stronger than I imagined." Choi Hyunsuk's eyes were filled with worry, and Andrew Taylor's image suddenly appeared. He questioned whether he could defeat someone equal to or even stronger than that hero. Without letting Choi Hyunsuk think, Gildao roared, "Advance, you dogs!" and hurled out ferocious red monsters. Choi Hyunsuk reacted quickly, delivering a powerful kick to a red monster while shouting for Abelson Marriott to retreat. Gildao sneered, smugly thinking he had cornered this weak human. He lunged forward, unleashing a fatal blow, declaring he would finish off Choi Hyunsuk with a single strike. The attack ended, and Gildao burst into laughter again, believing he had succeeded. But he was mistaken. A red monster lay flattened on the ground, while Choi Hyunsuk scoffed. "That's a terrible thing to say." He continued to mock, "These weak punches, and these useless teeth." As another monster tried to bite him, Choi Hyunsuk growled, "Now they don't even tickle me." His eyes blazed, activating the skill level up 5, Falling Flowers. With his new power, Choi Hyunsuk delivered a devastating punch, sending a poor red monster flying. He glided like the wind, leaving blurry after images, his speed so terrifying that no one could keep up. Gildao growled, smug about his legion's technology, vowing never to lose to a mere human. Suddenly, a rat soldier rushed over, shouting, "Everyone, come quickly!" The rat soldier urgently reported to Choi Hyunsuk. "Hyunsuk, the Chimera monsters are coming." Abelson Marriott also looked astonished. Abelson Marriott, though exhausted, still knelt, divine light flaring around her. "I'll try to stop them," she exclaimed, her eyes resolute. The saintess clasped her hands, closed her eyes tightly. Praying or summoning power, brilliant golden light emanated from her, signaling a powerful spell about to be cast. A dazzling golden energy sphere exploded, its brilliant light tearing through the darkness, illuminating the entire space. Divine power surged outward, engulfing the ancient tower, transforming it into a brilliant golden beacon amidst the chaotic night. Abelson Marriott clutched her head, exhausted after casting the spell. "Abelson?" Choi Hyunsuk asked worriedly. She weakly replied, "I can't use this much. It's just releasing divine power." Meanwhile, a heavily armored fist descended, creating a rift in space. But it was a fatal blow. Choi Hyunsuk's punch pierced through the armor, sending the enemy flying, leaving a dazzling green energy trail. A great help. The enemy, a gray-skinned monster with sharp fangs, stared in horror. It couldn't believe the shock it had just received. Choi Hyunseo clenched his hand, his eyes sharp. Impossible. How can a human have such power? The enemy exclaimed in horror. That's nothing yet, Puck, he retorted. With a murderous look, Choi Hyunseo raised his fist, preparing for the finishing blow. Hey, your Legion Commander. He unleashed an incredibly powerful spinning kick, creating dazzling streaks of light. You have excellent surgical skills, Choi Hyunseo sneered, delivering the fatal blow. The enemy collapsed. Choi Hyunseo stood tall, his eyes full of disdain. You're a Legion Commander? Not very strong, are you? He said, full of confidence. Suddenly, he wondered in surprise. Or have I really gotten stronger? Abelson Marriott called out worriedly. Hyunseo, are you all right? Choi Hyunseo scratched his head, replying to her. Yeah, I'm fine. He seemed confused by his sudden power. But then, his gaze suddenly shifted to Abelson Marriott, full of surprise. Abelson, is there something unusual about her? Himis appeared amidst the stormy night. Her dark purple bat wings spread out, her eyes obscured but full of power. A surge of electrical energy swirled around her, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. In midair, Legion Commander 3 Roiger and an upright rat-like creature faced the knight. He spoke, his voice full of challenge. You must be ready, Legion Commander 3? Himis sneered, her pointed ears twitching slightly. Oh my, how terrifying. You even have to bring Legion Commander 4 to defeat me? How cowardly, Roiger. Roiger replied, his voice resolute. Call me whatever you want. Today, right here, I will defeat you and… He roared, energy exploding around his body, his eyes blazing. Surpass you! The determination to win burned in every fiber of his being. The upright rat-like creature turned to Park Hyun-ah, Legion Commander 4. Park Hyun-ah, are you ready? Let's defeat Legion Commander 3 together. The Legion Commander 4 gave a meaningful smirk, her sharp eyes revealing calculation. It was not a simple smile. Suddenly, Park Hyun-ah rubbed her stomach, pretending to be hungry. Oh, sorry, I suddenly got so hungry. Then she turned and walked away, leaving the upright rat-like creature bewildered. The upright rat-like creature watched Park Hyun-ah in confusion. At the same time, Himis also glided away, leaving a cryptic remark. Before disappearing, Himis raised a finger, her voice echoing, before I go. Think carefully, this will happen often. So, consider whether you will side with the Demon King or Legion Commander 3. Park Hyun-ah suddenly reappeared, turning to Roiger. You big mouth, you owe me a favor. No more grudges between us, right? Himis appeared next to the upright rat-like creature, mocking Roiger. Oh no, your strongest ally has abandoned you. Roiger was stunned, his eyes a mix of surprise and anger. He gradually realized the harsh truth about this betrayal. Himis confirmed, her tone cold. You guessed right, Park Hyun. Switch sides as soon as she heard your plan, so I knew your entire scheme. Himis, the betrayer, smirked and asked Rotak if he still wanted to continue the charade. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Rotach gritted his teeth, his gaze firm. It doesn't matter, he growled, determined not to back down despite being deceived. A surge of fiery red energy erupted, swirling into a demonic claw shape, ready to tear everything apart. Power surged, engulfing Rotak's arm. He was pouring all his strength, transforming into a war machine. Rotak roared, his armor glowing brightly in the red energy. I will show you the path I've walked for the past 100 years. He was determined to fight to the end. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The black-haired young man and the white-haired young woman watched in surprise as Park Hyun-ah appeared, calling her name with astonishment. Park Hyun-ah gave a smirk, her tone feigned. I dropped by because I was worried you'd die in this mess. Her words were full of hidden meaning. The black-haired young man remained bewildered, while Park Hyun-ah continued to taunt. But you've gotten much stronger. I guess I worried for nothing. The black-haired young man wondered, asking Park Hyun-ah why she was here instead of fighting. She replied that the commander told her to stay out, so she was just watching. The black-haired young man gave a mysterious smile, asking Park Hyun-ah to predict who would win the upcoming battle. Park Hyun-ah looked up, her eyes sharp. Rotak has prepared surprisingly well. However, she left the sentence hanging. However, Himis's power was something else entirely. Red and purple energy orbs exploded, and lightning tore through space. A fierce energy storm erupted from Himis. Countless fiery red spikes shooting out, devouring everything in their path. Rotak was horrified, yelling, Himis, what in the world are you doing? He couldn't believe his eyes. Rotak, enraged, demanded Himis fight seriously. He declared himself Legion Commander 2 and Chieftain Skeben, demanding a fair fight. Himis, the Demon King's Legion Commander, smirked disdainfully, responding to Rotak's challenge with a provocative question. Why should I? She soared into the air, her figure enveloped by brilliant purple and red energy, like a goddess of death preparing to descend. Rotach stood there, surrounded by the fiery red light of despair. Himis taunted. Even Park Hyun, the only ally you trusted, has left. The weapons you honed for 100 years are now useless. Do you still want to continue? Even cornered, Rotach stood firm, his eyes blazing with determination. He growled, "You're right about everything." But a fiery red magic circle erupted around Rotach, energy surging as if to tear space apart. He declared firmly, "Today I will not back down." The dark red energy orb at the center of the magic circle exploded, shooting out dazzling rays of light, signaling an imminent destructive attack. Himis hovered high above, coldly looking down at the colossal red energy pillar erupting from Rotach's side, like a hellfire. Fiery red energy streams, sharp as blades, shot straight towards Himis, tearing through the night at terrifying speed. Rotach panted, exhausted after the fierce attack. Himis smiled meaningfully. "Even you can't withstand this, can you?" Himis glided past effortlessly, narrowly dodging Rotach's final attacks like a phantom amidst the energy storm. Rotach's final attack, a fiery red energy vortex, gradually dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a void of despair. Himis, with a smug expression, chuckled softly. "You've really changed a lot from the Rotach I once knew. You've improved significantly." She licked her lips with a hungry look, her eyes flashing with cruelty. Himis said, her tone full of menace, "Then it's my turn, isn't it?" In an instant, Himis launched a counterattack. Dark purple energy surged like demonic tentacles, shooting straight towards Rotach. Rotach was stunned, his eyes wide with shock as he saw Himis's attack. He exclaimed, "This skill island!" Dark power surged, engulfing space. Himis, at the center of the storm, unleashed terrifying energy, submerging everything in a deadly purple hue. The dark tentacles tightened, crushing Rotach's armor. His mechanical arm cracked and disintegrated in the spectral energy, leaving no resistance. Rotach's weapons shattered. Shards of metal and fresh blood splattered, painting a tragic picture in the void, signaling a devastating defeat. Rotach's body collapsed, helpless in midair. Blood stained his armor red, his eyes filled with confusion and despair, accepting his cruel fate. Rotach's blood-soaked hand trembled as it reached out, a faint call escaping his throat. Himis. Despair was evident in every word. Himis looked down coldly. She smirked, her tone full of provocation. "What? Are you going to beg for mercy now?" Her cruelty was evident. Rotach looked up, his bloodshot eyes showing resentment. He growled, questioning, "Do you still see me as weak, useless, and pathetic?" In his memory, a young Rotach once vowed, "I will be strong like you, Himis. Become a demon no one dares to scorn. Watch me." But the Himis of that day replied, her tone indifferent, "Himis, what do you think? The chimera research must have gotten stronger." She continued, "How much longer will we rely on chimeras, Rotach? No matter how strong your chimeras are, if their controller is weak, they're useless. You're still too weak for me to bother with." Himis's words echoed, piercing deep into Rotach's mind. Himis remained silent, her blindfolded eyes still exuding mystery. She stood there, quietly looking down at the defeated foe, without a trace of emotion. A sigh escaped her. "Time is truly cruel," she murmured, her gaze distant as if looking back at a lost past, full of regret. She flew up, pulling Rotach with her. "At first, I thought the bonds would be eternal. But as time passes, people change, and regrettable choices emerge." One of her feet stepped on Rotach's head, crushing his last shred of pride. "Anyway, thanks to you, Legion Commander 2, I had a little fun." Rotach lay motionless, his body shattered in a pool of blood. "Thank you. Now, rest in peace." Himis's cold words echoed, ending everything. The entire ancient city shook, and a sudden question echoed in the air. "Are you moving?" It seemed a shocking relocation was about to take place. Legion Commander Himis calmly sat, writing, her purple bat wings gently fluttering. She replied curtly, "Yes, this place is too ruined. Repairs would be useless." Rydrun and the black-haired companion looked at each other, nodding in agreement. The destruction of the old place was beyond recovery. Rydrun, with a puzzled expression, asked, "So, where are we going?" A simple question, yet it held anxiety about the future. Himis didn't look up, still focused on writing, and coldly announced the destination, Gadrick Fort of the 8th Division. The black-haired companion and Rydrun were both astonished. Rydrun quickly objected, "But Legion Commander Himis, the 8th Division." Himis cut him off, her tone resolute. "I have decided. Go write the letter for me." In the silent corridor, the black-haired companion and Rydrun were still reeling. "Tell the 8th Division Commander to vacate his room," Himis ordered. "Why that place? What is Legion Commander Himis thinking? What about that division?" Rydrun explained. Looking at the strategic map, Gadrick Fort is the front line closest to the human outpost, a critical and risky position. The black-haired companion scratched his head, pondering. So, it's a dangerous place. But if the fort still stands, its commander must be very capable. Rydrun shook his head, his voice lowering. You can't say that. Do you know where Himorn Fort is? A question that brought back painful memories. The black-haired companion looked bewildered. Number Rydrun sighed, reminding him, That's where we met. A painful memory flooded back. Images of ruins and piled corpses. As you know, we lost that fort and had to retreat very far. Rydrun continued. Grat was the commander of the 8th Division at that time. The black-haired companion was surprised. Oh, how did they remain safe from Legion Commander Himis's wrath? Rydrun mused. Amidst that chaos, he still protected Gadrick Fort, his base. So, he's someone who knows how to protect his territory. However, Rydrun narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of doubt. It's hard to conclude. Did he protect it, or did he use another trick? The full picture of Gadrick Fort emerged. A place that was both a critical front line and held unresolved secrets. Rydrun, that arrogant brat. Grat, commander of the Demon King's 8th Division, gritted his teeth, slammed his fist on the table, his fury blazing in his eyes. A letter arrived, making Grat tremble. He gritted his teeth. The letter's content was an order to evacuate his fort, to make way for the 3rd Legion. An unacceptable humiliation. Grat's eyes were full of suspicion. He muttered, Himis, that old witch. Has she sniffed something out? An ominous premonition crept into his mind. Damn it. There's no other way. Grat sighed, regretting not having time to plunder more. He stared at the glowing pink-purple crystal ball in his hand. A difficult decision had been made. This was Grat, commander of the Demon King's 8th Division, who held a powerful secret. The crystal ball in his hand glowed brightly, signaling that something was about to happen. He gazed thoughtfully at the orb. It had been a long time since the battalion commander selection battle that he had to use it. What is it this time? He wondered, his eyes full of contemplation. With a resolute expression, Grat declared, I have an important proposal. His words resonated with weight, promising a bold plan. The scene shifted to the Holy Temple, where ancient buildings rose majestically. News of successive failures arrived. Sir Gevin, and now even Andrew, have failed. Pope Orban IV sat on his throne, his eyes filled with worry. I trusted Andrew. Could Choi Hyunsuk be the cause? The white-haired cardinal standing nearby confirmed. That's right. His growth rate is unprecedented. His words made the atmosphere even more tense. Orban IV sighed, his gaze heavy. This is bad. It's serious. The situation seemed to be spiraling beyond the church's control. The cardinal suggested, Your Holiness, why don't we resolve the conflict with the Drasen Empire first and deal with Choi Hyunsuk later? He believed one person couldn't cause too much trouble. Orban IV replied, his tone resolute. If Choi Hyunsuk were just an ordinary citizen, I would have done that already. A statement hinting at the gravity of the issue. Orban IV's eyes were sharp. He emphasized, but he is a hero. A simple truth, yet it carried immense weight in this world. The white-haired cardinal sneered dismissively. You can say that because you don't understand heroes enough. He seemed to underestimate a hero's power. Orban IV looked directly at the cardinal, his eyes flaring with anger. That is a dangerously arrogant statement from you. The tension between the two reached its peak. Emperor Orban IV sat on his throne, his gaze pensive. He worried about a budding threat that needed to be eradicated immediately. Then, he asked about news from the spy. The white-haired man, who had just been reprimanded by the emperor, stirred slightly. He bowed and replied, confirming new intelligence from the scout. Emperor Orban IV was surprised, his eyes wide with astonishment. The spy's news was truly shocking. The enemy proposed cooperating to eliminate the Red Nightmare, the Glutton, and Choi Hyunsuk all at once. Emperor Orban IV was suspicious, placing his hand on the sprawling map. He wondered about the plan, and the white-haired man explained that the Glutton's 3rd Legion was moving towards Gadrick Fort, likely part of the conspiracy. The emperor pondered, deep in thought. He admitted it was an attractive offer, but immediately questioned the white-haired man. Why didn't you report this important matter sooner? The white-haired man stammered, then revealed Grat's conditions. He demands 10,000 sacrificial lives, the return of several strongholds, and a 5-year non-aggression pact. A price too steep. He explained his hesitation. I hesitated because those conditions were excessive. Then he turned to ask the emperor, wanting to know his thoughts on the reasons behind these demands. The white-haired man speculated. I heard the 2nd Legion commander position is vacant due to internal conflict. He believed Grat was exploiting the rift between the Glutton and the Demon King to seize that position. The emperor mused, weighing his options. He realized that destroying 10,000 enemies and reclaiming territory was a great achievement, but the number 10,000 still made him think. Emperor Orban IV erupted in anger. Territory is one thing, but 10,000 sacrificial lives are too much. He was furious, unable to accept Grat's disregard for the lives of the imperial populace. Despite his anger, the emperor's gaze remained firm. He made his final decision, a decisive command. Accept the agreement. The white-haired man was utterly surprised, unable to believe his ears. He exclaimed, his eyes bewildered as he looked towards the emperor. Emperor Orban IV explained the reason, his eyes resolute. This is a rare opportunity to eliminate all threats and place my spies in key positions within the demon legions. For this opportunity, I am willing to sacrifice 100,000, even 1,000,000 lives. The white-haired man nodded, but still had some apprehension. He emphasized, however, we need to prepare very carefully, because the price to pay is too great. The emperor's hand clenched tightly, veins bulging. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of determination. We cannot fail again. Emperor Orban IV stood up, turned his back and walked away, ordering the summoning of legends from all lands. This will be the final battle, his voice echoed, signaling a fated war. After the emperor's summons, a majestic fortress named Gadrick Fort appeared, where new conspiracies were being woven. In a dark room, Grat, commander of the 8th Division, declared, "Of course, as you said, if Legion Commander Himis wishes, we will clear out immediately." He smirked, his eyes sharp. But there's a small problem, you see. The red-haired, bull-headed creature, with a serious expression, asked, "What problem?" Grat pointed to the sprawling map, his voice lowering. "The nearest human army is making unusual movements. Troop movements and supplies indicate they are preparing for a large-scale siege." The red-haired, bull-headed creature asked again, full of caution, "What is your counterplan?" Grat replied, "I'm thinking of a segmented attack before they can reach our fort." He continued, his voice full of calculation. "So help me hold them off until Legion Commander Himis's main forces arrive. Small skirmishes have already caused us manpower shortages." The red-haired, bull-headed creature pondered, then nodded. "All right." Suddenly, the red-haired, bull-headed creature pointed to 3 figures standing behind him. "Instead, can they come with me?" The 3 companions, including the black-haired hero, the white-haired saintess, and the white-haired elf, were utterly surprised. Grat glanced at them, his eyes full of disdain. "That's a minor issue. One look tells me they'll only hinder you." The 3 companions clearly looked confused. Grat gave a mysterious smile. "We need a lot of help, so I will assign each of you a suitable task." In a simple room, the black-haired hero lay on the bed, his gaze distant, wondering, "What do you think a hero is?" The white-haired saintess stood beside him, sighing, "Here we go again. I am a hero, yet I fight against humans. That keeps circling in my mind." The saintess replied, her voice a little helpless. "We can't do anything else. That's just how the situation island." The black-haired hero sat up abruptly, pointing, full of annoyance. "Where's that saintess who kept nagging about a hero's duty, huh?" The saintess giggled, feigning innocence. "Did I say that? What was it again?" The black-haired hero looked at her, his voice full of irritation. "You told me to defeat the Demon King." He clenched his fist, his gaze firm, "and protect humanity. But these days, I've been thinking it's not just that." The black-haired hero roared, his eyes blazing. "A hero perhaps doesn't exist only for humanity." Battle memories flashed in his mind. The black-haired young man mused, his gaze distant. He didn't think humanity was inherently righteous. In the cozy wooden room, the white-haired saintess gently turned a page, speaking softly. "I heard that a hero exists for the wishes of all." Hearing that, the black-haired young man turned his head in surprise, his eyes wide. "The wishes of all?" The saintess smiled, her gaze directed towards the window, sparkling with fairy dust. "Ancient texts record that heroes exist to ensure the happiness of the majority." A white-haired elf, his face obscured, said in a deep voice, "That's a human perspective. To me, you are a good hero." The black-haired young man looked at the saintess, his eyes full of thought. "So, does that majority include non-human creatures?" The saintess chuckled softly, her small golden wings fluttering. "Perhaps so. The wishes of all living beings, that scope is truly vast. Perhaps that's why we need a mutated hero like you." The black-haired young man sat on the bed, repeating thoughtfully, "The happiness of the majority." The next day, a strategic map appeared, outlining the action plan. Rydrun would operate alone, Roiger with the reconnaissance team, and the 8th Division would infiltrate later. As for Hyunzok, Abelson, and Bobo, they were assigned to guard the rear at Gadrick Fort. At Gadrick Fort's rear mess hall, the black-haired young man sighed heavily. He muttered, "Even though it's an order, I have a bad feeling about this." The white-haired saintess was surprised, her golden eyes wide, as she asked, "A bad feeling? About what?" The black-haired young man looked straight ahead, his expression serious. "Our position. We are completely on the opposite side." The saintess was confused, a series of question marks appearing around her head. "The opposite side?" The white-haired elf explained, his tone full of worry. Rydrun is in an extremely dangerous place. Ryger has also been pulled into the reconnaissance team. Meanwhile, we are in a completely safe place. The Saintess still didn't understand. She tilted her head and asked, "Is it because I'm here? Isn't that a good thing?" The black-haired young man was annoyed, his eyes full of displeasure. They said they didn't have enough manpower, so they sent Rydrun and Roiger, but they leave me to guard this mess hall? Rahel, with her golden wings, suddenly realized something. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, that's right. You're basically a battalion commander-level asset. Why are you here?" The white-haired girl, with a calm face, thoughtfully said, "They could easily send another guard to protect me." The black-haired young man, still looking annoyed, turned his back and walked away. The white-haired girl called out in surprise, "Huh? Where are you going?" "Aren't you guarding the dining hall anymore?" he replied curtly, without turning his head. "Bobo can guard this place alone. I have a bad feeling, so I'm going out for a bit." The white-haired girl looked at him, her eyes a little worried. "If you want, I'll go with you too." The black-haired young man turned back, looking at her with doubt. "I won't stop you, but are you sure?" "Bobo will be here, so you're staying, mate." The white-haired girl was resolute, her eyes full of determination. I can help too." She continued to explain, her voice full of power. "I can move as fast as a high-ranking knight by reinforcing my body with holy power. I won't sit idly by and be a burden anymore." Hearing this, the black-haired young man's expression grew even more annoyed. He ran a hand through his hair, as if messing up his own thoughts. The white-haired girl looked at him, her eyes confused, not understanding what he meant. A series of question marks appeared around her. The black-haired young man sighed, giving up. Forget it. As long as you're okay with it, then let's go, all right?" They both walked, their footsteps echoing on the stone. The black-haired young man led, the white-haired girl followed, light reflecting their determined figure. Suddenly, 2 sharp spears blocked their path. A rude green-skinned goblin soldier shouted, "Stop! That's the Legion Commander's order! You are not to leave this place!" The black-haired young man raised his hands, forcing a smile, trying to evade. "Ha! I need to use the restroom. I can't go here, can I? I'll be right back." The goblin soldier was unyielding, he roared. "No! The Legion Commander said you must stay here!" The black-haired young man looked at the guard, his eyes turning cold, his smile vanishing. He gritted his teeth, a terrible premonition striking him. "Look at these bastards. They've gone this far to stop me? I have a bad feeling about this." The fierce battle had taken a toll. Amidst the fiery red cliff, Rydrun and his opponent gasped for breath, the air as tense as a drawn bowstring. The white-haired man sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. "Not bad, Red Nightmare. Even if Bayron is just an apprentice hero, I didn't expect you to hold out against both of us. If I hadn't been careless, I would have taken him down alone," the black-haired hero growled. The white-haired man immediately retorted, "You've only just been appointed a hero." "Shut your mouth." The white-haired man tightened his grip on his sword, a sneer on his face hinting at murderous intent. "All right, let's end this now." Suddenly, a resounding shout echoed, "Divine Magic Unit, advance!" Rydrun looked up, his fiery red eyes showing surprise. "An ambush?" Rydrun gritted his teeth, his rage flaring. "I knew it. He's the spy who betrayed our 3rd Legion." Arrows tore through the wind. Chaotic shouts rang out. "Catch them! The hero and the Saintess have fled! What about the dog? It's here!" "It's the Legion Commander's dog. Don't touch it." The black-haired hero carried the white-haired girl and flew away, his eyes full of worry. She softly uttered, "Lord Rydrun, please be safe." Once again, the command echoed. The Divine Magic Unit was ready. Rydrun looked up, his heart filled with indignation. "An ambush?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes fiery red. "Just as I suspected. The traitor from the 3rd Legion." Rydrun turned his head, looking towards the cliff. 2 heroes and a multitude of knights equipped with magic artifacts were waiting, forming a deadly encirclement. "To capture one person, they need such a large force?" he muttered, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. The white-haired man smirked. "I thought so too, but—" He paused, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "You are the subordinate the glutton values most, aren't you?" The white-haired man's words struck Rydrun like lightning, startling him. A terrifying truth suddenly exploded in Rydrun's mind. Their target is Lady Himis. He clenched his fist, vowing not to let things go according to the enemy's plan. The white-haired man ordered Bayron to retreat. "We need to exhaust him and wait for the right moment." At the same time, he loudly instructed the 2nd Night Division to hold their position. Rydrun, with eyes burning red like fire, growled in defiance. He was ready for a battle to the death, unwavering before his enemies. The white-haired man continued to order, 1st Night Division, prepare to intercept. Meanwhile, Rydrun roared, power erupting around his body like scorching flames. Hold him until Baron recovers, the white-haired man ordered. Rydrun roared, I'll show you the red nightmare. He transformed, his muscles bulging, power exploding. Rydrun unleashed a terrifying attack, engulfing the battlefield in a sea of fire. A barrage of arrows flew towards him, but all were swallowed by his wrath. Amidst the sea of fire, Rydrun swung his sword, creating a powerful shockwave. He charged into the enemy formation, determined to crush everything in his path. A barrage of arrows and spears rained down, but Rydrun stood firm. The power erupting from him twisted the very air around him. A horrified, armored soldier exclaimed, "That gust of wind, is it just from his pressure?" Blood splattered as Rydrun continued to devastate the enemy ranks. Baron charged forward, roaring to reassure his comrades. "Don't be afraid. He's alone. Overwhelm him with numbers." He was determined to lead the soldiers in resistance. Byron continued to order, "Attack him with harpoons, like hunting a bull." Hundreds of harpoons flew, forming a steel rain that surrounded Rydrun. Rydrun stood firm at the eye of the storm, his body glowing fiery red, his demonic horns and sharp claws clearly visible. He had fully transformed into the Red Nightmare. Rydrun-style martial art. Form number 7. Strike and break technique. Rydrun unleashed an incredibly powerful blow, shattering the enemy formation and sending soldiers flying everywhere. He leaped into the air, then descended like a fiery meteor, creating a powerful shockwave that sent many soldiers flying. Rydrun continued his rampage, each strike carrying destructive power, cracking the ground and scattering enemy soldiers. He relentlessly delivered a fatal punch to a soldier, blood splattering. The Red Nightmare continued its rampage on the battlefield. The white-haired man in the golden cloak snarled, his cold eyes sparking with fire. He scoffed, "That bastard is just showing off his strength." A shout echoed, full of worry and anger. "Stop, Bayron, you fool!" The black-haired young man charged forward like an arrow, ignoring all warnings. Byron's sword cut through the wind, striking directly at Rydrun, but the giant ruler merely blocked it with his bare arm. Fire and sword energy collided, creating a small explosion. Rydrun growled, his fiery red eyes showing clear surprise. He muttered, "That young hero returned faster than I thought." Rydrun's giant hand reached out, grabbing Baron's clothes, holding him tightly like a small prey. "You brat, I told you to stay put," Rydrun roared, throwing Baron straight into the cliff, causing the ground to shake violently. Rage flared within Rydrun. He clenched his clawed hand, enveloped in fiery red flames, ready to deliver the finishing blow. "But I cannot lose," he roared, delivering a terrifying punch to the ground. A shocking explosion of fire tore through the air. Thick dust flew up, obscuring vision. The explosion echoed across the battlefield, signaling a destructive attack. The white-haired man looked at Baron, who was on his knees frowning and muttering, "Is that guy only at the Legion commander level? What the hell is the intelligence department doing?" Rydrun stood tall amidst the ravaged battlefield, fierce flames burning around his head, like an unstoppable god of war. He looked at his hands, his eyes clearly worried. "I've used too much demonic energy. How much longer can I last?" The white-haired man calmly brought a small horn to his lips, blowing a resounding tune amidst the chaos. "Now's the time. 2nd Division," he ordered. A multitude of armored soldiers charged at Rydrun like moths to a flame, spears pointed directly at the giant. The white-haired man looked at Byron, who was on his knees, snarling contemptuously. "Byron, you useless fool! What are you waiting for? Attack now!" Amidst the chaos, the white-haired man delivered a powerful kick, snarling in defiance at the one who had just ordered him. "Shut up! Don't you dare order me around, old man!" Within the encirclement, Rydrun roared in fury, his body fiercely ablaze as a barrage of spears pierced through his thick flesh. The white-haired man charged into battle, his sword swinging with murderous intent, his eyes resolute. "Do you think I'll let you defeat me again?" Rage blazed in Rydrun's fiery red eyes, the intense flames seemingly wanting to incinerate everything. Rydrun's giant hand clenched, trying to pull out the spear deeply embedded in his flesh. Fresh red blood gushed from the wound. Rydrun roared in pain, but the spear remained firmly lodged. The white-haired man's sword was stained with blood. He had joined the rampage without hesitation. Rydrun screamed in despair as glowing blue spears pierced through his chest, arcs of electricity flashing. With each fatal stab, Rydrun's demonic energy was drained. He collapsed, his body trembling in agony. Blood gushed like a fountain. Rydrun writhed on the ground, his breath shallow. The giant had completely fallen. Roiger, the red-haired man, coldly explained, "That's a magic artifact that absorbs demonic energy. Most demons can't move after one hit." The white-haired man stood tall, watching Rydrun bleed, while Roiger observed calmly. "The battle is over," he ordered the soldiers. "Fire a few more spears to be sure, then capture and transport him. Quickly!" The white-haired man snatched a spear from a guard's hand, his eyes full of ambition. "Give it here. I'll deliver the finishing blow." How could I miss such a glorious moment? He sneered contemptuously, preparing to deliver the final blow. To think he'd be this helpless. The Red Nightmare of the Demon King's Legion is ultimately just a demon. Rydran, the ruler, drenched in blood, struggled to say something amidst his extreme pain. His demonic hand clutched the ground, claws digging deep. His strength completely depleted. The white-haired man sneered, provoking. What? Speak up? I can't hear you clearly. Pierced by countless spears, Rydran roared in agony, declaring his identity. I am the Red Nightmare of the Demon King's Legion. Despite his severe injuries, he erupted with power, creating a blazing red shockwave that repelled all his besiegers. Roiger, standing afar, frowned in confusion, muttering, Bayron, how did that idiot become a hero? He looked down at the pool of blood at his feet, muttering, these knights, they're truly monsters. Rydran collapsed to his knees, his body covered in wounds. Roiger concluded that it was likely the Red Nightmare's final burst of power. Roiger didn't hesitate, ordering the survivors. Quickly gather the magic tools. Regroup. We will re-establish the encirclement. Suddenly, a devastating punch landed squarely on Roiger's face, leaving him stunned and sending him sprawling. The white-haired one appeared, eyes blazing, a purple scar on his cheek glowing. He growled. These bastards. He, with his small horns clearly visible, unleashed a powerful punch, vowing to finish them all. I will annihilate every single one of them. Roiger screamed again, trying to rally the remnants of his forces to re-establish the encirclement, but his voice was filled with panic and despair. Another powerful blow struck, and Roiger once again took a full punch to the face, falling to the ground. The white-haired one still held a resentful gaze, his purple scar even more prominent as he gnashed his teeth and cursed. You damn bastards! The white-haired one, eyes blazing, roared in fury. I will kill all of you. Power erupted around him, promising a merciless sweep. He dashed like a brilliant golden flash, leaving dazzling streaks of light behind him. The powerful attack tore through the air. Nothing could stop this madman. Rydran, his body riddled with spears, cried out in pain upon seeing a familiar figure. Hyunsok, why are you here? He couldn't believe his eyes. Choi Hyunsok, with his small horns and gently wagging tail, appeared like a savior. I just had a bad feeling. Are you all right? He anxiously helped Rydran up. Rydran gasped for breath, blood still flowing. Honestly, not at all. Thank you for coming, Hyunsok. His words were weak but held deep gratitude. Roiger, still dazed from the attack, clutched his head and muttered, that guy. He realized the enemy was far from ordinary. Choi Hyunsuk helped Rydran to his feet, his eyes wary. Is he the rumored hero of the demon faction? We have to get out of here now. The situation was more critical than ever. The devastated battlefield appeared. Armored soldiers swept away. An arrow was lodged in the helmet of a fallen soldier. At this rate, the Red Nightmare will escape. The white-haired one raised his hand, enveloped in brilliant golden light. Send him back alive? I'd rather. He would not accept any leniency. Choi Hyunsuk hastily pulled Rydran to flee, trying to escape the deadly encirclement. Both rushed away amidst the dazzling light, not daring to look back. Roiger, with his eyes closed, knelt amidst the divine light. My body belongs to the gods. He began a devout prayer. Choi Hyunsuk looked towards the magic taking shape, his face clearly showing surprise and fear. That magic. Could it be the blazing wall of fire like last time? Roiger screamed in despair, his entire body ablaze with golden light. Then please grant me the power to punish evil. His prayer turned into a sky-shattering roar. Magical energy erupted violently, forming a brilliant golden vortex of light that swept away everything in its path. Destructive power spread everywhere. Choi Hyunsuk, still pulling Rydran, remarked with a serious expression. This technique is completely different from those we faced last time. He recognized the extreme danger. This technique, divine summoning, was precisely why holy knights who surpassed a certain threshold were so formidable. Roiger stood tall amidst the brilliant golden light, arrogantly declaring, don't even think of comparing it to what you weaklings use. His eyes blazed, confidently asserting that he possessed the true power of the gods. Rydran thought to himself, divine summoning for holy knights was like leveling up for demons, granting overwhelming power, but coming with deadly risks. Roiger's face contorted in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained resolute. Anyone who used divine summoning was destined to die. He knew Rydran also understood that. As you said, once the divine power is exhausted, you will die, because you are using your very life to exchange for that divine power. With iron resolve, Roiger charged forward, his sword blazing. But I won't let you leave here alive, even if I have to die. Choi Hyunsuk gritted his teeth, raising his hand to block Roiger's fatal attack, creating an earth-shattering clash of energy. He clutched his injured arm, his face contorted in pain. I blocked it, but the impact was too great. Roiger sneered, blood still on his lips. Divine power and demonic energy are two opposing extremes. It seems you're no longer human, hero. Rydrun screamed in panic. Don't let go, Choi Hyun-sok. But he was still struggling to hold him tight, resisting the immense pressure. Roiger attacked relentlessly, sneering contemptuously. What can a half-dead corpse like you do? A dazzling golden explosion erupted, engulfing everything in sight. Rydrun was thrown back, fresh blood splattering in the air. Choi Hyun-suk also couldn't escape his fate, being pushed back, his face showing extreme pain. The terrifying blow sent Choi Hyun-suk flying, his body sliding across the dusty ground. A painful groan escaping. Fresh red blood streamed from the corner of his eye. Choi Hyun-suk gritted his teeth, his gaze full of worry towards his comrade. Rydrun? Lord Rydrun, his red body covered in wounds, gasped heavily. Choi Hyun-suk thought to himself his condition was much worse than his own. The pain was like his guts were being twisted, his body numb. Choi Hyun-suk knew that even as a human, he couldn't bear it, let alone Rydrun. He told himself that Roiger would exhaust himself when his divine energy ran out. But would he risk unleashing a final blow? Should he hold him back or provoke him to use all his strength? Choi Hyun-suk's gaze remained fixed on Roiger, his heart heavy with worry. How much longer could Rydrun hold on? Suddenly, a light flashed in Choi Hyun-suk's eyes. He suddenly noticed something unusual. Roiger coughed violently, blood splattering, his face contorted. He had used too much divine energy, his ears ringing, his vision blurring. Roiger could only see the two faint dark figures of Choi Hyun-suk and Rydrun in the distance. But Roiger knew those two were demons. They used demonic energy. Even if his eyes were blind, he could clearly sense their demonic energy. Choi Hyun-suk spoke, his voice full of caution. Hey! Roiger, his face covered in blood, sneered in response. What does a dying man have to say to me? Choi Hyun-suk frowned, asking directly, You can't see anything? Roiger smirked, his hand emitting divine light. He admitted he couldn't see, but it didn't matter. He could still sense their demonic energy, even with his eyes closed. A surge of divine energy erupted from Roiger's hand, heading straight for Rydrun, who cried out in horror, Number! Choi Hyun-suk, his face stained with blood, looked at Roiger with sharp eyes, confirming that he was sensitive to demonic energy. Roiger turned his back, asking in return. Choi Hyun-suk, holding the injured Rydrun, questioned what Roiger was trying to say. Divine light flared from Roiger's staff, signaling a terrifying attack about to descend. Roiger sneered, his golden eyes blazing, declaring that Choi Hyun-suk was just an ordinary blind man, nothing special beyond his ability to sense demonic energy. A terrifying energy explosion sent Abelson Marriott flying upwards, then falling. Roiger coldly ordered, Abelson Marriott, quickly! 10 minutes earlier, on the cliff, a dazzling explosion of light swept through, throwing soldiers and even the Saintess Abelson Marriott into the air. The Saintess Abelson Marriott was horrified, her face pale with fear, wondering what to do when both of them would die if this situation continued. She fell to the ground, her body in pain, but her eyes still tried to search for hope amidst the rubble. She struggled to stand up, while a wounded soldier also scrambled to his feet, surprised to see her alive. The soldier with the scar on his face grinned sinisterly, gloating that the monster had left and there was no one left to protect the Saintess. He ordered her to follow obediently, not to complicate things further. Abelson Marriott panicked, wondering if she should call Choi Hyun-suk. She clenched her fists, telling herself to stay calm. Call Choi Hyun-suk now, when he was facing a nearly hopeless battle. Images of Choi Hyun-suk and others sacrificing themselves for her flashed through Abelson Marriott's mind, making her cry out in pain. Abelson Marriott's face showed clear determination, a faint light around her neck like a promise. She blamed herself for being too complacent, living under their protection, and doing nothing. Hyun-suk, this must be what you were worried about, right? Her hand trembled, weak fingers reaching for the weapon's hilt. The faint golden light from her neck was still there, like a reminder of her newly kindled resolve. No longer trembling, her hand gripped the weapon's hilt tightly. A whisper echoed, reassuring herself. It's all right. Her self-assurance turned into strength. Abelson Marriott swung her weapon, a dazzling light tearing through the air. Be strong, Abelson Marriott. Don't be a burden to anyone. She charged into battle, her sword light brilliant. Choi Hyun-suk's figure appeared in her mind. The man she called the hope of the world. Grat lay flattened, exclaiming in astonishment, Why? I delivered the red nightmare to you as promised. I am your ally. The armored guard and surrounding soldiers pointed their spears down, their eyes full of contempt. Shut up, you filthy demon, he was accused. Your vile schemes cost us 2 heroes. Your cunning plan caused great harm to the Holy Empire. You shameless bastard. Grat froze, his eyes wide. 2 heroes of Gartran are lost? How can this be? A blazing red surge of magic descended, tearing apart the ground and creating a deep crater, terrifying power spread everywhere. A foot in a black boot lightly stepped on the stone floor. A voice rang out, full of amusement. "Oh dear, I knew it, didn't I?" Legion Commander Hemis, the glutton, appeared with a mysterious smile. "I wonder what's happening here." Grat looked up at Hemis, his voice full of rage. "Grat, you scoundrel! Was our meeting also a trap?" Grat's face contorted with anger and fear. He realized he had been blatantly deceived. Grat yelled, pointing directly at Hemis. "Legion Commander, I lured all those foolish humans here for you." Hemis smirked, her eyes full of disdain. "Ah, so it's the largest force from the nearby human army base. Oh dear." Mid-air, Legion Commander Hemis curled her lips, her contemptuous gaze sweeping over Grat. That useless Grat, he finally did something worthwhile, didn't he? The distant sky suddenly turned a brilliant orange, and the ground shook violently, signaling a terrible catastrophe about to descend. Hemis flicked her purple tongue, lightly licking her lips, like a glutton savoring a delicious meal. "As your superior, I cannot refuse the lavish feast you've prepared for me." On the ground, the human soldiers panicked at the violent tremors and the encroaching darkness. What's happening? The sky is turning dark. A soldier looked up in horror, pointing at the sky. Look up at the sky quickly." A brilliant red light enveloped everything, destructive power exploding. "Run!" The soldier's screams echoed in vain. Furious red, magical energy tore through space, crushing everything beneath, creating a scene of earthly hell. When the fury subsided, only desolation and ruin remained, with deep cracks scarring the ground. Amidst the ashes, Roiger stood tall, his eyes full of admiration. Truly Legion Commander Hemis. How astonishing! Grat, who had just been scorned by Hemis, now also exclaimed in astonishment. "You wiped out the entire army with just one blow? You truly are an insurmountable living legend to those humans?" Hemis glanced slightly, her disgust unconcealed. Truly. Hemis's figure suddenly appeared, full of imposing presence, her cold voice echoing. "What the hell is this idiot talking about?" She walked over a pool of blood, looking down at the flattened Grat. "It seems you're just a lone spy. I thought you had accomplices. Seeing you cause such foolish trouble." Hemis stood on Grat's corpse, her tone utterly contemptuous. "But you showed no fear at all, did you? This wasn't even worth me watching for so long." And that was Gadrick Fortress, where the horrific massacre had just taken place. Now, nothing but desolate ruins. In a luxurious room, Hemis sat on a throne, declaring, "Today's agenda is the reorganization of the army." 3 commanders, including Reedrun and Choi Hyunsok, stood at attention, listening. Hemis's sharp gaze turned to Reidrun. "Reidrun, you will take over Grat's 8th Division." A new responsibility, a new burden fell upon the ruler. Then she turned to Roiger, the one with his red hair tied up. "Reidrun will be very busy. So Roiger, you will be the division's deputy commander." A calculated arrangement. Finally, Hemis's mysterious gaze settled on Choi Hyunsok, a look full of hidden meaning. As for Choi Hyunsok, the young man looked up, his eyes wide with extreme astonishment as Hemis said, "I will give you the position of regimental commander under the direct supervision of the Legion." "Regimental commander? Not battalion commander?" Hemis smirked, her sharp finger pointing at Choi Hyunsok. "I cannot waste a talent like you on a mere battalion commander position. This is a reward for all your efforts to survive and entertain me." Reidrun, the horned bull-headed one, couldn't help but doubt. "May I ask what you were planning? A regiment with no soldiers?" "That," Hemis replied casually, her gaze distant. "Because it's possible he won't need subordinates. I just want to wait and see how things unfold." An unpredictable move. Suddenly, a knock on the door rang out, decisive and strong, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Hemisnim, I'm coming in." A deep voice rang out, and the door opened, revealing a figure. It was Motem, a silver-armored warrior with a prominent tuft of purple fur, introduced as the temporary Legion commander. He stepped in, exuding an imposing aura. Motem turned to Choi Hyunsok, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Take good care of each other. Choi Hyunsok, we've met before, haven't we?" The young man broke out in a cold sweat. Hemis stood up, declaring, "Anyway, I will be leaving for a while. There's a new matter I need to resolve." She left, leaving behind a mess. The scene shifted to Gadrick Fortress, Abelson Marriott's room. Choi Hyunsok was recalling a moment. The young man burst out laughing. "You really shocked me last time. How did you think of hitting him on the head right then?" Memories of Abelson Marriott flashed by. Abelson Marriott, the white-haired saintess, smiled, admitting she had relied a bit on luck when she was with him, and that she just thought she had to do something. Choi Hyunsok, the black-haired young man, sat on the chair, a smirk on his face as he asked if she intended to participate in future battles. Abelson Marriott affirmed she would participate if needed because she was the saintess and could use divine power, but her untrained body was another matter. Choi Hyun-suk burst into hearty laughter, teasing that she might be stronger than him and expressing a bit of jealousy over her top-tier divine power. Abelson Marriott seemed confused, wondering if power was everything in a battle. Choi Hyun-suk chuckled, pointing out that it was strange for her to say that when he always won with bizarre tricks, not pure strength. Abelson Marriott, in his memory, retorted that he wasn't a coward who only used tricks, and reminded him that a demon battalion commander was a hunted target for human heroes. She explained that only about 1,000 people on the entire continent reached the rank of hero or higher, so objectively, he was very strong. A rank chart appeared, comparing demon legions and heroes. Choi Hyun-suk mused, his gaze distant as he looked out the window, repeating the phrase, human society, with a hint of contemplation. The scene shifted to Gartran's border village of Benedict, a magnificent church devastated, blood splattered on the ground. Legion Commander Hemis, with purple bat wings, stood with her back turned, looking down at the desolate scene, a mysterious energy enveloping her. An old, trembling priest stood before the church. Hemis's voice echoed, "I will let you live, so go tell everyone." The witch Hemis hovered in midair, coldly declaring, "From today onward." The old priest collapsed to his knees, his face distraught as he prayed, "Oh God, please have mercy on us." Hemis's words continued, "I will wipe out." Hemis gave a gruesome smile, her blindfolded eyes concealing cruelty, lightning flashing around her. The villages off the Holy Empire's map. One by one. 5 centuries ago, the continent was engulfed in the flames of war. The mighty Dragon Empire expanded, clashing with an alliance of smaller kingdoms. The conflict grew increasingly fierce, until one day, a new land, completely absent from maps, suddenly appeared. Along with it, a colossal pillar of light tore through the sky, signaling something unusual. Everyone speculated that this mysterious land was the remnant of the transcendent civilization of Valvington, a place that once reached the pinnacle of magic, but vanished without a trace beneath the sea 1,000 years ago. An ancient chained book held a secret. If this new land truly was the ruins of the illustrious Valvington civilization, and the key to reviving the ancient magic lost when Valvington sank, then any nation that possessed it would gain ultimate power. Throughout the kingdoms, expeditions flocked to the new land, undeterred by the ancient tower, standing tall amidst the stormy sky, all with a single hope, to find a wondrous new world where gold, silver, and glory awaited. But in that new land, what humanity encountered was not the ruins of Valvington or its lost inhabitants, but creatures from another world, hostile to humankind, bearing an insatiable desire for conquest. They were demons. Ferocious demons, with fiery eyes and sharp horns, had appeared. Facing this alien threat, the Dragon Empire and the allied kingdoms cast aside their animosities, uniting for the survival of humanity. A long and arduous war against the demons erupted. In this new era of war, the demons were the first to gain an advantage. Their aggressive and warlike nature helped them seize the upper hand, along with their superior physical strength, crushing all human warriors. Blood stained the battlefield red, and demonic energy, a brutal, unique power of their species. They roared, rampaging everywhere. As the night of despair enveloped human encampments, the priests, who had not participated in combat, declared they would take up arms. Humans discovered they could fight the demons with divine power. The courageous efforts of the clergy became a flame that ignited faith, spreading religion far and wide. The Gartran Empire, where Deusis was the state religion, absorbed neighboring nations. Devout people flocked there, transforming Gartran into a powerful divine empire. 2 centuries later, with the spread of faith, the number of combat-capable priests surged, becoming a formidable force. And then, an unexpected event occurred. A mysterious symbol appeared, bringing with it a new power. This new power elevated the human army, transforming them from a weak force into equal adversaries, then quickly gaining absolute dominance over the demons. The first pope, a new legend who contributed the most to the war against demons, was elevated to the highest position. With terrifying combat power, the pope led the counterattack, sweeping away the demonic darkness. He boldly deployed well-trained holy knights to the battlefield. Along with the appearance of heroes from other worlds, a new era began. They repelled the demons, pushing them to the farthest reaches of the continent, restoring peace to humanity. And so, a fragile peace was reestablished. But now, a new threat named the Glutton has risen. In the Grand Hall of the Chersi Kingdom, the current leader questioned, "Why must we face this danger once more?" Duke Olavan, representative of Emperor Drasen, frankly replied, "Because we did not completely destroy them in the past." Princess Ian, Queen of Chersi, and King Valtaire Marriott pondered. "We prioritized restoring ruined cities over annihilating the demons," one said. "That was not a mistake. The happiness of our people was the top priority," he asserted. "But now, the lives of our nations have stabilized." The leader raised a hand, eyes resolute. "Therefore, I call upon all of you, Let us unite our strength. The leader, eyes ablaze, issued a resounding declaration of war. I propose a holy war. His words echoed, carrying the weight of a fateful decision, opening a new tumultuous chapter. Duke Olivan, representative of the Gartran Empire, grandly declared, Our Gartran Empire will once again lead this attack. He pledged their vanguard role, asserting the position of a great power. King Marriott continued, his voice firm. Gartran will spare no manpower or resources for this war. A solid promise, demonstrating unwavering resolve. The leader looked around, his gaze sweeping over the representatives, including Princess Ian and the red-haired man. Therefore, I ask you all to stand with us. The call for unity resonated powerfully. The leader's eyes were sharp, his determination burning. For the era of humanity, he emphasized the ultimate goal, a future they all strive for. In a vast square, the brown-haired man in a white and blue cloak spread his arms, his voice filled with anguish. Demons are threatening our lives once again. His hands clenched, trembling. 3 cities have been wiped off the map in just a few days. No one knows who will die, or which city will be swept away next. Fear enveloped them. He looked directly at the crowd, his face full of sorrow. It could be me, standing here speaking. It could be you, listening, or your wives and children. He gestured towards a kneeling, trembling priest. This is Priest Nevi, from Benedict, introducing a living witness to the tragedy. Priest Nevi raised his head, tears streaming down his face, and painfully uttered, Everyone in Benedict is dead. We are merely living our lives. His choked sobs were heart-wrenching. He bowed his head, his voice trembling. Now I stand here recounting what I've been through, but my soul, it's as if it died with the unfortunate people I loved. Utter agony. Priest Nevi turned and walked away, a small figure in the square. I don't know how to go on. The demon's cruelty is increasing daily. His Holiness the Pope has declared a holy war, saying he will no longer stand idly by. A majestic figure, with long white hair, stood with his back turned. The legend of Gartran, Asahel Bald, has also ended his long period of seclusion to join this war. A legend's reappearance. A hand was extended, like an invitation. Other great powers like Drasen also promised that their legends and heroes would join. Behind, the menacing figure of Legion Commander Hemis appeared. The brown-haired man continued. A large-scale attack from us is imminent, but it's still not enough to completely crush the demons. Before hundreds of people, he raised his hand high. For this all-out war, a war that will decide the fate of our continent, your participation, support, and strength are needed more than ever. The current leader roared, declaring this holy war to be the will of the gods, the only path to peace. He bellowed, his stern rallying cry echoing, Annihilate all demons! In response, the crowd roared passionately, fists raised high, shouting in unison, Annihilate the demons! The cry, Annihilate the demons, reverberated throughout the grand hall, blending into the fervent atmosphere of the declaration of war. In another room, the current leader coldly remarked on Cardinal Elrond, who, despite his talent, had recently suffered repeated failures. The subordinate reported a disastrous defeat. 2 heroes had fallen, the ruler still escaped, and tens of thousands of lives were sacrificed in vain. With sharp eyes, the leader ordered 3 days for him to transfer his duties. After that, confiscate his assets and eliminate his entire family. In another space, a burly, bull-headed guard rushed over, exclaiming, Legion Commander Hemis! I heard you've returned! Hemis sat calmly, smirking. Oh, I didn't expect you'd forget to knock one day. Do you miss me that much? The bull-headed guard growled, questioning Hemis. What the hell were you thinking? How could you attack a human city alone? The witch smirked, replying mysteriously. I acted alone, but with a plan. All for our benefit, us demons. She explained that her actions would force the enemy to deploy their legends, as no one else would be strong enough to confront her. Each nation's legend is their ultimate power, Hemis whispered. By eliminating just one of Gartran's legends, I will buy us time. The bull-headed guard was still confused, not understanding her meaning. Buy time for what, Legion Commander? Hemis gazed into the distance, uttering only one word, time. She turned her gaze towards the full moon, whispering about a new wind that had brought hope, needing time to grow strong. Night fell. The perfectly round moon hung amidst the starry sky, casting an ethereal light through the window. A strangely tranquil scene, harboring untold secrets. In the shadowed room, Legion Commander Hemis spoke, her voice carrying a hint of doubt. It seems the ruler, Rydran, hasn't truly accepted this yet, has he? Motem, her vassal, replied in a calm voice. That's just his straightforward nature. But more importantly, Hemis, do you still have no intention of cooperating with the Demon King? The pointy-eared witch turned away, her eyes hidden behind the cloth bandage. That plan is too dangerous. No matter how talented he island, my relationship with the Demon King is over. Motem remained silent, listening to her words. Hemis continued. her voice resolute. Even if it could be mended, the price would be too high. I don't want that. Her hand, with its sharp claws, gently rose. I bear no resentment. Because I understand why the Demon King wishes to avoid war, she gazed into the void, reminiscing about the past. You know, not long ago, I used to think the Demon King made foolish choices due to unnecessary emotion. Her voice deepened, full of contempt. What if the weak die? That is their fate. The strong, like us, must trample over those meaningless deaths to achieve victory. That is the natural order of this world. She looked up again, her eyes still hidden behind the cloth bandage. Yet, for some reason, he suddenly became so foolish. The witch's image appeared in shades of gray, full of indignation. I constantly clashed with his cowardly attitude. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, I lost my temper and left after giving my final advice. I told him to come to his senses, to return to being the strong, cold individual he once was. Her face now clearly showed sadness, a fleeting, bitter smile. Looking back, I feel a little regret, because now I am about to make a choice that my past self would never have made. Modem looked at her, his voice filled with worry. Hemis bowed her head again, her gaze distant. If I had realized sooner that I wanted to protect someone, and if I could have understood the Demon King a little sooner. She extended her hand, and a brilliant golden light flared. Could we have made a better choice? The question hung in the air, full of regret. Hemis turned, her gaze directed at another person. Frisch, you've worked hard. Cardinal Elrond, with a calm smile, replied. Not at all. It is a great honor to serve under you. Hemis looked at Cardinal Elrond, her tone full of hidden meaning. Are you still playing the role of a priest? Hemis's words were like a blow, making Elrond clutch his face, his expression one of extreme pain. The Cardinal's disguise began to melt, fake skin and flesh peeling away, revealing his true form underneath. The facade crumbled, and Frisch, Hemis's retainer, revealed his true form as an elf warrior with a mysterious, confident smile. Hemis handed Frisch 2 sealed letters, instructing him to deliver them to Rydrun and Motem. A new mission had been assigned. She explained that delivering the letters herself would create too many complications, a sign that she was preparing for something grand. Frisch accepted the order, his sharp gaze sweeping over the letters. He pondered for a moment, then asked about Choi Hyunsuk. Hemis ordered that Choi Hyunsuk must not die, astonishing Frisch. Really? Why? He exclaimed. The pointy-eared elf leaned back in her chair, sighing softly. Perhaps I've grown old, or perhaps I'm worried you'll be left alone. A brilliant dawn emerged, enveloping Gardrak Castle. A new day began, but the air carried an ominous premonition. A loud noise echoed, shattering the morning's tranquility. Choi Hyunsuk, in a deep sleep, suddenly jolted awake, his sleepy eyes filled with annoyance. He snapped, asking who dared to disturb the commander's sleep. Before him was a large, bull-headed creature with pointed horns, its expression strangely calm. He simply replied curtly, "It's nothing unusual." Choi Hyunsuk was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The bull-headed one coldly ordered him to leave immediately. He revealed shocking news. Tomorrow, the human army will march on Gardrak Castle. A major battle was about to erupt. No sooner had the bull-headed one finished speaking than Choi Hyunsuk sprang up, his eyes wide with astonishment. A legendary battle? Where humanity's strongest would gather? Then shouldn't he stay here even more? The bull-headed one's sturdy hand clenched, his voice deepening as he revealed the enemy's ruthless objective, Hemis's death. Even knowing she was invincible, still, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with worry. If any misfortune befell that person, he wouldn't be able to protect Choi Hyunsuk alone. He had to go. Meanwhile, a carefully sealed letter gently fell onto the wooden floor, breaking the room's silence. A mysterious message, waiting to be unveiled. The bull-headed one bent down and picked up the letter. His gaze swept over the envelope, a puzzling look of contemplation appearing on his fierce face. Elsewhere, Legion Commander Hemis sat at a table, her voice echoing as if recounting an old story. Rydrun, do you know the history of the continent? Consecutive failures have pushed us to the ends of the world, she continued, her gaze distant. Yet, humanity has never completely annihilated us. There are many reasons, but the most important island. An emblem of power appeared, concealing a secret. Hemis's hand gently caressed the air, as if touching the flow of time. The Holy Empire found our existence convenient. A harsh truth was revealed. The Demon King exploited this, signing a secret treaty with Gartran. Both maintained the front lines, preserving their territories, creating a false balance. And so, the existence of demons, as humanity's war consciousness began to fade, we became tools. We played a central role, keeping Gartran and other nations united against an imaginary common enemy. By exchanging just enough threats and small battles, they maintained a fragile peace based on fear. The Demon King revealed this secret only to her, and she refused. A proud death was better than a life of slavery. An ironclad vow echoed, but the price to pay was exile to the Dark Star. She stood there, her small wings trembling slightly, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Under the guise of the Rotak incident, she was exiled, forgotten in a solitary fortress amidst the frozen wasteland. I've dragged this out long enough. Himis held a pen, her sharp handwriting on the scroll. Now is the time for me to give you what I truly wish to leave behind. A momentous decision was about to be announced. Himis's voice echoed, outlining a terrifying scenario. A large-scale attack from humanity, with countless heroes and legends. She ordered the person opposite her to defend the castle, while she would confront the enemy herself. She continued writing, appointing Galadren as the successor Legion commander. However, she also frankly admitted that his current strength might not be enough to bear this heavy responsibility. To secure Galadren's position, Himis revealed a political plan. Park Hyan, and Osgus would support him in the Grand Council's vote. Images of Galadren and Osgus appeared, as if in confirmation. Himis further explained that she had reconciled with Park Hyan under this condition, and Osgus, who dearly loved Galadren, would not be able to ignore his nephew's request. Setting the sealed letter down, Himis entrusted the rest to Galadren, confident that he would complete the mission himself. I believe you will succeed. The letter was carefully sealed with a red wax seal. Galadren silently thanked Rydrun, who had entrusted him with this heavy responsibility. The scene shifted. Elrond, in Frish's guise, sternly stated that he had arranged everything for Choi Hyunsuk, reassuring the person opposite him. He would leave the Demon King's Legion. But if all went well, they would meet again. The bull-headed man gave Choi Hyunseok a purple orb, ordering him and the Saintess to leave immediately. Choi Hyunseok was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Elrond, now in warrior attire, handed Choi Hyunsuk a communication item, promising to contact him again when the situation stabilized. Choi Hyunsuk, still confused, wondered, what the hell is going on? A sudden call rang out, startling Choi Hyunsuk, his eyes wide with surprise. He turned around, surprised to recognize Abelson Marriott, the Saintess, and asked about the identity of the man standing next to her. Elrond smiled, introducing himself as Frish, sent by Legion Commander Himis to escort Choi Hyunsuk. He continued to explain the plan. They would integrate into human society and monitor the situation. All three were disguised, walking on the paved road. Elrond handed Abelson Marriott an identification card, instructing her that she would play the role of an apprentice pilgrim priestess. He added that Choi Hyunsuk and he would disguise themselves as mercenaries serving the Saintess. Everything was clear. He ordered the group into the carriage. It was time to depart. The carriage door opened, waiting for them to step inside, beginning a new, mysterious journey. The black-haired young man sat silently in the carriage, his distant gaze looking out, silently wishing everyone peace. Suddenly, he spoke up, asking Elrond, who was sitting opposite him, about the true destination of this journey. Elrond, with a slight smile, realized he had forgotten to explain, and began to recount the plan. He explained that the Holy Empire was too dangerous. Andrassen was known as a place that rejected heroes. Therefore, their destination was the Kingdom of Marriott, a mysterious kingdom with a deer emblem and white lilies. Outside, the sun was slowly setting behind the majestic Rocky Mountains, painting the entire sky red, signaling a long night ahead. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lord Rydrun stood silently in a splendid room, his contemplative gaze fixed on the void. He recalled the meaningless deaths of the demon race, and told himself that if things continued this way, they would keep falling in vain. Darkness enveloped him, and an image of two clasped hands appeared, like a reminder of lost vows, of the meaninglessness of everything. Rydrun's hand clenched, his golden hook swaying rhythmically, showing his iron resolve. A white-haired elf entered, reporting, "Lord Rydrun, it is time to depart." Rydrun looked up, the image of Legion Commander Himis flashing through his mind. Then he declared decisively, "No. From today, the demon race will be different." His eyes blazed, his teeth clenched, the vow etched deep. "I will ensure it." He stood on a high platform, facing the vast legion, his voice echoing across the square. "Hear me all." With a majestic demeanor, Rydrun eloquently declared, "We are demons. Demons are warriors, born to fight." The demon crowd roared in response. Lord Rydrun asserted firmly, "No one can tame us. Fight. Die for freedom. As warriors for the future of the demon race." Lord Rydrun roared. His rallying cry echoed, burning with battle fervor. Power surged like a firestorm, engulfing everything. What did he want to prove? Today, prove with your own hands. Rydrun's burly figure blazed brilliantly, his eyes burning, that we are proud warriors. The vow resounded, his spirit soaring to the heaven. But then, The atmosphere suddenly shifted. Gentle sunlight pierced through the foliage. A light breeze stirred, bringing an unusual stillness. From a high cliff, Legion Commander Hemis, with her crown of thorns and eye bandages, spoke softly. Redrun has finally begun to act. Her sharp high heels decisively stepped towards the edge of the abyss. If that's the case, the immortal witch curled her lips, her eyes, hidden behind the bandages, exuding mystery. Her purple bat wings unfurled, and the witch launched herself into the void. Shouldn't I begin my part too? A chillingly sharp scythe appeared in her hand. She landed softly in the deep green forest. A blonde warrior with a great sword had been standing there for some time, leaning against an ancient tree trunk. I knew you would come. I've been waiting. The blonde young man smiled. Hemis replied, her tone full of hidden meaning. Has it been 150 years? You look younger. Basil Scott, the legend of Drasen, the twice resurrected, smirked. Then I must have reached a legendary realm, haven't I? He replied confidently. Hemis frowned slightly, her voice tinged with disappointment. I had expected someone else, not you. But it seems that Coward is hiding away, concealing even his magic. The blonde warrior tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Garton's command center is in the complete opposite direction from here, he said, his gaze resolute, his sword glowing in his hand. Basil Scott charged forward. Then today, let's have an uninterrupted battle, he declared war, bursting with vigor. Hemis remained calm, but her eyes behind the bandages seemed to emit a cold glint. Oh my. Even after all this time, you should still choose your words carefully. The witch stepped forward, purple magic swirling at her feet. When the knights blocked my path, you fled like a coward and survived alone. Her voice was full of sarcasm. A gigantic purple energy field erupted, engulfing the space. The weeping zone was activated, and the witch was ready for the fateful battle. That day, I suffered a crushing defeat against an unseen technique. Basil Scott muttered to himself, his sword glowing brightly in his hand, his eyes burning with determination amidst the red and purple magic. But now, things will be different, he roared, charging forward like a storm, facing the witch Hemis hovering amidst the deadly purple energy. Purple magic erupted. Sharp, cold streams of light tearing through space, signaling a swift, powerful attack from Hemis. Basil Scott shot forward like an arrow through a hail of magic bullets, the brilliant yet deadly weeping stars. The battle had officially begun. Amidst the chaotic energy, Basil Scott and Hemis clashed. He dodged, moving nimbly, while the witch's scythe swung with deadly intent. Hemis glided past, her eyes emotionless. Different? Her voice echoed mockingly, as if evaluating prey not worth her concern. The two powerhouses confronted each other, weapons and magic clashing fiercely. I still see no difference, Hemis thought to herself, maintaining her cold, challenging demeanor. The deafening clang of metal, sparks flying. Sword and scythe met, creating a moment of extreme tension, neither side yielding. Basil Scott, eyes blazing red, a smirk on his face. Good. Our strengths are evenly matched. He acknowledged his opponent, brimming with confidence. He continued to ponder. Now I just need to be careful of the magic bullets falling from the sky. A strategy formed in his mind. But no, they're also coming from the ground. Basil Scott realized in shock. The Weeping Tears magic zone attacked not only from above, but also from beneath the earth. He quickly dodged, his feet stomping hard on the ground, trying to escape the magic encirclement tightening from all sides. Amidst the purple magic, Basil Scott and Hemis charged at each other again. Sword and scythe clashed, creating a powerful and swift dance of death. With a surprise blow, Basil Scott was knocked back. He staggered in midair, the tide of battle beginning to turn in Hemis's favor. He was flung away, and Hemis didn't miss the chance. The witch glided forward, her sharp scythe ready to finish off her unbalanced opponent. The deadly scythe grazed Basil Scott's face, missing by a hair's breadth. His eyes widened, death imminent, terror clearly visible. Hemis, the glutton, curled her lip in disdain. Oh, you dodged again? You've improved a lot, haven't you? Her voice echoed, mockingly amidst the fiery space. Basil Scott roared, his anger flaring. He charged like an arrow, his greatsword swinging, determined not to let the witch's taunts shake his resolve. His foot stomped hard on the ground, creating a violent tremor. Every step of the twice revived carried destructive power, promising a merciless counterattack. The witch glided like a phantom, her scythe swinging to create deadly slashes. Now, where will it be this time? From the ground or from the sky? Hemis's voice echoed, full of challenge. You have many more things to worry about, don't you? The witch continued to provoke. Just one moment of carelessness, and you'll be finished instantly. Her words were like daggers, piercing Basil's mind. Basil Scott gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as steel. He knew her words were true, but he couldn't back down. This battle, he had to win, at all costs. Basil's sword swept past, missing the witch by a hair's breadth. He poured all his strength into each strike, trying to find even the smallest opening. He charged, moving at terrifying speed. And the answer, Island. Basil Scott roared, channeling all his power into the next decisive blow. But the witch had anticipated it. From beneath the ground, countless deadly scythes suddenly emerged, surrounding Basil. Ta-da! It's from the ground! She sneered, her surprise attack successful. Basil was trapped amidst the scythes, his eyes wide with surprise. Hemis looked at him. Anyway, this is a new record. 100 years ago, you couldn't even last 2 moves. Oh? The witch raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Basil Scott before her was merely a faint afterimage. He had vanished. But how? An afterimage? No. I'm sure I hit him, she murmured, then suddenly realized. A brilliant shield of light appeared from thin air. The last shield of dawn. Basil Scott's power. When death reaches out, fate will return at once. The witch looked up, a rare smile gracing her lips. You've truly matured. The acknowledgement echoed, yet still held a hint of challenge. Basil Scott roared, his eyes blazing with energy. I saved this for this very moment. He channeled all his will, ready to unleash his strongest counterattack. The witch responded coldly, her scythe swinging again. But you're still 200 years too early. The battle erupted once more, with lightning-fast strikes. Hemis glided, her purple bat wings gently flapping, the deadly scythe ready. She showed no hesitation, for to her, Basil Scott was still just a child trying to rise. Basil Scott braced himself, a fiery red light erupting from his sword. He poured all his strength, his eyes ablaze, trying to repel the fatal attack. The battle had reached its most intense point. Hemis's deadly scythe sliced through the air, clashing fiercely with Basil's sword. Sparks flew, purple and red energies intertwined, creating a chaotic and tragic spectacle. But in the end, Hemis's power overwhelmed him. Basil Scott collapsed, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The witch's figure stood tall, like an unshakable monument of victory. He panted, despairing. All power used up. Is this the end? Couldn't even land a decent blow, let alone get revenge. A feeling of helplessness enveloped the young man. Suddenly, Hemis's voice broke the silence. Hey, you're the legend of Drawson now, aren't you? Basil looked up, his eyes wide with surprise as he stared at her. The witch continued, her purple bat wings gently fluttering. So, can you do me a favor? An unbelievable request from an enemy in a life-or-death situation made Basil doubt. A favor? From you? For a human? Basil Scott hesitated, his eyes full of suspicion. He couldn't believe his ears, that someone like Hemis would need a favor. Hemis turned her face away, revealing only her crown of thorns and pale purple lips. Yes, there's a private matter to resolve. Her voice remained cold, but held something mysterious. There will come a time when you meet a hero named Choi Hyun-suk and fight. When that happens, spare his life once. No sooner had she spoken than a brilliant golden energy surge suddenly struck. What the hell is this? The terrifying surge of power tore through space, striking Hemis directly. She exclaimed, her voice full of surprise. Oh dear, he's dead. Hemis recoiled, her eyes filled with annoyance. I tried to speak, and yet, only rude people would dare interrupt like this. She seemed to be speaking to someone, and none other than you. From above, 2 towering figures appeared. A white-haired man and a brown-haired girl, their eyes as sharp and cold as ice. Finally, you've arrived. The legend I've been waiting for, along with your minions. Asahel Bald, the legendary commander of Gartran's Holy Knights, and Saintess Morgan de Santia. It's you indeed, Hemis growled, her eyes flashing with hostility. Their appearance had turned the battle into a more complex confrontation than ever before. Hemis had recognized them, the ones she had been waiting for. Asahel Bald, the legendary commander of Gartran's Holy Knights, and Saintess Morgan de Santia. A fated encounter. Asahel Bald declared coldly. I intended to wait for you to finish, Basil, but it seems you couldn't, so I have no other choice. His words were like a judgment. Asahel Bald, the legendary knight, questioned his own actions. Among humans, isn't this a bit cruel? His words were self-reflective, yet his gaze was coldly fixed on the brilliant pillar of light. He continued, his reasoning sharp. It doesn't matter if he's the legend of Drawson. Drawson has always been an adversary of the Holy Empire. He asserted that eliminating Basil was the wise choice, even if the death of a legend was a national disaster. Hemis, from behind, confronted Asahel. She questioned, her tone full of hidden meaning. Didn't you destroy an entire city just to lure me here? Commander Hemis smirked, her eyes holding a hint of cruelty. Indeed, legend of Gartran, a cold confirmation, without a trace of regret. Asahel Bald stood on the cliff, beside Saintess Morgan de Santia and a formidable army of knights. He declared, You have no idea how much we've prepared for today. A direct threat, A brown-haired girl with 2 braids appeared, her eyes sharp and full of confidence. A mysterious smile revealed, "Now, round 2 begins." The battle, which had just paused, now erupted more fiercely. Amidst the brilliant energy, Hemis plunged into the new battle. Every strike, every movement held destructive power, but she was facing a force that could not be underestimated. Commander Hemis looked up, her gaze fixed on the colossal pillar of light. She recognized the anomaly, something far beyond a mere barrier. She gritted her teeth, realizing, "This isn't just a barrier, it's pushing back my domain." A divine power, accumulated for a long time, now erupted, opposing her. Asahel Bald commanded decisively, "The Sanctus will maintain the pillar, and the Knights will support the Sanctus." The plan was laid out, each with a task, to besiege the enemy. The Holy Knights, in gleaming armor, formed a brilliant circle. Golden light enveloped them, reinforcing the barrier, turning them into a solid wall. Asahel Bald shouted loudly, his voice echoing, "Create a barrier so she cannot escape!" The pillar of light grew even more dazzling, sealing off all of Hemis's escape routes. From above, the colossal light barrier enveloped the battlefield. Hemis was pushed back, while the brown-haired girl with 2 braids hovered, observing everything with amusement. Hemis recoiled, her eyes wide with surprise. "Oh my, this is a barrier I've never seen before." The glutton had to admit her astonishment at the opponent's power. She clearly felt, the repulsive force is certainly strong. Her domain was collapsing under the divine power. The situation was starting to become unfavorable. Hemis continued to ponder, her high heels touching the ground, creating cracks. She admitted, "The shield I'm currently maintaining is merely a shadow of my true self, a confession of weakness." Despite the weakening shield, Commander Hemis proudly declared that without this hindrance, her opponents wouldn't have dared to confront her. In the fiery light, the pointy-eared elf gritted her teeth, her eyes resolute. "Then, I suppose I'll have to try harder, won't I?" Suddenly, a powerful blow struck from above, cracking the ground, a sign of a formidable attack. Hemis nimbly dodged, her agile body gliding past the brilliant golden energy, escaping the deadly scythe. Basil Scott unleashed a fatal sword strike, golden light tearing through space, but Hemis managed to slip away in time. Basil Scott's continuous attacks clashed with Hemis's purple energy, creating dazzling sparks amidst the battle. The blonde knight braced himself, his eyes ablaze, pouring all his strength into his sword, determined to end the fight. He soared through the air, unleashing swirling slashes, each sword stroke carrying a will to destroy. Basil Scott roared, "Die!" delivering a fatal blow to Hemis, brilliant sword energy engulfing her. Hemis was struck, her body flung back, the purple energy around her scattering like shattered crystal fragments. Basil Scott's power pierced through, dissolving the glutton's final layer of defense, leaving her without any support. Basil Scott was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. It dispersed? His attack was not as expected. A brown-haired girl with 2 braids appeared, crying out in alarm, "Asahel, look up!" Warning of a new danger. From above, Asahel Bald struck down with a holy sword blow, brilliant golden light enveloping Hemis, along with a magic seal beneath her feet. Asahel Bald gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Seeing Hemis still stubbornly resisting the dual attack, a colossal pillar of golden fire, surrounded by shimmering crystals, descended from the sky, engulfing Commander Hemis. Amidst the brilliant golden pillar of fire, Legion Commander Hemis suddenly looked up, letting out a gasp of surprise. The golden pillar of fire erupted. Asahel Bald unleashed a decisive blow, his brilliant sword light tearing through space. Asahel Bald charged down, but Hemis remained standing firm amidst the golden crystals, as if completely unharmed. "You blocked it completely?" Hemis exclaimed, surprised. "Even for one possessing defensive power," Asahel Bald replied, his eyes wide with astonishment. "I didn't expect you to be completely unharmed." He had underestimated his opponent. Hemis wondered, could it be due to the barrier? The holy shield was absorbing damage from demonic energy. A powerful saintess, a colossal shield maintained by hundreds of believers. This was a formidable defensive formation, created for a prolonged battle. Hemis gritted her teeth. The demonic energy depleted in the battle with Basil Scott was heavier than she thought. So, what now? This is truly tough. Asahel Bald also understood that with his half-hearted strength, he would find it difficult to penetrate this sturdy defensive wall. Hemis mused. Her current situation was no different from Basil Scott's when facing him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Hemis's mind, startling her. Wait, Basil Scott? Amidst the city ablaze with light, pillars of holy energy still stood tall, protecting everything. Asahel Bald relentlessly unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, tearing through the air towards Hemis. "It ends right here," Asahel Bald roared, pouring all his strength into a fatal blow. The brilliant sword light ripped apart the ground, creating deep fissures. He unleashed a rain of swords, each strike carrying destructive power, leaving Hemis no opening. Hemis was surrounded by brilliant sword light, continuous attacks tearing apart the ground. She stood at the eye of the storm, protected by a blazing red energy circle. But her surroundings were devastated. Legion Commander Hemis, with her eyes covered, maintained an eerily calm demeanor. "This move, it's been a long time since I've seen it," she murmured, her voice full of sarcasm. "But to call this the end is a bit premature." The sword light continued to pour down, but Hemis showed no fear. She floated in midair, the blazing red circle around her body still firm. "It's not even scary at all," she provoked. Asahel Bald's attacks were relentless, each sword strike carrying destructive power. Dazzling light enveloped Hemis, but she remained standing firm, without a single scratch. A hand with sharp claws reached out, blocking the sword aura. It was Hemis. She had used her own body to parry the blow, but not without cost. Suddenly, a fatal sword strike pierced Hemis's body, fresh red blood splattering. She staggered, her purple bat wings tattered, her body collapsing in midair. The armored guards witnessed the horrifying scene. "The glutton!" one of them exclaimed, his voice trembling, unable to believe his eyes. A brown-haired girl, her eyes wide with horror, also couldn't believe it. He defeated the glutton? The entire battlefield was plunged into shock. Asahel Bald, with sharp, determined eyes, looked directly at his target. He had unleashed his final blow without hesitation. Asahel Bald's sword plunged into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. He had poured all his strength into that decisive strike. Hemis lay slumped on the ground, blood flowing profusely. Asahel Bald stood tall, his sword still stained with blood. "Number it can't be," she whispered, her covered eyes still showing surprise. Asahel Bald looked down, his face a mix of surprise and doubt. Had he truly finished off this formidable foe? Hemis's hand with sharp claws was still intact, but now it lay motionless on the devastated ground. Asahel Bald gritted his teeth, his eyes full of disbelief. Did I really kill that glutton? An indescribable feeling welled up within him. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. From beneath the ground, a colossal mouth with sharp teeth unexpectedly snapped at Asahel Bald. He was dragged down. Blood splattered as the monstrous mouth swallowed Asahel Bald. A horrifying sight. Could this be the hero's end? Saintess Morgan de Sancha was utterly horrified, screaming Asahel's name as she witnessed the terrifying scene. Amidst the dazzling halo of light, Hemis appeared, her body covered in slashes but her eyes full of defiance. "Quite a surprise, isn't it?" She smirked, blood still on the corner of her lips. "This is an idea I borrowed from Baal. Did you really think you'd defeated me?" The glutton continued, her voice full of sarcasm. "But the Holy Empire is truly formidable. To make me feign death to this extent." Morgan de Sancha watched in shock as Hemis spat blood, wondering if it was due to exhaustion, accumulated injuries, or because she had just devoured a legendary holy knight. With no time to think, the saintess decisively commanded, "All knights, disregard everything else, prepare multi-incantations. I will bear the divine power for the barrier." The knights immediately obeyed, divine light flaring as they began to prepare their incantations. Meanwhile, Hemis staggered to her feet amidst her wounds, her body not yet fully recovered. She felt an internal resistance, realizing, digestion is much slower than I thought. Is it because of the barrier? The remaining demonic energy cannot be neutralized. Hemis collapsed, seemingly having accepted her fate. Divine light enveloped her, signaling the end for the glutton. Her clawed hand touched the ground, a voice echoing in her mind. "But it's all right. My role is over." She looked up, blood still on the corner of her lips. "Now, in a place where I no longer exist, those children." Hemis's hand clenched, a final glimmer of hope appearing. "I cannot do it alone, but you all surely will." Morgan de Sancha, with all her strength, clasped her hands in prayer. Dazzling golden light erupted, forming a sturdy barrier. In that brilliant light, Hemis's words echoed, "Change the future of the demon race."